Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the third part of What If Deku Had Card Summon Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Aizawa wasn't amused. In front of him were Izuku, Toru, Katsuki, Yui and Ida. To his great surprise, Izuku, Katsuki and Yui weren't truly part of the problem, as they acted perfectly according to their orders in what was known as the Hosu incident in the media now. Aizawa was accompanied by Tsukachi. To be sure they got every fact right from the 4 children in front of him. He would have loved to have Manuel, Torino and Maruko with him, but 2 of them were being operated on and the last was actually bouncing in town to hunt down any Naumus left, just in case. Midnight had already given her testimony and was helping her. It was still a better state than Native, who was presumed dead. Stupid rule that stated that someone could only be declared dead by a doctor, and for now, no one of them had the time to do that because of the sheer amount of injuries to treat. Aizawa was still pretty sure that missing his head was lethal. So, problem children. Forgive my French, but what the F happened? The 4 children looked at each other, and Izuku began. Well, it all began for me when Torino learned that son of a whore. Sir, Izuku was in the gym, trying to use new forms of his power, theorized thanks to Torino. It was actually quite on point and useful. And the young man understood why All Might had insisted he did his first internship with the old man. Sure, Torino was still trying to high kick him even in his sleep, but Izuku was getting better at dodging and parrying him. However, Izuku never saw the man lose his cool or his marble until he received a phone call. The old dwarf actually destroyed his phone with his sheer grip strength. He then propelled himself across the gym, destroyed several targets in Izuku's summons. Sir, too busy hitting things. Izuku decided wisely to wait a minute or two, letting his mentor calm down. As he expected, after using his full speed mode to destroy a lot of things, Torino was finally in a state to speak, which was clearly different from a calm state of mind, but Izuku would not be picky. So, sir, what the F happened? I didn't see you that angry this week except that one time you heard a journalist say that Floaty was overrated as a hero. Torino growled, before punching an old picture. It had 2 men, smiling in their arms across each other. My brother was arrested yesterday, as a part of a human trafficking ring. Oh, yes, Izuku can see why it would put his mentor in a sour mood. Before he heard the man add, as a result, we are picking up his patrol sector in Hosu this evening. Get ready for it. Yes, sir. Torino wasn't someone who liked pity or compassion. The best thing could do to help his mentor was to do his job right. By the way, sir, since you share the same mom with your brother, doesn't that mean that? I am a son of a beach and I perfectly know that. Just to be sure, sir. So this is why I was in Hosu at that time. Very well, it shall be easy to check with the HPSC. As for you, Katsuki and Yui, Maruko said she felt her battle instinct tingling and brought us to Hosu. Aizawa sighed, as he knew the reputation of the bunny hero and let's be honest, it was probably right. I am going to check in with Kawaso. She should have the papers ready. As for Toru, Midnight already told us about your training and how you were supposed to have some practical fighting experience. Thank the gods for the small favors, and that Maruko's assistant was highly competent. Aizawa hated bureaucracy, but this one time, however, that would protect his students from the media. As for Midnight, she had an idea about the fighting, but Aizawa wasn't sure Toru was ready yet for the club. And as for Ada, I guess you were there because Manuel's area is there too. Yes, sir. I will not lie, but seeing how Manuel is, you will be lucky if you simply have a demotion to general. It was harsh, but Aizawa needed Ida to understand his actions had consequences. Here, the fact Manuel almost died because of him and his choice. He didn't tell the kids that Manuel regained consciousness briefly and said to not blame the young teen. But Aizawa knew better. The young teen, in his hospital bed, looked down sadly. I understand, sir. Now, continue to explain to us what happened. Can you just tell me if my mom and dad are fine? Izuku asked, with a bit of worry in his voice. Last time I checked, your mom was helping in the hall. As for your dad, he is apparently using random bullshit to help her. He got smacked with a newspaper when he said random bullshit go. This made Katsuki cackle, for reasons unknown to man. Izuku was in his new suit, courtesy of Mei. He went from full magician with a compresses mask to a purple suit with various gadgets on it and a mask that was clearly in homage to Compress. With his green hair, Torino looked suspiciously at the young Joker. Sure, the kid looked good in this suit, but Torino had to deal with All Might's passion for American comics and recognized the design. Joker, yes, except that the bright smile Izuku gave him convinced him it was most likely a coincidence, and that Izuku wasn't paying an homage to the Joker. Probably, hopefully, never use white makeup. The fact Izuku looked positively puzzled reassured Torino, and the 2 of them continued their patrol in Hosu. Hopefully, it will be a nice Friday night and nothing will happen. In fact, if everything went fine, Izuku would get back home with his parents, as both of them decided to have a small evening in the city too, with some friends. Thank you, Inko, for taking the time for that dinner. Atsuhiro was still forbidden by his soon-to-be wife to go on another heist after the last time. As a result, and to help Gentle and Labrava to smile again, he decided to invite them to dinner. Besides, if he had gotten the timing right, it would allow them to change their mind from Sophie. From what Atsuhiro got from them, they actually had second thoughts about staying with him, and he could understand why. However, they were also thinking about Sophie and were still taking care of her bike. Thankfully, they didn't go inside her room yet. Too early for them, and too early according to Compress, who was the last person who went inside after the Triceps Corporation. So, Atsuhiro did what any reasonable boss would do, and asked them for a nice evening with Inko in a good restaurant. It would change everyone's ideas for the better, and honestly, Hosu wasn't a bad place for a date. At least, better than some other ideas. Stop spamming Sonic Boom. Never. Kami must die. What seemed as a weird idea as a date for some girls like Nejire turned out to be the perfect one, as Tamura discovered. Both of them had their competition drive turned to 11, and damn didn't they have fun that evening. As a result, they were on their 64th bout of Street Fighter 2, and they loved it. Besides, it was a good warm-up before they went physical on each other, and their sweat got mixed up as their bodies smashed against each other, both of them trying to make the other submit. Furthermore, it would mean the temperature would rise in the room as they would try to beat the other. Nejire had more flexibility, but Tamura compensated by having a better range. As for the protection, they would use it, as it would be highly idiotic for it to leave some permanent marks on them. Nejire would manage to pin Tamura on the ground to assert dominance, but the young man wouldn't allow himself to be dominated so easily, and would use more of his weight to crush Nejire under him. Their breathing became more and more erratic as it drew longer. Of course, it meant they would spar a lot together in a place made for that, and nothing else. They didn't hold hands yet, after all. This also explained why Tamura was only aware of what happened in Hosu the next day. Stain hummed the vicious and polluted air in the city. It would be his last kill in town, before he would move from another city, another sector. Thanks to the LOV, his activity would expand. But for now, he had someone to hunt and talk. The noseless man looked at the picture, showing Native, the man who apparently knew how to make an investigation go sideways, as it is easy to botch up an investigation than simply stopping one. Well, look at the time. Stain stared at his watch, All Might themed, of course. All hours pointed to justice. On a roof, a certain fogman sighed. He actually appreciated Stain, as he was a nice client, who knew when to stop to drink and actually avoided speaking politics when drunk. Too bad the man was supposed to die now. Master, I am in position, and apparently according to Garaki, he still has a few animal namas in stock, a few humans and high-end too. What do I deploy? All for One, on his throne, thought about it for a second before smiling. Everything. Tell high-end 2 to focus primarily on getting my grandson to me. Very well. I shall deploy all the others and tell them to create havoc and kill Stain and Native. Excellent. Once the objectives are fulfilled or impossible to fulfill, you shall bring back every Namas still alive back in the lab. On that note, Kurogiri unleashed the Legion of Hell, led by a man who got across the roof on his giant teeth. His saliva apparently eroded the cement beneath him. I am just happy that young Tamura is somewhere else. See, Joker, this peace is what every warrior and hero should fight for. I already know that, sir. Also, always be wary of your family. You never know what kind of a hole it can hide. Sir, my dad is dead, and all the family on my mom's side too. Izuku actually enjoyed his banter with Torino, as the man liked to be called sir by his student. And as Izuku was being coy but still respectful, Torino also liked that his student was a smartass that knew when to back off and actually listened to his advice when they trained. And that Izuku was actually fairly good at cheating in poker and as such made a good opponent. That was at that moment, of course, that everything went to hell as a Scorpio Naumus jumped in the street and screeched so hard it made glasses explode before it turned its tails towards civilians. Thankfully for them, Torino was here, kicking the dart before it hit anyone. Then, out of nowhere, Manuel and another hero-themed Anise came and began to freeze the Scorpio, or at the very least his legs. Izuku, having been trained by both Torino and Compress, had learned to not stay frozen during such an event and quickly understood all three heroes currently didn't have the power to neutralize the monster properly. The young man didn't choose the name Joker for nothing. The Joker is the only card that can fulfill any role, be it the support, the hitter, or the healer. This was why Izuku took 5 aces from his sleeves and threw them at the monster. Poker Smash. One of the techniques Torino helped Izuku to make was to actually use more than one card at once. As a result, they discovered that Izuku could summon poker hands, such as pairs, flush, of a kind, etc. Some might think that using an ace poker might be too much, but Izuku still remembered vividly the USJ and the Namu. and the one before was a baseline human. This was a Scorpio, giant-sized. It meant it was probably highly dangerous, and the ice would only hinder it for a bit. He was soon proved right, as his poker creature punched the Scorpio so hard that it broke the ground below them, and his chitin made an atrocious sound. The monster still managed to plunge his dart inside the neck of Izuku's summon. Thankfully, it didn't have a mouth for once, otherwise it would have screamed. Frozen, aim at the base of its tail, Manuel yelled, before manipulating water around it. The blonde heroine was clearly used to working with him, as she expertly froze the water. Izuku, on his hand, quickly understood their idea. Torino too. As he bolted so hard in the middle of the tail, he actually felt some bones of him protesting against such a treatment. He would worry about that later. Meanwhile, Izuku yelled at his creature to rip the tail, taking advantage of the ice weakening it, before plunging the dart inside the Namu's brain. What the F was that? We don't know. Suddenly, all pro heroes currently present got a message on their phone from the HPSC. Disaster, city level. Unknown monsters attacking. Heroes were to take them down or evacuate the civilians. Reinforcements were on their way, such as Maruko. Hazard. No heroes shall travel with a group less than 3. Stain, the hero killer has been spotted. Every last one of them looked at each other. It was going to be a messy night. Where the F is my intern. Manuel wasn't happy about Ida going AWOL, especially now. Izuku raised his hand. I can try to find him quick and bring him back. If I leave poker with you, it will help you take down others now, miss, right? Meanwhile, I have some cards to defend myself or run away if necessary. Torino thought about it before nodding. He actually tested Izuku's flight or fight reaction a few times, and the boy had a good instinct on when to run and when to stand his ground. Izuku Midoriya, Aka Joker. You are allowed to use your quirk to locate your friend Ada, defend yourself and defend civilians. However, you are not to engage any enemy alone. So, Frozen heard Torino give you his clear authorization. Izuku nodded his head, while Aizawa sighed, a weight disappearing from his shoulder. Thank God, this one student didn't creatively reinterpret orders to do so. He actually had authorization and witness. At least someone remembered his lesson on clearance. Anyway, Ida, explain to us now what happened. I am pretty sure Izuku found you because of his quirk or something like that. I used his phone, actually. He never deactivated his geolocalization, and it is very useful when Toru and I want to prank him a bit. Ida clenched his eyes at Izuku's confession. Wait, that was you who replaced my orange juice by some crappy soda. His only answer was an Izuku with a smug smile and a bright Toru. Those little pranksters. Later Ida explained to us the whole Stain fury. The young teen wailed like a dying whale before beginning his tales. Somehow, Katsuki and Yui found some popcorn and were sharing it. They actually didn't know this part of the night either. To them, a good part of the night was more. Hey, why Yui? I killed 2 arachne there. 38, Beach, Bakugo and Yui were fighting a giant spider venomous, who could produce younglings and was grabbing as many people as she could before cocooning them. Of course, the 2 young trainees were to stop her and were counting their kills. Just when Katsuki said that, Yui used her miniature tank to blow up the mother spider. She looked at Katsuki and flipped him the bird. That still count as 1. It was not the idea of fun he actually had planned for Yui and him that night, but honestly, it had been a good time for both of them. He could actually tell it from her body posture. Besides, it hadn't been the right time to think about that during the action, but a woman in a tank. Damn, that was a nice sight. As for Toru, currently hugging Izuku, her night was more bloody in a way. Sneak attack in the joint, Beach. Midnight looked proudly at her student, who had gotten a blade and was aiming at the weak points of the monster to help dismember them. Their strength training was not for nothing. However, the underground hero was worried about the fact Toru seemed to enjoy a bit too much to kill the Immunamo. That is for the effing war. Toru's family, on her father's side, came from Australia. One must never forget the defeat in the Emu War. It was payback time for everything that was lost that day. Stop right there, you criminal scum. I committed a crime against Skyrim. Stain was actually cleaning his knives after taking them out of Native's limping body and kicking him in the knee, violently enough to break him, disgusted by the man. Finding Native hadn't been that hard. Also, credit due to where credit shall be given. Native actually managed to punch him more than a few times, and a few of his arrows actually came way too close to Stain for his taste. However, the former vigilante turned up too strong for the hero and he had begun his interrogation. Honestly, his only question now was to kill the man or spare him, as promised, for his information. The thing making Stain actually thinking of betraying his word was the fact he was indeed the man who fed up the investigation and the trail Sophie was trying to find. Oh well, at the very least, he was now sure that her brother was alive. Hell, in fact, he actually had a good idea of where he was. Actually, all he needed to do was to call the boss and arrange something. Except that now, some kind of armored knight was bothering him in the alley. This kind of joke won't save you from jail, Stain. The voice betrayed the age of the hero. No, the trainee. Kid, I am a class villain at the very least. I think you are barely 1 year over as a student. A effing student. Do as he say, kid, and run. Stain actually looked surprised at Native, who was worried about the kid. Apparently, the hero had actual remorse over what he did. Neat. He would live, after all. However, Ida took that opportunity to kick Stain in the face, using his high speed to take him by surprise. The young man didn't expect to be met by a punch in his mask, and actually met the wall after that, as Stain sighed. A rank villain, kid. I am used to fighting heroes, and I even take down some of the top 100 alone. If I wanted, I think I might have a really decent odds against someone like Maruko. Only decent, not good or perfect, because he actually saw that woman fight once, and damn. To his credit, though, Ida could still speak, and tried to punch the noseless man, who dodged quite easily the weak attack. I shall avenge my brother. Those words actually made Stain facepalm, and Native cringed. Are you dumb, kid? You do not become a hero for revenge. That is like a effing bad idea, as you can easily turn into a murderer that way. Thanks, Native, even though we know you shouldn't have much right to speak about that. I know what I did. I never resorted to murder, though. Hell, I even fired sidekicks who crossed that line many times. Stain groaned, as the man did have a point, while Ada yelled in anger. Take me seriously. I command your respect. No, you beg for my attention, kid. Stain looked done with Ada. And when the kid attacked one again, this time, the man used his knife expertly and stabbed him in the knee, making him fall on the ground. Then, the villain walked ominously toward the teen, as he tried to get up, only for Stain to slam him against the wall with a powerful kick. A true hero, kid, doesn't act for himself or for petty motives such as vengeance. A true hero acts for others. Heroes fight so other people don't get hurt. Stain had drawn his sword, as suddenly, Ida considered he might have F'd up. While unknown to Ida, Stain didn't have any intention of killing him, only to scare him straight. He wasn't a child killer. And what gives you the right to judge people like my brother? Boy, I don't even know who you are. And if you say you will, I am going to stab you. This actually shut up Ida, as Stain groaned. Rather, who is your brother? I will actually provide you with some answers then. That would be faster too, but Stain didn't say that. My brother is Ingenium, you fool. Not me. This rebuttal from Stain actually surprised more than one person. What? Yes, I have heard of the attack. However, during that time, I was actually training with a friend. Besides, Ingenium is one of the few heroes I respect, really. He does excellent work for his community. And he isn't a dick against vigilantes. Suddenly, Stain realized that the whole situation was weird. And you expect me to believe you just like that? I don't effing care if you believe me or not. Honestly, I am planning to just beat you up, so your own brother can yell at you. Seriously. He would be ashamed. Native, still in pain, nodded with Stain's statement. I have worked with your brother a few times. He would really be angry that you actually rushed without investigation or any backup. Outside of your dumb motive, that is stupid. Stay right there, criminal scum. You have committed crime against Japan. Ada wondered if Stain's blade was coated with some drugs, as he saw Izuku, on a unicorn with a flaming mane, standing up and bringing attention to him, before he threw 5 cards at Stain. Oh F me, what is this? A clown? I would rather be the effing circus, and I will bring you to town too. This comeback actually made Stain smile before he licked his knife, still with Ida's blood, to paralyze him. This one, in his eccentric costume, seemed fun, if somewhat familiar. Well, kid, tell me at least you aren't here for something stupid. Kinda actually. That is my friend over there, and since he is stupid, hey, I am not the one who tried to run and fight in a rank villain without a plan. Stain raised an eyebrow as he walked with as much intimidation as he could muster, which was quite a lot and made everyone shiver. Because you have a plan to deal with me? Kinda. At the very least, this one actually seemed to know he was out of his league. Very well, Stain would engage him. Be prepared, young hero. And that's how the fight began. And we didn't know how it would end, I promise. Izuku called and sent his rapidash against Stain, blazing and breathing some soft fire from its snout. The flaming horse tried to impale Stain with its unicorn-like horn, however the noseless man dodged it like a matador. And since this time he didn't have to care about taking the enemy alive, or maybe he just wasn't willing to spare it. With a cut expertly aimed at its jugular, blood and flame bellowed from the steed as it fell in a heap, neck breaking as it hit the ground, where it bleeds into a small pool that turns to ash only moments later. To Izuku's credit, this didn't stop his own attack, as he pulled a few others' cards and looked at his cards, smiling under his mask. So, why are you here, hero? To bring me down and get the glory. The manic glint in Stained eyes was telling. This was some sort of test. For a second, Izuku thought of taunting him, making him rush him. However, he already had his full attention, and it was obvious, thanks to Ada and Native, that Stain was clearly a beast in close combat, not to mention that Izuku didn't know how his quirk worked. Yet, now seeing how Ida struggled to get his body to move even an inch, it wasn't a far-off guess that it's probably some kind of paralysis quirk. But what makes it activate? Not really. I don't care about the fame or glory, or hell even the money, but it is a hero's job to save anyone and everyone who cannot save themselves. To be honest though, I also thought my friend had more brains than to solo in a rank villain out of some twisted sense of pride and revenge. After all, up until now he was the one keeping all of our class in line. The death glare Izuku shoots turns into a small grin as he turns back to the villain. Not that he fully turned away. He wasn't insane as some people thought him to be. Stain nodded solemnly and took some throwing knives from his belt before making a wide motion as he tossed them, using less deadly moves against the jokester. It was still fast, but he could dodge if he stepped out of the alleyway. He was surprised when Izuku blocked them all at once with a rounded shield of blue with a red ring and a silver star in the center, as the car it came from burned as the blades bounced off the metal that came out from a card. Weird quirk, but Stain was friends with a sentient cartoon rabbit. He wasn't sure if he had the right to judge. Before deciding that he would just use a sword breaker, the clean edge of the blade shone with a flash in the moonlight that started to fill the alleyway as the reflective rock rose higher into the sky. However, he had to admit he liked the young student's tactic. Summoning disposable minions while staying in the distance was a good option when facing someone like Stain who seemed to be all hands on fighting. The only thing the young man didn't plan apparently was the fact Stain was painfully aware of his own weakness as a melee fighter and worked hard to close the gap. Literally, another throwing knife is tossed as he starts with a run. The villain quickly planted its foot on the wall and jumped, crossing the small alleyway to grab onto the fire escape on the side and heal himself forward with the beams of steel. He gets 2 steps on the wall with his momentum as he starts descending onto the boy, who answered by summoning 3 harpies, probably some sisters. So, did he even think of Stain getting over him? Nice planning, Stain had to admit. However, he was wondering what was the young man's plan, as he didn't manage to strike him even once for now, and the first harpy went down with broken fingers from his sword breaker and a cut into its neck that sprayed blood into the air. You aren't lying. You are indeed some kind of beast master. Izuku didn't like the smile the man had suddenly, manic as it was, seemed almost gleeful. Let's test how much of a hero you are. Meanwhile, on Inko and Compress side, bring the injured people here. If there are any medic students, they should help me prioritize patients who need treatment. I need more bandages here. Inko had turned the restaurant where she was initially having an excellent meal with her fiancé and their friend, when suddenly a black creature smashed in the window. As a result, everyone panicked. The monster screamed to terrorize people, and Compress and Gentle, both professionals, used the commotion to quickly get into their vigilante suits. They didn't know if the heroes were nearby or not, but honestly, it wasn't the time to worry about such things when people were in danger of these beasts, especially as they already fought some earlier in the week. For Gentle, it was even more important. It was the beast that killed Sophie, and despite not knowing her for a long time, he and La Brava grew fond of her sarcasm. As a result, when the monster, apparently made from a frog, tried to use its tongue to eat a civilian, it got hit by a large block of ice that seemed to burn its tongue. Don't worry, kind people. We are here to protect you against these monsters, Gentle called out as he rebounded a Namu into the street and follows it out of the restaurant. Compress couldn't marble them because the Namus he could spot were too big. However, he still had a lot of ice, fire, and explosion marbled, and he could use them to distract the monster from their initial targets. He was a pro. It was normal to be endangered. However, he could not afford to get hurt, as otherwise, Inko would probably kill him. Some might say he was irresponsible to not stay near his wife during this incident. However, people didn't consider this was him making the fight stay away from her. Furthermore, Inko was more than capable of defending herself and the other peoples. Adding to that, a gentle criminal who was actually staying nearby the restaurant to protect it and the zone Inko was making to treat injured people, and it was a fairly sound tactic. He just hoped the HPSC would not do something dumb and they would ask for backup. Ma'am, we have spotted Mr. Compress and Gentle Criminal, still wanted for the whole triceps thing. What are your orders? The president thought about the situation for a second and weighed the pros and cons of arresting both vigilantes during a monster invasion. They could theoretically spin it as them working with this boss who first showed use of these monsters. However, since they actually destroyed one of the factories and saved a lot of scientists who had nice intel for her, it was unlikely. They were enemies, but this time, the most important thing was the citizens. Unlike what most people thought about her, she was caring about Japan as a whole. Sure, she did unsavory things and used Seijen's squad, but it was only because she could close that program. The whole kidnapping Endeavor's son was a stupid idea from her predecessor, and thank God Nagant put a bullet in his head. Morality aside, this whole thing was a disaster in the making, hence why she had wanted to close the Mockingbird program and let the former participant either be sent in therapy or to their family. Sadly, Seijin's influence in the organization was bigger than her, thanks to seniority and knowing where all the skeletons were. The president sighed, as she remembered how she was, in her younger years. One of the reasons she spared Nagant was because she empathized with her a lot. She hoped to reform the whole institution too, and she actually managed to do it a lot, making it harder to corrupt them. Even Thunderbolt had been a blessing in disguise. Less ammunition against them could be used. However, she couldn't be removed yet, as her work wasn't finished yet. So, for once, the president gave an order that was easy on her soul and moral well-being. No, leave them be. Compress and his crew might be useful to cover the ground. Besides, now we can be sure they are actually actively fighting this threat, too. She had no hope of an alliance with them, too much bad blood. But she had her priorities straight. First, all for one. Then she would only have to worry about some Robin Hood people. She wondered if Nedzu actually knew she was the one leaking some of the really hardcore corrupt branch of her organization, so they could cut them down for her. Izuku was happy that Torino taught him to lead instinct with fear and how to dodge attacks faster than one can see said incoming attacks, mainly because Stain was now tearing his new purple suit into shreds of confetti, and was really happy that May used some fiber tissue that actually helped against blade cuts and pierce. However, every attack was way too close for comfort for Izuku, expressly when each one got a little bit closer. While Izuku was now fairly certain Stain would not kill him or disable him, the manic smile on his face was not reassuring in the least. The double-bladed katana wasn't helping his situation either. Well, I have to admit I am not impressed. I thought you had a better plan than simply dodging non-stop. Stain spouted out sometime when he stepped back to take a breath and grab a few throwing knives. Izuku panted for breath at the small break he was given, but he was still smiling under his mask as the 3 knives were impaled into the wall behind him. Well, you are way too strong for me. And honestly, I am still making more decks for situations like these. I do have a few options, but Izuku's poster shows a hint of restraint. His ace in the hole is too dramatic for this fight. Collateral damages, Stain guessed as he slotted a new blade into his offhand. Now armed with his sword breaker once again, this time in sync with his katana. Collateral damages. The Greenette confirmed, since you are apparently not going to kill me, I would prefer to minimize the damages to myself, or keep the cards for something else. Stain pondered the situation and then came up with a counter-argument as he leveled his blade in Ida's neck. True, but what about the other 2? I could kill them right now, you know. Yes and no, the hero kid stated instantly. It is true that if you tried to kill them, I would have no other options than to use really destructive cards. However, you can't kill them. Stain raised an eyebrow. They are just here, and I can easily. The villain stopped for a second his layas, before looking at an Izuku who probably had his stepdad's sit-eating grin behind his mask. The alley was empty beside them. Where the F are they? Stain nearly jumped at Izuku as his skin crawled, knowing he missed his chance. I am a hero. Evacuating civilians is the first task you must do, before anything else. Izuku, no joker, cheekily says as one can hear the smile in his voice. Stain wasn't happy with the situation. And this time, the pressure from the villain made Joker's spine shiver with a chill. I wasn't done with them. I still had to show them divine justice. Stain took a heavy step forward. And to his credit, Joker stood his ground. Sorry, his voice was eerily calm while his body deathly still, but I am a trainee hero. I won't let them get killed because you think you may do that. This effing world is corrupt to the bones. Too many heroes doing too little. Stain stopped in his tracks when Joker takes a step forward. Despite the lack of emotion in the little hero's voice, something about him screams anger. I already gave a speech on that during the sport festival. I actually agree with your opinions, not your method. A pale blue blade with a dark blue high wing guard and hilt appeared in his hand. It looked basic at best, the golden mark of 3 triangles being the only inference on what blade he held. Oh, and what do you seek to accomplish if you are not willing to get your hands dirty? He raised the katana to point at the hero in the making. Change it from the inside, he said simply, like it's the most obvious thing in the world. With all of my friends off course. Did you know this generation has been beaten down by society more than any other? More villains, more heroes, but everyone wants change. All of us will try to be a model, to inspire heroes and people to be better. Like effing All Might does. Joker raised his blade to level with Stain's katana. A faint blue glow from the blade cast shadows over both of their faces. Stain was inspired, just as much he was angry. He was the one delivering justice, and he would not let a child decide what was right and what was wrong and how to interpret All Might's words. The standoff persists for now. He also said that it was everyone's duty, their responsibility to do their part to make a better society. Mine is to stain myself to make a better society. Because no one else will even try to. Hellstain was surprised by the hard, nearly grating tone that came from nowhere. That is effing idiotic. Joker gritted out. Of course, All Might doesn't encourage violence. He is All Might. Do you see how he deals with villains? How many he can get to sit down and talk and find out what pushed them to this, to explain how he can help them. He wants to help everyone, not just heroes, not just the innocent. All Might is the symbol of peace, and that peace is not subjugated. It's for everyone to grab on and work together for a safer, more peaceful future. Izuku punctuated his response by summoning a few heroes, like Death Arms, Kamui Woods, Slugger, Takes Ita, and the Fly. Stain decided he had enough and guessed the cards Who Made the Young Idiot and Native Disappear weren't far enough to escape him yet. As a result, he took his sword breaker and chucked it in between the fake Takes Ita's eyes before blitzing through the line of heroes with a shinobi whirlwind, cutting both Slugger and the Fly in half while taking one of Kamui Wood's arms with them. A double Ikemonji cut Death Arms deep and sent a shower of blood into the air before it turns to ash with the rest, kicking his breaker into the Woodman replica to end him. While you do have better reasons than your friend to be a hero, you are still a effing failure for attacking me without a plan or backup. Stain turned on Joker and stalks forward each step loud as his metal soles hit the concrete. Actually, I did say I had a plan. It was to buy time. Joker held his blade high, no longer needing it to protect himself. Yes, to save 2 people I am going to hunt down once I'm done with you. Once again, wrong. This was only a secondary objective. My true plan was to wait for someone topless theft out the beach who say swat. Stain flinched as the blue aura of the blade flashed bright as he closed his eyes and peeked out a moment later to see the blade gone. What? Confused, Stain opened both eyes to make sure he isn't hurt. Stain suddenly felt an impact on his face, who propelled him several meters away from Izuku. Had he been a lesser man, it could have knocked him out. However, he was Stain, and as a result, he got up for the fight. Seeing a blonde man with a costume revealing his battle tendency of a grenade and a girl who was cosplaying as Ultraman. Hoya-ho. I guess someone is going to get smashed quickly, right? An explosion ripped through the air as the blonde's fists slammed together. Katsuki, this one is worth how many points? Yui stated as she drops into a fighting stance. Izuku smiled, but wondered if the two of them weren't a bad influence on each other as they increased their battle lust greatly. And that is how we kicked ass. Yui quietly nodded her head, eating her popcorn, while Katsuki was beaming for 2. And Maruko allowed that. We told her a friend needed our help to kick a son of a beach. She said to beat him to a pulp. Does that count? Aizawa looked at the cops, who were definitely not paid enough for this sit. We will phrase it better for the press and the bureaucracy. They are used to that concerning Maruko. A cop said this before a sip of coffee, and Aizawa can tell he had at least 7 shots of espresso. And more, and he will probably enter the Speed Force. Stain watched the rediffusion of the final, if only to tease Tamura about his friend and the possibility of seeing him in the public with his date. As a result, he actually recognized the trio in front of him as an actual threat. If the young Todoroki had been there, or the one with the shadow bird, Stain would have retreated immediately. He knew a fight when it was too costly for his taste. As of now, well, he still liked his odds. However, it would be costly. It would be the fight or the prey. On one hand, he could test the mettle of several promising heroes, and on the other, he had to punish Native properly even if he was going to let him live. Sadly for Stain, he had little time to think about it, as Yui took out her gun and shoot once. Stain saw the plastic pellet propelled toward him and properly slashed it with his sword. Indeed, the kids were strong if they forced him to use his weapon to protect himself. Guys, I know something that I can use against him. However, I need some time to summon it. Joker grinned with a hint of chaos in his voice. Katsuki groaned, but after his own fight with Izuku, he was aware of what his friend was trying to pull off. How long? The blonde turned from the killer to look at his best friend, as he trusted Yui enough to have his back. Around 20 cards, maybe a few more, Joker said, a bit unsure. Yui nodded, while taking out a necklace chain that quickly changed into a whip in her hands. Then Explodaboy and I shall beat him before that, Yui said with a matter-of-fact tone. It's Bakusan Kyowu. I am Lord Explosion Murder. Way too long. Explodaboy is better, Yui said, bumping her fist into Katsuki's. Stain found their antics amusing, but it was a fight. As a result, he used his speed to be above them, sword drawn out and falling toward them. Sit, both of them say at the same time. Thankfully, the kids reacted fast enough to dodge him. Yui went then on the attack, or rather, went to restrain Stain. The young emotionless woman had a working brain and knew she didn't hit as heavily as Katsuki, and in close combat, he was a bit better than her. However, she also knew that her arsenal was as diverse as a whole Sentai team, and she had enough things to slow him down. Meanwhile, Katsuki wasn't the kind of person to let go of any advantage he got. Sadly, unlike Kawaso, who was going easy on them, Stain didn't. As a result, while Yui managed to grab Stain's arm with her chain, the villain overpowered her to bring her against Katsuki. The blonde man could have either blasted them both or grab her. When he saw her body tense, he knew what she wanted, and used a concentrated explosion on them. Yui's body hit back into Stain, quite surprised by this choice, until he saw the girl trying to tie him. Katsuki immediately went on the onslaught of micro-explosions, only to be met with a metal-capped right kick right in his liver. Stain grinned madly, as he didn't have a proper fight since Scalamander. He had to give credits where they were due. The two kids were stronger than some pros he judged before. They had a good dynamic and guts to complement it. He then grabbed Yui with the one hand that was still unrestrained and threw her again. But this time, on Izuku, as he was apparently grabbing several cards who burned away quickly. Apparently, in a trance, he couldn't react in time to dodge. Thankfully, he didn't have to dodge, since he could trust Katsuki, the man grabbing Yui before the impact in his arms, clearly suffering from the blow just before, almost puking. Damn, the noseless man knew how to hit. The worst thing was, according to the two battle maniacs, Stain wasn't even serious. After all, he didn't use his quirk yet. As he pulled more knife, the demented vigilante smiled madly. How about I attack now? Seriously? The two young heroes quickly got on their feet, as Yui summoned from her keychain a sword and a shield and Katsuki got in guard. Both of them are still protecting Izuku. They really hoped his plan was a good one. So, you two engaged the villain and managed to hold your grounds and he was testing you. That will be used during his trial. Anything else? Both kids shook their heads, as Aizawa turned to Ida. So, now, explain to me how Manuel got injured to that extent. The former president of the Wanna gritted his teeth. The 5 cards Izuku used to introduce himself to Stain turned to be 2 magic cards with a mute spell, probably to stop them from yelling. 1 invisibility and 2 jacks who got them on their shoulder before getting the F away from the fight. After all, Izuku was an expert at grabbing attention. But he was also one of the students with the best marks during the heroic exercise, notably because he always managed to prioritize civilians and their evacuation. Native and Ida were then brought back to the heroes, except they quickly saw them getting overwhelmed, as in Naumas are as many as the heroes. While animal Naumas were violent and powerful, 2 heroes working in tandem could take them down. The issue was they were a lot. In addition, the human ones were indeed fewer, but were also vastly more powerful. As a result, as soon as Native managed to move, the paralysis finally wearing out, he used his quirk totem to project a spirit snake to restrain a boar Nauma before switching to a bear spirit and clawing through it. Thankfully, this one didn't have a regeneration quirk. However, the issue was still an intense fight. Young Turbo, the F were you doing? Manuel was still working with Frozen, creating ice prison for the beast and helping to extinguish fire. The anguish in the eye of the man was intense, and the worry even bigger. I am sorry. This idiot tried to fight Stain. Native, while thankful for the diversion Ida provided, would not go easy on him. Thankfully, his friend with the cards found us and saved us. Manuel quickly did a chop on Ada, before Frozen tapped Manuel's shoulder. Suddenly, every Naumas were looking in their direction, and everyone had the same fright chill in their spine. Oh, sit. Even Ada joined in on this shout, almost as he replaced sit with shoot. No idea why. Absolutely no, sir. It was an onslaught. Clearly, Ida had been traumatized by the experience, considering his state and how much he was trembling. Manuel and Frozen created a wall so I could escape and call for reinforcement, but I think it was more to save me. As for Native, I didn't see what happened to him. Sit. We hoped you could shed some light on his case. Manuel and Frozen's bodies fell onto the ground, their bodies pierced by several blades. All of them were coming from the mouth of one villain. Sadly, my boss told me I could only eat once I have finished my job. I will keep them for later though. I prefer them alive. So, I guess he decided to finally cut me off. Native was bleeding, but still took a battle stance. Moonfish's attack already took off one of his arms and he was now sure he was going to die. Strangely, he wasn't afraid. He remembered his family lesson about why it was useless to be afraid of the inevitable, and how you should at least be sure to give as much as you get. Yep, boss man worried you spilled everything about what you knew on Shimura. I already said everything. Moonfish stopped for a moment speaking, before he got punched in the teeth by Native who had nothing to lose. With his bear strength, and what was clearly a bear's arm now the hero clearly broke some of his teeth. That hurt. If I can lessen you for the others, then my death will be worth it. Yes, about that. My boss did upgrade me significantly. The cannibal smiled, and to Native horror his teeth grew back, with several rows behind him. He gave me a shark mutant quirk. Better teeth, they grow back, and I have more of them. He actually got this quirk for helping his dentist friend dispose of his wife. Always nice to work and help his teeth buddy. Moonfish smiled at his prey, and the carnage began. To Native's credit, he died after fighting several minutes and managed to scar the high-end Namu a few times before ending headless. His last attack, quiet, sneaky, and snaky, went unseen to the Namu. Meanwhile, Izuku, thanks to some vigilantes present on site, the restaurant where your mother was becoming a haven for most civilians. We also have some reports that apparently your mom ripped some teeth and eyes like a certain vigilante a long time ago. You know nothing about that. Only that the vigilante you are speaking about, sir, stopped her activity more than 10 years ago, and since the duo only dealt non-lethal injury, the statute of limitations should protect them. Aizawa stared at Izuku, who didn't flinch, and noted Katsuki did the same. So, it was the two of them. Interesting. Very well. Also, thanks to a civilian, communications were fast and good. Not to mention that thanks to some drones, she actually helped a lot of the local heroes to work against the Naumas. Yes, about that. Is she okay? I overheard some nurses say that the restaurant became the target of an important attack, so we will get to it later. Now, once again about Stain. What was Izuku's genius idea? Aizawa looked at the picture of the street and wondered a lot what the hell Izuku used. Yui seemed somehow happy, despite her face, and Katsuki was happy for too. For once, Nerd had a effing good idea. Though I would have preferred if he had summoned them earlier. I still have some broken ribs. Yui laughed when that didn't stop him from hitting the clown upside the head. Playfully, Katsuki was fast and knew how to chirurgically hit someone with his explosion. However, he didn't expect the villain to be fast enough to actually dodge with some jumps and dashes before following up with his own attack, while Yui barely managed to block the incoming blade, saving Katsuki from a world of pain. Little did they know that Stain actually copied Looney's way of moving, explaining how he dodged and moved through them. Light on his feet with power behind each blow. It's a hard line to walk. However, they did understand quickly that Stain's quirk had something to do with blood, considering they saw him try to drink some of the blood on his blade every time he managed to cut them a bit. Joker, if you can effing hurry. I'm done, Izuku said cheerfully. While holding a gray card in front of him and a small pile of ashes in front of him, I summoned the Grimlock. Suddenly, a giant gray steel robot, who had clearly seen better days with its matted yellow paint being chopped and scared in areas, stomped on the ground, looking at his master's enemy. Be Grimlock, not like you. The robot bellowed out as its blue visor glowed and locked onto the noseless man. The machine promptly tried to smash Stain with his sword. The bot's blade was way bigger than the villain, almost 4 times his size, but sharpened to a deathly edge and the force of a tectonic version of Earth's greatest predator behind each swing. Of course, the battered villain evaded the robust robot's attack, but he was seriously reconsidering what Joker meant by, I have options to deal with you, but it would cause collateral damages. Katsuki, I think I like your friend's quirk. Do you think he could do that with Godzilla or something like that? Yui's eyes shone with a light of surprise and admiration, even as her face stayed stoic as ever. From what we tested, if it is a cheap card, it will be a small Godzilla, the size of a German Shepherd, and otherwise it would need him to burn a lot of cards. Katsuki explained. Yui sighed. Shame. Anyway, shall we help the robot? The two kids smiled at each other before rushing once again in the fight, while Izuku was slowly restoring his strength. The green-haired boy looked at the scene, his friends battling the enemy with his summon. Honestly, a part of him wished he could join them, but he knew that in close combat, he wasn't as good as them. He wasn't bad. It was just the fight in front of him was the kind of fight where a split second of unawareness could mean your defeat. Honestly, his saving grace was the fact they didn't have any Naumas in the zone. However, Izuku pondered how long Katsuki's explosion would bring no one's attention. Meanwhile, Stain had to admit he was now really over his head. He didn't expect Izuku to be able to do things like this, and clearly he understood why Tamura wanted him in the team. However, Stain had mixed feelings about it, since it meant tainting a true hero. As a result, Stain decided he had enough and inhaled air greatly for a second. He truly didn't expect to use this technique right here, but to great issues, great solutions. Katsuki and Yui were proud of their kinetic vision. Until now, they had managed to see Stain's move and reacted in consequence. Yui, because of her training, and Katsuki after learning his body language. However, they didn't see Stain, and only felt a breath of air as he passed through them, once again with 2 knives, before they could react and stop him from licking the blood. He paralyzed them and turned himself against the giant robot. Grimlock, no like people hurt child. The robot then turned on its flame core and its blade heated up, glowing a pale orange as it swung its blade down. Stain saw the blade coming once again. Me neither, pal. And as for Scalamander before, Grimlock saw his sword cut in 2, as Stain had drawn his sword, his hyper-heated blade cutting through the flame-heated blade with precision and without mercy. Very well played, kids. I doubt I can find the other 2 now. However, I can't allow myself to be captured yet, even by true heroes like you 3. But I will let you know that I will watch what you will do next closely. With 2 kicks he bounced off the wall and then Grimlock's metallic skull, stopping the bot to lurch forward and have to stop himself from crushing the 2 down kids. Stain was posing on a phone pole, like a mysterious superhero, and yet Katsuki found the strength to yell, "UFing CHUNNI." Izuku joined his friend, while Grimlock disappeared, since there wasn't any enemy visible yet. Fuuk, I hate supervillains that move that fast. Katsuki's infuriated yell echoes in the alleyway, slumped against a trash can. mood, Yui spoke as her face is planted firmly into the cement. Nonetheless, the three kids laughed with each other, happy to have escaped such a threat relatively unscathed. At least we are safe now. Nothing too bad should happen. Young Midoriya, never tempt fate. Never, Aizawa said with a knowing drawl. He lost to many that way. I learned that the hard way, sir. Izuku answered as he let out a remorseful sigh. Izuku groaned from the pain in his lungs, as he didn't need a reminder. Being stabbed wasn't a pleasant experience, especially when you knew who did it. The corpse fell near the three students wearing uniforms. Izuku, despite his knowledge, didn't recognize it. However, he did recognize the voice above them. Well. Tell me, kids, do you want to see some dead bodies? Moonfish landed in front of them, his teeth ready to sink into people. Katsuki and Yui's paralysis weren't done yet and only Izuku could fight. OF me. So, this is how you got engaged by Moonfish. You didn't seek him out or? Aizawa deadpanned at the group. Izuku interrupted his teacher by raising his hand. Sir, I have a personal list of the scariest villains. Moonfish is on it because the man is a serial killer and a cannibal. I wouldn't want to engage him without someone like Maruko. All Might, or even Endeavor, if not all three. Izuku all but sieved through his teeth. Tsukachi nodded in approbation when Aizawa turned to him for confirmation. Thank God, Izuku had a sense of self-preservation. He should continue to cultivate that. Might save more than just the boy in time. Self-defense it is, then. You had your orders to save it, especially as Izuku requested backup, both properly and with his phone to be sure to reach someone in time, and you once again had to fight, just this time against Moonfish. Aizawa recapped the knowledge he knew. He wasn't paid enough for all of this and wanted to sleep with his wife. The media were vultures and always seeking an opportunity to find fault with UA as it sold to more people. Or sheeples as Aizawa thought of them, at least sometimes. There was a reason he kept his marriage a secret, after all. Outside, a lot of journalists were waiting for the young to go out in order to attack them with questions. Aizawa wondered if he could be charged if he asked Snipe to shoot some warning rounds at them. Warning rounds aimed at their heads. Rubber bullets, but still, I'm going to schedule you with a therapist. Either Hound Dog or Shinso's father. The hobo-looking man said with a matter-of-fact tone. From Aizawa's voice, it was non-negotiable, and clearly he knew what he was talking about, even though he was still going to a therapist. I mean, it was my first time seeing a dead body, Izuku admitted with a shiver. Izuku was still frightened a bit by the sight, and the same could be said for Katsuki and Yui. Yet, the blonde man tried to quip. Uncle Hasashi, remember? Katsuki's narrow eyes pointed out exactly how much the so-called uncle was cared for by him. Wasn't dead yet that day. Izuku remarks with an odd tone. Was this Hasashi really his father or? Back on topic Shoda. The man stopped himself. Tsukachi, not in God's knowledge, raised an eyebrow. What? Izuku's father had a weird incident? And well, Katsuki starts to explain. Yui sighed wistfully. Makes me remember the day I tried my quirk near a hospital. And I hit a man in the head with a marble the size of a bowling ball. Everyone looked at her weirdly. And Katsuki said to the detective, on an unrelated note, the statute of limitations does apply there too. Aizawa was suspiciously eyeing Katsuki as to why he knew such a thing, before deciding to let it go. He wasn't clean either, in this case after all. Anyway, what happened next? So, what do we have here? 3 trainees, but I need only 1 alive. So, the first who tells me where Stain is, gets to live. The kids didn't know why, but they were fairly certain the man in front of them, with his Cheshire smile, was most likely lying. Izuku ran the situation in his mind. In front of him was a villain probably on par with Stain, if not stronger, who would probably kill them for SITs and giggles, and Katsuki as well as Yui were still down. Swords of revealing light. The blinding blades surround the villain as Joker reaches for a new set of cards. Honestly, it was among his rarest cards, but if he was dead, it had no effing meaning anyway. Moonfish was clearly weirded out by the fact he was constrained inside 3 swords of light, unable to move. Meanwhile, Izuku had already summoned an Arcanine to grab Yui and Katsuki. Yui on the dog's back and Katsuki in its maw. Let's run away, he yelled as the dog turned and ran out of the alleyway. Sometimes, you should know when to pull out. Fighting now would just be carnage, and everyone would end up dead. They needed help, quickly. Sadly, they couldn't run far from the alley, as several blades ran through the Arcanine and down the street into the road and buildings, extending the alley into the one across the street. Nice try, the open maw of the villain said as his teeth broke off and he grew new ones. Sit. Joker had truly hoped the card would have stopped the villain just a bit longer. Knowing he had little choice, even if it would take a toll on him, he screamed at the top of his lungs. Grimlock. Transform. The command sounded almost inhuman as Joker's form bathed in a flash of green light. What? Moonfish said as the sound of metal rubbing on metal came from behind him. Maybe Moonfish thought the giant robot, on low energy after the fight against Stain, was just a huge rock. Maybe he simply didn't see it. Maybe Moonfish had myopia and should get his eyes checked by Garaki. Who knew, really? It still didn't change the fact that he suddenly had to deal with what seemed like a robot T-Rex. Grimlock, protect child, Dinobot said as he charged the villain. Moonfish, as the monster moved towards him, wondered if he could somehow get some T-Rex teeth. That would be awesome. He opened his mouth wide as the bot got closer. When Grimlock tried to eat the bad guy, something weird happened. Using his quirk, Moonfish created a ball of blades to protect himself. As a result, the robot couldn't crush him in his jaw, so of course, the bot started to swing the villain around in his own maw, slamming him into each wall around them, hoping to break the toothy cage. Joker, on his side, was still trying to find some cards to evacuate both Katsuki and Yui quickly. Sit, I didn't plan to run that much today. Deku, effing calm down. You are always the one who tells us to use our brains outside the box. Don't panic. Katsuki's wrathful yet calming yell grounded Joker for a moment, long enough to look at Katsuki and inhale some air back into his lungs, calming himself down. You are right. Sorry. He apologizes as he looks over the cards he has left of this deck. Let's see what he could come up with as a tactic to save his life. To start, the main issue here was Yui and Katsuki's paralysis. There was a better solution than running away while carrying them. Let's try something I haven't had the time to test yet, Joker said, before taking out some cards from yet another pouch on his costume. It would also be really useful to test the limits of his power. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, Bravo was using some drones to have a good vision on all the Naumas and help the various heroes and the Vigilante to coordinate their attacks in the defense of the zone. The issue was, well, it was actually quite noticeable, as she had to be, for once, at the center of everything for it to work properly. Garaki, while using one of his flying Naumas which doubled as a drone, saw that too, while being in the security of his bunker, far from there. He was far from being a mastermind like All for One or Nedzu. However, he was smart enough to see his babies getting killed by the heroes and knew he could increase the casualties if they took out the one person that is coordinating them all. Naumu number 54 hit the target in the center marker. His student did a great job teaching the bestial Naumu to attack the target designated by an operator. With a large screen in front of him, he had a simple list of commands. He could touch said screen to activate or speak for more precise orders. Kill, capture, brutalize, avoid were among the most common he used. The screen shows a red triangle above the small pink-haired woman's head. Brava, meanwhile, well, gentle. On your 3, some heroes are struggling with another humanoid Naumu. I think it might be a gorilla, though. Death Arms. On your 6, a Chackle Naumu broke the perimeter, pin him down. Staring at 4 screens while moving the drones to have a good picture on the battlefield, while taking her own side into account as well as a sort of limitation. For many people, this multitasking would have been way too much. For La Brava, it wasn't different from coordinating a 3-guild raid during a PvP war on her favorite MMO. I need more coffee too. As soon as she said that, La Brava, already on her 6th cup, got a 7. Apparently, no one dared to interrupt the girl who was single-handedly managing their defense and security. However, her cameras had one default. They could only show what was visible. As a result, when she got splashed by the blood of the waiter who brought her a cup of coffee, she could only say, "Oh, sit." In front of her was now a giant chameleon with a chainsaw tongue, bringing it back into its mouth, munching quietly on the waiter. Whoever made such a design should get interned, fast. La Brava didn't want to stay near such a foul beast longer than necessary, and as a result, tried to run. Keyword being tried as the chameleon jumped in front of her and was ready to eat her when suddenly, nobody touches my friend. A bike from Gentle in La Brava's house crashed into the monster before a woman grabbed La Brava, helping her to get up. A sit-eating grin was on her face as La Brava was almost crying seeing her. Sophie smiled at her friend. Hey, I told you I would prefer to take a bullet than let a teammate get hurt. As the chameleon, clearly not down after merely getting hit by a bike, got up. It readied its tongue and used it against the 2 women. Sadly for it, something made its chainsawed tongue bounce back and a furious Gentle was walking toward it. Nothing hurts my fiancé. Sophie, not one to let the situation go to waste, grabbed a cup of water before turning to La Brava. Now that the hacker could look at her friend quietly while hugging her dearly, she could see that her hair color became blue as well as her eyes. But how? Remember when I said my quirk was a bit messy? Well, I call it Dust Phoenix for a reason. When I die, I turn into dust. The more dust there is, the quicker I heal. Since Compress marbled me quickly, it only took a few days. La Brava could suddenly see why Sophie didn't like to speak or use her quirk. Many people would be interested in such an immortality quirk. Damn, and how did you discover that? Because otherwise, you might have been quirkless. Sophie sighed, as Gentle finished impaling the Naumu on a pole and La Brava was getting back into position. Well, my family was involved in a quirk incident and my brother went missing. Since I was apparently dead, I used the opportunity to disappear too. And I have been searching for my brother since then. La Brava sighed as she turned on her drone and looked at her friend, apparently truthful for the first time. Next time, tell us. I would be happy to help you, Sophie. And knowing what you look like, what you really look like might help us track down said brother. Sophie smiled as she head patted her friend. Maybe she should open up to someone different than Compress and Stain. Indeed. Please, call me Hana. In the middle of the wrestling match, Tenko started coughing. When Nedzu came with a glass of water, he downed it in an instant as she looked worried. Should we go back to games? Nah, I don't know what was with that. Felt like a lung stopped taking in air for a moment. I'm fine, though we can go back to the game. After I win this match. He fell into a fighting stance as he tossed the cup away. It effing smells, Katsuki protested as he moved back to his feet. Izuku sprayed him and Yui with a weird liquid, coming from one of his cards. Note to self, healing objects do work on things not supposed to be the target. Izuku had just used a full heal card from Pokémon, something that doesn't heal per se, but cures you from any afflictions. Grimlock protect. He said as the caged villain's defense started to crack under his all-powerful jaw. Grimlock dies, as if he suddenly decided he didn't want to play anymore. Moonfish's teeth rotated and the man spat some acid inside the leader of the Dinobot. Sadly for the kind prehistoric leader, he wasn't immune to an acid vastly superior to Mina's, and the three young heroes could easily see and smell the rust coming from the melting robot's jaw and chest. Okay, Izuku, do you have more weapons on you we could use? Katsuki stood as he set up for a few larger-scale explosions. As usual, Kaken, I would need some time. In this situation, I am not sure he is ready to wait for us. His voice wavering only a moment as a smaller plan comes to mind. Moonfish smiled at them, before noticing something and taking out a picture. To Izuku's credit, he immediately started to burn every card he had for his next summon, while Katsuki and Yui groaned. Hey, the kid with the mask. Aren't you Izuku Midoriya? Moonfish says with glee. Skeptical of his response, the Joker didn't confirm. Maybe. The villain grinned even more. Hell, even without Stain, it seems the mission will be a goddamn success. How about this? Come with me quietly, and I won't kill your friends. Villains promise. The only answer Moonfish got was Yui pulling out an airsoft rifle and shooting him with yet another plastic pellet. Suddenly, I can see why you are such a match with Kaken, Joker stated as he burns a few more cards. The ash pile in front of him only grows larger as he burns more cards. Thanks. Being the woman of little words she is, she resumed shooting again. Sadly, apparently, Moonfish didn't only get shark teeth as an upgrade. A loud bang could be heard, and the only reason Yui wasn't turned into a kebab was that Katsuki deflected the attack with an explosion of his. In front of them, among the dust, Moonfish was on his four members, and with his mouth wide open. His teeth turned into giant bolts, after which he resumed shooting, forcing the students to get under cover. Since when can that effer do that? Katsuki yelled with a blast that sent him up over the wall, Yui holding onto him like a koala. Nice but not the time. I effing don't know, Joker says as he runs under a broken booth in the wall and into the street once again. Moonfish broke through his own wall only to see an empty street of collapsed buildings and overturned cars. You can hide, kids, but you can't run. The shriek that came from his maw sounded less and less human as his voice dropped a few octaves, and a rumbling growl mixes in with each word as he stalks down the road. Sir, wasn't it overkill to give Moonfish the quirk to shoot his teeth? His assistant says with a raised eyebrow. It makes him highly effective. Besides, it is always fun to watch him have to grovel on his hands and knees to use it. All for one turn from his undead butler to the screen again. Moonfish, once you grab the target and dispose of the two witnesses, we will extract you. Moonfish was having the time of his life, as he was attacked relentlessly by the children, already salivating at the idea of their meat in his mouth. They peeked out of alleys and cars to attack before hiding once again. He couldn't chase them far into those ways, but for as long as he followed the green one, the others had to follow him. His teeth changed forms to attack through the covers, and he felt some pain as the blonde one jumped in the air and slid on his attack. Propelling himself with his explosion quirk, Katsuki decided to buy some time for Izuku, but also to test how strong the man was in close combat. As far as they knew, the villain was at his strongest when he attacked from afar. So what was he like when faced against someone specializing in close range? It was a tactic that would have been suicidal in a fair one-on-one. However, it wasn't a one-on-one fight. That's something Katsuki will capitalize on. Katsuki didn't need to look behind him to know Yui was covering his back, shooting and forcing Moonfish to divide his attention between the two of them. Hey a hole, try to eat this. Katsuki was fighting for some time now, and he had a lot of sweat in his gauntlets. When Moonfish faced him, Katsuki saw the teeth plunge toward him. And in the same vein, Moonfish saw the explosion, condensed in front of him. The enhanced villain thanked the numbed feeling of pain, as he felt the explosion destroying his teeth. Once again, mortar impact. The explosion threw Katsuki back to his friend, panting a bit. The rush was heavy after all, and the explosion was easily 2 times what he did against Showdown. Hell, unless he pulled the same move as against Izuku, he would have a hard time doing a bigger explosion right now. It was why he couldn't dodge when a pearly spear shot through the dust, piercing his shoulder and nailing him to the wall a few feet off the ground. That one hurt. Moonfish, naked but not in the slightest afraid, came through the dust and his skin seemed to darken and split at the seams as he slowly regenerated the burnt skin and flesh, though clearly not well. It seemed to grow in tendrils falling from his body, never covering his form but rather forcing a new one. I should tell the doc that the regeneration isn't working well. Unknown to Moonfish, the regeneration was indeed working. His issue was actually Native's last attack. He had bitten him with the spirit of a venomous snake, hoping to be a pain in the ass. This in turn is making the venom and hyper-regen fights each other as the healing is botched in the process. To make sure Katsuki wouldn't escape, he smashed him on the ground, while he used some more teeth as a shield between him and the rest of the street so he could calmly finish the blonde one. Thank you for rushing. I was wondering who the most dangerous was out of you all. I wonder if your meat is naturally cooked. The cannibal wondered out loud. Katsuki, as he saw the villain grow a bit as his flesh began to unravel at the seams, felt a new feeling. Fear. Pure unadulterated fear. The villain in front of him wanted to kill him, Yui, and kidnap Izuku, and he doubted it was to bring him to his family. As a result, he actually tried to explode his own arm, as a flight reaction, his brain having registered he couldn't harm the villain. The bloody shoulder is burned as another explosion breaks the tooth and Katsuki slumps to the ground. Now he just needed to force himself up and run. If he could stop screaming from the acid burning in the wound. Hey, kid, calm down. The worry in the villain's voice broke Katsuki out of his focus. Why? He spat back. The honest but shark-fanged grin that came from the maw of that man only seemed to set Katsuki into fight mode. Meat is spoiled when the prey is too agitated. The worry in Moonfish's voice was true, but somehow it didn't make Katsuki feel better. How about you taste this? A grave-bound voice took root in their ears. Another fighter entered the ring and Torino kicked Moonfish in the head, using his full strength. The elderly hero even felt his legs crack under the impact, the villain's skin absorbing the impact. The jumping hero then got pierced by 5 teeth for his efforts, 1 into his shoulder, 2 into his feet shutting down his quirk, and 2 into his thighs ripping his legs from his body. Moonfish didn't give him any more attention, snickering only a bit. Sorry, but I don't like elderly meat. Bad for the liver. Sadly, unlike a novel, the unexpected rescue wasn't always working and Torino only bought a few seconds. Don't do that. Beach, who is going to stop me? I think it would be me. This time, the new raspy voice actually got Moonfish's attention as someone landed near him. His shield was in the position to parry the incoming attack, which cut his arm like butter, making it fall to the ground. What? The question was general, as the one who saved the situation and freed Bakugo was a certain noseless villain. Stain looked upon Torino and Katsuki. Kid, you should cauterize this old man bleeding. Otherwise, he will die soon. As soon as he did that, Stain parried the incoming onslaught of teeth with his blade, as Moonfish suddenly stopped to pull his punches. Still, the blade-wielding warrior was facing his enemy, who was now branching his attack to attack his target from multiple sides. UMOTHERFR. The cannibal was mad, whether from missing his objective, his meal, or that Stain is back and he isn't dead yet, not even he knew. Stain said nothing in return, rushing against the Namu villain and licking his blade. Suddenly, Moonfish felt his limbs go limp, almost falling on the ground, as he managed to use a few teeth to propel himself into the air. He wasn't an idiot. Someone like Stain could still cut him, even with his new skin. As a result, he preferred to take the high ground. However, he felt the pain from his missing limb as blackened bubbles of flesh burst into tendrils of the same color. Still, he would win, mainly because otherwise, he would be left in the city, which would be crawling with a ton of heroes soon enough. Kurogiri, prepare the contingency plan. The words came from the one and only AFO. Kurogiri moved to obey. So, that's how Stain got hurt. By protecting you, the detective asked. The kids nodded as the cop noted it. Not that he wanted Stain to have a lessened sentence, but facts were facts. Even the fact the hero killer put his life on the line to protect some hero trainee. Besides, having control of the narrative meant knowing every fact, how it happened exactly, and what was Izuku's plan. Oh, right. I still don't know what his plan was supposed to be, as he clearly changed it. Katsuki sighed. Actually, not really. I simply switched my target. Izuku interrupted Katsuki before continuing. It was supposed to be you. Stain wasn't happy, even if the kids could actually give him decent help. He had to admit that both Native and the kids tired him out before, and as a result, he could hardly fight at his best. The result? Well, Moonfish apparently had teeth capable of slicing through concrete, and he was attacking with all of them at the same time. Hell, even the kids were having trouble dodging everything. The man had to admit, it was hard. Then, the villain felt something sticking on his back, before looking at Izuku, who smiled at him. The 20th Arcana. The judgment. Stain suddenly felt his body surging with energy as Izuku actually fell backward, only to be caught by Yui before he hit the ground, exhausted but awake. The villain felt a vigor in his muscles, which he never felt before, and smiled as he saw Moonfish attack and noticed something. They were slow. If before, he had trouble noticing all of them, now the teeth spears were only as fast as a man walking. Stain wondered what the hell was happening, before deciding it was not that important. Instead, he would just end the abomination in front of him. From Katsuki's point of view, it seemed like Stain cracked the ground with his mere footing, before he turned himself into a powerful missile, destroying the incoming attacks on every single one of the teeth-like blades and a bladed ball of movement. Monster, I now have the power to judge you, and I condemn you. Stain was still a bit of a crusader at heart, and he would lie if he said that his original hero costume wasn't themed around a crusader and the blood of Christ. However, right now, as he faced Moonfish, he felt justice by his side. As a result, when he jumped in the air, he used his blade once again. When both criminals hit the ground, Stain contemplated the wound on his torso that Moonfish gave him with the last attack. Not too bad, and not deep enough to be dangerous immediately. Meanwhile, Moonfish was now gasping for air, as Stain had actually slashed his lungs and ripped apart his intestines. His regenerative quirk had, between that, the poison in the arms and legs being chopped off, promptly went into overdrive as a last-ditch effort to save the villain before he could say anything else. Stain was tossed to the side and into a building as the body of Moonfish contorted and writhed with movement before his shredded organs pierced themselves back together. Tendrils of black oily flesh burst from every part of the cannibal, his maw twisting into pearly-colored mandibles and hooks along with normal shark teeth, making it look like he had the skull of a reaper leviathan. As the man-turned monster stood back up now rather than crawling around with enhanced speed on all fours, his legs are one mass of tendrils while each arm was its own, dragging its body around in a writhing mess that left blackened blood in its wake. Stain bursts from the wall only to see the monster's maw and teeth burst out of his hands looking like claws as a few shot out at the crusader. They were defeated with one swing in Stain's new state, but the maw was now right above him as the monster grabbed the man in an effort to destroy and consume him. Stain used his blades to push the maw away as his ribs took the brunt of the claws. Each pearl-colored blade ripped in and left burning acid behind as the same acid ate away at the metal in the beast's maw of now hundreds of teeth. In a last frantic do-or-die thought, Stain uses his katana to hold back the maw as he plunged a knife into the beast's eye and twists before pulling it out in a spray of oil like blood. Claws dig deep as the maw is flung back, and then the freed katana finds its mark in the beast's other eye, leaving both sockets as empty holes. It lunges its maw onward into Stain, or where he had been. Rather than biting into flesh, the new skull slammed into a brick wall. Stumbling back, it looks around with no sight. Flames, yells, steps, whispers, creaking metal, none of it makes any sense as they blur into a canopy of noise. Moonfish grabs onto his ears before a large metal tail slams onto the floored beast of a man. The half-rotten mass of metal that was the bot's Trek's jaw seemed to almost grin. Grim, like monsters. The blue light of the Dinobot's eyes blink off as the metal giant fades into ash. With the creature down and too tired to move as his regeneration quirk worked triple time on a falling body. Not to mention that said quirk would have to draw strength from somewhere to let him survive. Brain function is the least it can take. As a result, the last thing Moonfish heard that day was Stain's foot as he smashed his mutant head against the ground one last time. Stain with the monster dealt with breath and aura of relief all around him. Anyway, I think I should be running away. As soon as the rush went, Stain suddenly felt his new strength slipping away. Face planting in the ground wasn't what he had expected, and the fact he had no strength left was a bit worrying. Especially now. The hell happened? The Judgment Arcana allows me to buff someone according to how morally just they feel against someone. For all of his faults, Stain was our best fighter and he had a twisted sense of justice, but still enough to hate a child-eating cannibal. However, there is also a drawback, as it makes you tired suddenly once the effect ends. I used that card because that way, I was making sure Stain would also be captured once Moonfish was dealt with. That was actually a pretty smart idea and good, quick thinking. Why was your original choice Katsuki? Well, I thought his explosions would have been closer to a Kamehameha then, and I would have loved to see Moonfish try to regenerate from that. Izuku pumped up like a kid on Christmas. Everyone in the room admitted that Izuku had a point, even Katsuki. Shame it would be hard to reproduce such a thing at school, as he would have loved to try that theory. Izuku felt relaxed before a flying Namu grabbed him, trying to take him in the air to his boss. Some things, no matter the universes, didn't change after all. Though in this universe, before Izuku could get too high, something invisible took the flying emu Namu by the throat and began to viciously stab it, covering an invisible girl in blood. Nobody steals my boyfriend, especially not an overgrown goddamn bird. The invisible girl raved out an enraged cry as she kept stabbing the beast till they hit the ground with a roll. She pried the claws away from Izuku's arms in their deadlocked grip. Toru was not okay, and she was in quite the blood rage. So when she felt Izuku in her arms, she smiled, still covered in red, at her boyfriend. "Hey, Puddin, you need to stop endangering yourself." She barked out a laugh as she held him in a bridal carry. Izuku, still exhausted, answered his woman with the smile of a sick child on death row. "How else could I? Guys, we know you love each other, but there is a better place to flirt than right here and now." Everyone looked at Katsuki, who was checking on Yui. He had a point. AFO, seeing the scene, wasn't happy and broke his wine glass. The operation was a complete failure. Kurogiri, contingency number 7. "Yes, sir." Kurogiri set up the response, then grabbed a towel to clean up both blood and wine from his master's hand. "And after that, well, Maruko arrived, with the cops. Then they brought us here to get some healing and you started interrogating us." Aizawa and Tsukachi nodded. At least, they had enough to work with in order to protect the children. Still, it was a cluster for the adults to deal with now. "Good. Now, remember the protocol," Aizawa said sternly. "We don't speak to the media, nor do we say anything on the internet." All the kids repeated at the same time. The 2 adults nodded and let those that could leave the room, before stopping Izuku before he went out with the rest of them. "Do you have any idea as to why Moonfish or the Namu tried to kidnap you specifically?" the detective asked with his quirk on. Izuku thought about it for a second, before shaking his head. "None at all, sir." "Anything else we should know?" Aizawa said. Knowing his students, there was probably more. "Nothing, sir." Now, the last answer, while registering as true, was actually inexact. There was something Izuku knew that Aizawa and Tsukachi would have liked to know, but weren't supposed to know. Before Stain got captured, he managed to tell Izuku something. "Tell Atsuhiro, I found Sophie's brother." In any other circumstance, Izuku would have told the police that, except that Stain used compressed real name, which meant the stuff was important enough. As a result, he kept his lips sealed before getting out. He just hoped Torino would be fine at the end of the day. Stain and Moonfish were judged too dangerous to be held in the usual circumstances before their trial. As a result, both of them were transferred into Tartarus through a vehicle. Both criminals were staring at each other. Well, Stain was. Moonfish could only tell where he was due to the sound coming from the man's breathing. The cannibal was facing him in all his distorted glory, in the most heated staring contest. The hatred was enough to be felt in the air, to the point it seemed to distort itself. Unless, of course, the air really distorted itself, as Kurogiri stepped inside the vehicle, silently. Both criminals having a steel mouthpiece stopped them from talking. "Moonfish, the boss would like to have a word with you, even with your new look." A sentence threatening enough for most villains to soil themselves. Before the Cloud Man took a long syringe and injected a liquid in Stain. "As for you, Stain, the boss thinks you are too good of an influence on Tamura. Not to mention that you know a bit too much about things that should have been hidden. Nothing personal, I hope you understand. Should you survive and come to the bar, I would refund you about the insurance policy you subscribed to me in the name of All for One." Stain had his doubts about Tamura being backed by someone else. Now, he was certain of it, as he felt the liquid burning his body in an excruciating pain, threatening the Cloud as much as he could with his stare. "I injected you with the blood of a poisonous eel, 3 times the lethal dose." The boss likes irony, and I am a slave to his desire. "Do you try to come by the bar?" Without any more words for Stain, the Cloud Man grabbed Moonfish and disappeared with him. The Oboro part of the Namu hoped he did enough, as he literally took a gamble when he interpreted All for One's order. And he hoped he was right about Stain. He truly hoped that Stain was too angry to die yet and that he could F up that bastard's plan. The next day at the LOV, any plan to save Stains got squashed by the news. During his transfer, the crazy criminal Stain was killed and Moonfish escaped. Looney was seething and Tamura dusted, for the first time in a long time, many things in the bar. "I'm going to murder those F'ers." Tensei stared at his brother before quietly taking as much air as possible in his chest. Only then did the hero yell from his wheelchair. "Tenya, you dumb mother fur." "Sorry, Mom," Tensei said, remembering his mother's presence in the hospital room. Apologies accepted. She was pissed enough at her other son to let this one pass. Tenya was currently being ripped a new one by his whole family for one and only one reason. The Ida family was a hero family, and as such, they hoped they had instilled some notions of what it meant to be a hero into their children. Concepts such as honor, courage, and duty. Revenge wasn't in their family motto for a good reason, and they hoped that their son learned their lesson. Knowing that Manuel would survive had lessened grief in the young student's mind. But his family was still angry. Because of his rash behavior, he wasn't there when the Namu crisis began. Since there were communication problems, having a speedster would have helped coordinate heroes and evacuate civilians. Sure, against someone like Moonfish, Ida would have been useless. However, it was still a huge mistake on his part, and as a result, the young man was sure to lose his place in the hero course. As he respected the Ida family, Aizawa took the time to warn them in advance. Then, as a good teacher, he explained to Tenya that the sanction could be lifted next year if he did well enough at the sports festival. First, however, he had to understand the impact of his actions and that his behavior wasn't acceptable. Sometimes, people who were not flexible enough were the ones who broke the hardest. As a result, Tenya was demolished. Before, he got violently hugged by his family, brother, mother, and father. More importantly, remember to stay safe and always have a backup. It was his brother who told him that, as he pointed out his wheelchair. The doctors weren't able to restore his legs, but the hero wasn't going to let that stop him. He still had his mind, and when he woke up, Tensei had been one of the first to have doubts about Stain putting him into hospital. So while he was hugging his brother, almost breaking his ribs in the process, Tensei thought about asking Crawler to reactivate his old network. Something fishy was going on and he would be damned if he didn't get to the bottom of it. Tenya, on the other hand, was thinking about the whole situation too, and how he had been saved from Stain only thanks to Izuku's arrival. The story about how Izuku actually bought time or made sure to never fight alone actually stuck out in his mind, explaining why he was successful where Tenya failed. An idea was born in Ida's mind, which was totally not a petty idea because of his and Toru's prank with his orange juice. Besides, it was technically a good way to praise his comrade's leadership skills by making him the next vice class rep, wasn't it? Tenya appreciated the hug for now. However, he wondered who would be the one to take his place in 1A. He also wondered if it meant he could shift his lessons with Dr. Sajin with someone else. After all, it was her who told him that vengeance was good therapy. Aizawa looked at the pool of candidates for the hero course. A few of them were interesting, but all had their flaws. Minoru Mineta actually came close to getting qualified during the entrance exam, extremely smart and had almost managed to beat Izuku during the sport festival. There were some rumors of harassment and inappropriate conduct, but apparently, Midnight had taught the boys some lessons about respecting women. Yes, his friend had the whole sexy persona, but it was a persona. Good lord, she would never touch a student. However, she was very strict on what was appropriate or not in her classroom. Since he had a meeting with her, he was a top Gen Ed student. Another student who had picked Aizawa's interest was a student from the foster care program. He ran away from his family and was saved by Endeavor during his raid on the CRC, Yashihiro Maki. His quirk was once again proof that the exam entrance wasn't perfect. It gave him strength proportional to how morally justified he felt against an enemy. Against robots for an exam, it wasn't really strong, and it wasn't strong against his classmates either. With the right training, though, and with Izuku and Katsuki being very good at making people angry at them, the young man could shine in the program. Besides, he also had the villainous stigma to fight, and the class would literally not care about him being the son of a criminal, or at least someone branded as such. Izuku was compressed stepson. Katsuki was the son of one of the Midnight nurses. He was fairly certain Mina's mother was an escapee from a certain lab which had totally no link with Nedzu's backstory. Koda was the nephew of an Amazonian nature fighter, terrorist, Yuga was French, and there was Shado's messy case. Aizawa thought about it for a bit and decided on Yashihiro Maki. If he didn't add him to the hero course, the boy would have a hard time becoming a hero like he wanted to. Meanwhile, Mineta wasn't ready yet, but given some extra training, he was sure an opening would appear in 1B. Both him and Vlad often took on an extra student or two as the years progressed. Besides, Aizawa's sadistic streak thought about how Vlad's class could plot crazy things against his class with two minds like Monoma's in mind. With a smile on his face, Aizawa added the young justice to his roster of students. When Ida arrived at his new therapist's address, he met two people, one expected and another who wasn't, Shinso and Endeavor. Technically, he was at the former's address, so seeing his soon-to-be ex-classmate was expected. Endeavor, much less so, especially as the man seemed quite down, but also with a lot of weight lifted from his shoulder. The older hero looked at the young man and gave him a small smile. According to Shadow, his dad has been released from hospital recently after a lot of negotiations. Hello, young man. I have heard about you. Don't worry, I'm sure that with proper training, you'll earn your spot back soon. If Crawler doesn't have time to do that, you can always try asking me. Endeavor was radically different from his interview from a few months ago. Thon was the abrasive man who didn't have time for the media or with a stern face. Now, he was a man who seemed a bit compassionate and, somehow, sad. Thank you for the offer, sir, but Crawler will do. Ida answered quickly, as the hero walked away without saying another word. What kind of man could humble someone like Endeavor? According to Jiru, whose parents are friends with Shinso's, he was adorable, even if he played the ukulele a bit too much. Ida didn't expect to see a man who was basically the opposite of his classmate. While Hitoshi was tall and not very large, his father was like a small ball of joy. They did have the same hair color though, despite the man's hair being in total opposite with his son. "Ah, my new young patient. Please, come in, my child. We have a lot to discuss. Please, sit down. Do you want something to drink or eat?" "Oh, I wouldn't say no to some tea, sir." "Please, don't call me sir, call me Gomsu." The round man, with his small mustache and his singing voice was somehow very familiar, but Ida couldn't say from where. "Motitia, can you bring some tea for our visitor?" "Of course, darling." The voice was made of pure velvet, and seemed to purr from the other side of the room. There, a beautiful, tall and slim woman stood, and by hearing her voice, the rigid student suddenly felt himself relaxing. "I present to you my delicious wife, Motitia. We both have a quirk related to our voice, and we got a license to use them for therapy. Her, to relax our clients. Me, to help them come to terms with how they truly feel. Very useful, and it helps our clients discover things they didn't know about themselves." Ada nodded peacefully as he sat down on the sofa and took the cup of tea the tall, beautiful woman gave him. "How did they produce such a broody teen?" "Well, our son is going through what we call a rebellious phase." The man answered Ida's question, who realized he must have spoken it out loud. As a result, he decided to spite the world and the people who called his quirk villainous and unfit to be a hero. And that's not a bad motive to be a hero, is it? Ada was curious, since one of the reasons he was there was because he was told his actions were motivated by the wrong reason. Indeed, because spite doesn't hurt anyone, and can be a powerful motivation to better yourself, even though he could do more for his physical fitness. This time, it was Motitia who spoke, with her calming and soothing voice, as she held her husband's hand. "Now, let's begin our session, young man. We have much to discuss. So, kumbaya." Ada's first thought was, oh god, Jiru was right. He sings kumbaya. His second was the realization that he was now spilling out all of his feelings of inadequacy, and how he felt about taking the mantle of his big brother when he wasn't ready. This was going to be a long session. Bomberman has entered the chat. Bomberman, good job Izuku. Joker, always a pleasure. Did she like it? Bomberman, she loved it. Authentic experience at its finest. So I have decided to thank you in the same way. Bomberman has sent a file. Joker, and it is. Bomberman, 2 places for a laser tag, for Toru and you. Get some fighting to pump you up. Joker, we don't have the same battle boner as you, Kaken. Bomberman, I have a picture of a blood-drenched Toru smiling at you while you are totally enamored with her, which proves otherwise. Joker, I need that pic. And I won't send your mom the picture of you and Yui blushing like tomatoes. Bomberman, deal. Bomberman, on a side note, can't wait for your mom's wedding. Izuku Sako sounds nice. Joker, effing mood. Shisaki hated to interrupt his work, his cure for quirks, and finally having true organized crime syndicates like the Yakuza return to glory. However, even if he didn't have the same passion for quirks as his mentor, he still respected the man. Both went different ways, but both recognized the genius of the other, enough for Overhaul to actually accept his invitation for a small private meeting. Emilia's presence was a bonus. No, he totally didn't have a crush on her during their time at the university, even if her lack of quirk made her the only person he tolerated touching outside of using his quirk. So, when Overhaul joined his mentor and friend in an inconspicuous house, the Yakuza leader was surprised to see them still working. Yep, still as work-driven as ever. Shisaki had to cough multiple times to make them raise their nose from their computer screen. Shisaki, Chisaki. The blonde European woman rose to her feet, and her appearance struck the criminal, enraging him. Emilia, why are you missing an arm? Garaki smiled as he saw Chisaki take off his glove and gently touch Emilia's arm stump, quickly reconstructing it as if it was nothing. Garaki purposely never told All for One about Chisaki for a good reason, after all. A failed attempt to kill me by the HPSC. Thankfully, Garaki-sensei saved me, Emilia said with a giant smile, before she kissed the young Yakuza on the cheek. He thanked the gods that he still had his mask to hide his embarrassing blush. No, he definitely wasn't still nursing an old crush on that quirkless European. And I would do the same for any of my cute disciples. Which was true, even for Chisaki and their radical ideological differences. The boy was still a genius in the field of quirk factors, and even if he wanted to eradicate them, Garaki had to admit the man was driven. You didn't call me only for a quick heal, right? He wanted to be sure, as he didn't like being used like a mere tool. I can grant you 1 hour before I have to go back home. Emilia and Garaki smiled, before showing him their computer screen. Shisaki sat down and began to read the document. Then he began to read the experiment report, the experiment video, various analyses. When Chisaki, even speed reading the whole thing, ended, he knew he should have been home 4 hours ago. He quickly called Chronostasis and told him everything was okay. More than okay. Then, he looked at the other two, and spoke with excitement in his voice. Is it what I think it is? In front of him was a DNA structure, and within an allele, data attached to it, along with different percentages. Emilia almost squealed while drinking coffee. We can thank Dr. Garaki's cloning. his link with some Quirk specialist and my link with human providers. You know you could get tried for crimes against humanity at this point, right? All three of them looked at each other before they shared a manic laugh together. Emilia, with her new arm, slapped him in the back. Nice one, Chisaki. Nice one. As if any of us were clean. Hell, I am sure you torture kittens or something like that in your basement. Hey, I don't torture kittens. I have a standard. Only children in my basement. His colleagues looked at him weirdly before they smiled. They all did things like that after all. Chisaki then took a deeper look at the data. To be honest, the result of their experiment could be applied to his own project. They actually did it, managing to fully extract a Quirk factor artificially, and managing to reimplant it, though obviously it clashed with the host's own Quirk. It still needed a lot of work to be fully viable. So, we wanted your advice, since you did your thesis on the possibility to extract Quirks artificially or destroy them. I guess the trigger idea was a dead end. Overhaul had theorized once that with his Quirk, he might be able to destroy or create Quirks in an individual. However, the nano-control needed for that was far superior to what he could do, and before now no one had discovered before which part of the DNA handled Quirks nor how it worked. Not to mention the lack of human subjects and morality made the research extremely slow. Fortunately, the three in the room had no qualms about torturing humans, and their morality was missing for a long time now. Yes, it was. However, Chisaki momentarily pondered the idea of keeping his research to himself. However, it was Garaki and Emilia, two geniuses who had the facilities he needed. The two were already looking at him with great interest, and Overhaul sighed. I keep my source of material to myself. We share results, and you don't stop my research. Emilia nodded with happiness, while Garaki smiled like a shark. You found something interesting, didn't you? Chisaki took an USB key with his selling presentation. He was still a member of the Yakuza and a businessman after all. Negotiation was an important skill. I have managed to create a bullet that can temporarily suppress Quirks. I also have data that suggests I may be able to create an upgraded version. With proper funding and installation. Both scientists' brains stopped for a second, before the two of them yelled in surprise. What? They knew Chisaki was smart, former valedictorian. After all. However, this was almost Garaki level of smart. Quirk suppressors weren't exactly new, but they were full of side effects or needed a big infrastructure. Even the suppressor cuffs were limited in their usage. They worked once, and after that, you needed to lock the individuals inside Tartarus, which had its own one-of-a-kind field force that suppressed Quirks inside it. The whole Panopticon with guards armed with powerful assault rifles made any escape practically impossible. So, bullets that could, even temporary, suppress Quirks. That was already a fundamental change for the world of crime. Creating a bullet that could permanently erase a Quirk. That was a game breaker, except if Garaki and Emilia's own project worked. But helping Chisaki on his ideas with their theories would allow them to greatly progress their own research. The three scientists madly laughed as they began to discuss their future partnership together. Meanwhile, Toru was feeling quite relaxed, and she had good reasons to be. First, thanks to the internship. They didn't have any homework. Second, since she saved her boyfriend, she was profusely thanked by a crying Enko who declared her to be her daughter-in-law. Third, and most importantly, her muscles were sore thanks to Midnight's hell training, and as a result, Izuku offered to massage her. And boy, her Izukon had another good point about him. He had magic fingers. She could feel his powerful yet soft fingers rubbing on her skin as she laid on her bed. He seemed to understand instinctively where to massage her to make her purr. She also had total faith he wouldn't do anything unbecoming. After all, it was Izuku, the same teen who thought he was supposed to study during a study date. Besides, her invisibility also had the positive point that she didn't have to wear her top and he wouldn't see anything he wasn't supposed to. Meanwhile, Izuku was still blushing, as technically speaking, Toru was laying under him, but listening to her small noises of pleasure made him increasingly happy, especially as he could feel her body melt into his hands. Maybe now was a good time to ask. Toru, can I ask you something? His girlfriend was in pure bliss as he softly hit her stress points, helping her muscles relax. Next week is my parents' wedding and I would like to know if you could come as my partner. Izuku dropped his bomb on her with no warning on a weak Toru. The poor girl was so startled that she shot up, causing Izuku to fall on his back. Toru, I know it is quite short notice but nothing, Izukon. I can't wait to see both of them married. Oh my god, what will you be wearing? Well, Katsuki's mom is making me a suit and do you think I can ask her to do something for me? So we can go with a theme. Izuku smiled as he heard the excitement in her voice and answered with a nod. He knew Mitsuki, and she was a sucker for these kinds of things, according to Katsuki. If he was right, she had worked on Enko and Atsuhiro's wedding dress and suit for months. He couldn't say anything else, as he got jumped and pinned by a happy Toru. The young man was very happy himself, knowing the joys of a relationship without having to suffer through the whole "does she like me or not" routine from every manga. Thanks, Katsuki. As he silently thanked Katsuki, Izuku found his thoughts wandering. What did Yui have planned for the end of their date? Because, according to Mitsuki, her son won't be home tonight. Are you sure we're going to the right place? Katsuki was known for many things, and patience was one of them. Or rather, a lack of patience. According to the person who gave me the localization, yes, Yui, thankfully, was one of the few people who could tell him to wait. Katsuki grumbled as they continued to venture forth into the red light district. Every big town had one, but it wasn't someplace he liked visiting. Unlike many teens, he was more interested in the girl's personality than her body. As a result, he had rejected a lot of confessions, finding them half-assed. Same for dating, as more often than not, his partner was weak-minded and willed. Yui was different, though, and it was obvious. She knew what she wanted, and she thrived because of it. He was also pretty sure she wasn't taking him to a love hotel. They were still minors, after all. So, when she spotted a sign above an otherwise inconspicuous entrance, he followed her with no hesitation, despite being led down a dark and somber tunnel. Far away, he could hear some noises, screams, and cheers. The smell, powerful and pungent, made him smile as he recognized it immediately and loved it. Izuku was still searching to see if there was really no shark mutant in his family tree, because Katsuki actually dashed forward when the scent of blood hit his nose. Then he squealed when he discovered the immense underground arena, where two peoples were pummeling each other on the ring. You know, an underground fighting ring. Yui was happy too, and nodded her head when a giant gorilla woman towered above them, blocking them from the entrance. She was actually so big and muscular, Katsuki thought she was the USJ Namu for a split second. Kids aren't allowed here, unless you got a special permission. Katsuki thought about his primary solution when Yui tapped him on the shoulder. Before a tall, lightly tanned man with golden eyes arrived, a small smile on his face. Hey kids, you're Rumi's interns. The gorilla lady considered what the man said before suddenly relaxing. Oh, if they're with you, that's not a problem then. Just like that, she let them pass, as the man gave them a sign to follow him. He exuded self-esteem and power, and Katsuki immediately knew how he wanted to look one day. Wait, Rumi, I thought the boss said only her close friends could call her that. The man nodded quietly. Well, I earned that right during my second date with her. We made a bet on a fight. If I won, I earned the right to call her Rumi, and in exchange, if she won, I was to be her sidekick. I prefer to be an underground hero personally. Raids and street fighting are more my thing, you know. Katsuki and Yui stopped for a second and did a double take. Date. With Maruko. She had another setting besides fight. Fight harder, run away from Otsu because she caused another large bill that she had to pay. Wait a minute, isn't that supposed to be an illegal arena? How come heroes are here, then? The man massaged his chin for a second, while guiding them to a booth, where Maruko was waiting for them in civilian clothes. Hey kiddo, I see you meet that deadbeat Rai. F you, Rumi. Only at home. Both adults looked at each other, ready to exchange blows, before laughing, and they all sat down. As for your answer, this arena is, well, even the HPSC knows about it. They also know that trying to close it would be more trouble than it is worth. As a result, they asked for a neutral party to take control of the place, someone who made sure it wouldn't become a crime den and allowed for everyone to have a neutral ground to chill and sometimes exchange information. The real boss is currently away, so it's his girlfriend who's controlling everything. And no one tries to take control of the place. Well, would you try to mess with me, Rai, who is as strong as me, and Otsu? The kids looked at each other, before suddenly, on the giant screen, they saw Maruko's secretary in fighting clothes, facing off against 3 crocodile mutants who looked like they wanted to run away. Maybe some sort of primal instinct. What happened then was a one-sided massacre, as the Otter apparently had a lot of stress to release. Someone is dating Otsu. Does that count as furry? No one dares to say that. Well, no one alive. As for who is dating her, he's an even bigger battle maniac than me. And he found her his perfect type when she tried to arrest him. He wanted to pick a fight with me, and she was there. So they fought and, well, things happened. Rai laughed as he brought back 2 beers from the bar for Rumi and him, along with some sodas for the kids. As for why you are here, well, we often take the more interesting interns here so they can get even more combat experience. Some friends of yours, in Class B, are here too. While saying that, Maruko pointed to another ring where Itsuka and Tetsu were double-teaming against another pair. Katsuki, who had wanted a match against Itsuka since the sport festival, got up immediately, Yui following close behind. Well, thanks, sensei. Now, I know what I'll be doing this evening. What we'll be doing, Katsuki? Yui reminded him of her presence by yanking him by the ear. Yes, I mean, who else could keep up with me? When he saw her radiating pleasure, Katsuki knew he said the right words, before whispering to her, once far enough away from the adults. Best date ever. Good. And if we win, I will let you invite me on another date. They are quite cute together, Rai observed, as the two teens climbed into the ring before asking to fight the other two interns. Apparently, they are not officially together, but Maruko, unlike what most people thought about her, knew a few things about love. They'll probably kiss after the fight. Nothing better than that to get the blood pumping. Anyway, business Rai took some papers from his vest and gave them to Maruko, who was sipping her beer. Interesting. He's still there, but he's now certain they are keeping him away from something. So, despite being technically a pillar, they're still wary of him. However, he says he'll probably get more intel soon. Another advantage of Rai being an underground hero. No one knew his face and his fighting style didn't rely on his quirk because of the stigma that went with it. He was pretty sure he was one of the Ashen King's offspring, second gen based on his age, but that wasn't something he wanted on a CV. He did admire Endeavor's balls. Despite his quirk, the man who was likely his uncle decided to be a spotlight hero anyway. Still, Endeavor did inspire him to be a hero. Maruko went through the papers and sighed. So, the Yakuzas were indeed working on something effing fishy, and it was going to be a beach to deal with it. So, when the time comes, we can count on Otsu, him, you, and me. Know who else I could ask? Ryo thought about that for a second before nodding. I have someone who might know where Knuckle Duster is, but I would like more firepower, too. Yes, it's not like the levelers have a calling card. And among the underground heroes, I can try to convince Eraserhead, but the man is moody. Joke might be an option, though. Has Ruku said anything? Oh, she is totally in. And her trainee, too. Apparently, she is in a bloody mood since they failed to arrest the boss. Any other top 10 heroes? Maruko sighed, before thinking for a bit, not happy with her last idea. I can try to reach out to Endeavor, but with your family problem. Rai understood and nodded his head. That was a problem he wasn't ready to face yet. The whole raid was a mess in the making, and they still needed more intel. Since her return, La Brava didn't give her friend one moment to catch her breath, while Gentle was making tea as usual. Everyone needed a breather, and frankly, that meant tea for the three of them while they were relaxing watching some TV. The three of them were having fun, especially now that Hana admitted that the two crazy people who welcomed her into their crazy home were nice. Gentle and La Brava didn't have any weird plans or in-games. They just wanted to help people and their offer was free of any strings. They merely wanted to help because she was their friend and they could do that. Then, Compress appeared in a flash, stepping in front of them. It was telling he did that a bit too often, as none of his partners even flinched. They just gave him a flat stare. Seriously? Nothing. Compress, it is the 4th time this month, and one time, you actually got out of the closet. What can I say, except I am fabulous. All three levelers looked at each other and Compress got hit by a controller, a book and then was offered a cup of tea. So, what's the pleasure? I thought we were going to lie low after everything that happened. The magician looked at Sophie and took off his mask. Everyone here knew his identity and were guests at his wedding after all. He then sat down in front of Hana and told her, Stain confirmed your brother is apparently alive. Gentle, always one to experiment. Let a pin drop to see if you could hear it, while everyone else went silent. And now, he's dead because of the people who got Moonfish. So, the number of person who could pull that off is exactly 1. Everyone stopped to listen to their boss, about to drop some bomb. A man who must hate our guts as we fed up some of his operations recently. Everyone looked at Compress, who was visibly and utterly terrified. The same Compress that proposed to attack the HPSC with a big smile on his face. As far as we know, he is at least as old as the old man, the French living Quirk, and terribly powerful. He's the legendary bogeyman of the Japanese underworld. La Brava, the brains of the group, instantly knew who he was talking about. Oh God, All for One is real. And you are saying he's most likely the one who has Hana's brother. Yes, and I have a lead as to the why. Compress took a chair and sat in front of Hana. Hana, do you know my wife's maiden name? It's not Midoriya. That was her late husband's name, may he burn in hell. He was All for One's favorite spy, and he sent him to seduce Inko Shimura. Everyone in front of him looked shocked for a second, as they connected the dot in their minds. Holy shit, does that make you Hana's uncle now? La Brava slapped the back of her fiancé's head before Compress continued. Meanwhile, Hana just sat there, still shocked by the revelation. As far as I can tell, All for One has a large interest in the Shimura family. I did some investigation and discovered that your grandma, Floaty, was apparently killed by him. Same for your grandpa, Sandstorm. So he has some sort of vendetta against us. Most likely. Everyone seemed to stop, thinking for a minute, before Gentle came to a conclusion. While La Brava was the brains, Gentle wasn't dumb either. Incredibly passionate about tea. Most certainly. However, he wasn't dumb at all. Well, then, let's fight this All for One. Hana looked at Gentle, not truly believing her ears, especially after Compress tried to convey how utterly terrifying the enemy was. She also knew how truly dumb and or loyal her two friends were when La Brava nodded her head frantically. But you could die. Well, to be fair, we already fed up some of his ops. I doubt saying sorry will convince him to spare us. Besides, Hana, we promised to help. And damn right, we will. Compress let all of them cry for a second, a small smile on his face. This crew was crazy, but it was his crew. Now they all had a personal stake in it. What had begun as a small investigation was going to be probably his most crazy adventure. I think my ancestor Oji Haruma would be proud of all of us. He did love to F with all for one. Everyone nodded their heads as they joined hands together, united. Oh, and on a side note, Hana, your aunt is inviting you to eat with us tomorrow evening. She says it's non-negotiable, and if you try to run away, she will hunt you. Don't worry, the worst you risk is getting crushed in a hug. Also, your cousin will probably bombard you with questions. Oh, right. Hana just understood this. While she didn't find her brother yet, she did find two families. Thank you, Uncle. It was a sunny Monday, with the birds singing and most students chatting happily. Most, not all, as Aizawa's first announcement of the day. Ada was demoted to general course and suspended for 2 weeks because he resorted to vigilantism, attempted murder, and endangering civilians during his internship. The only ones not surprised by the announcement were Katsuki, Izuku, and Toru, as they were in the room when he warned Ida of the possibility. Oh, and Shinsho, as Ida was coming to his house for the therapy. Well, to be fair, most students involved in Hosu were coming for therapy. It still hit them in the gut, as the class rep rose from his chair and bowed in front of them. Everyone realized he was holding back his own tears as the circumstances were, well, bad. His own hubris. That's bullshit. Ada is too respectful of the rules to do things like that. Kirishima was loud when he wanted, and right now he wanted to make his opinion loud and clear. Katsuki clenched his teeth as part of him would have agreed if he hadn't been there. I agree. Ada is too dependable to do things like that. Momo would not let her friend and co-class rep go like that. Before anyone else could add anything, and before Aizawa could maintain order in the classroom, as most of it erupted, Ida shouted, "Stop it. It happened and my punishment is lenient. I am actually lucky to get off that easily." Everyone looked at him, and Aizawa gave him a nod to let him speak his mind just this once. It could prove cathartic for him, and he wasn't one to let a student miss that opportunity. I was idiotic enough to pursue vengeance against a villain who was suspected to have paralyzed my brother. During that time, the whole Hosu incident happened. The only reason I wasn't heavily injured was because Izuku rescued me. However, because of what I did, people died. As a speedster, I am the one who is supposed to relay communications between two teams during such an event. Since I wasn't there, others districts who were under attack didn't get the reinforcement they could have asked for. Aizawa nodded, as indeed, the Hosu incident had been high in casualty. Yes, the levelers were there and helped a lot. However, they only protected one block and many other parts of the city were under attack. If they had both Endeavor and Maruko, instead of just the last one, the number of casualties would have drastically gone down. Beside, the new form Moonfish revealed was like the one Muscular Arbored too. As a result, the UA staff and the HPSC were now certain All for One was building an army of villains. He was now upgrading physically and with new quirks, something properly terrifying. As Muscular was not finished, according to Endeavor's words, and Moonfish was trying to take Izuku alive, which was another cluster to be solved. I failed my duty as both a hero and an intern. I will take this failure at heart to make sure it never happens again. Kirishima wanted to counter what Ada said, but then he remembered Crimson Riot's interview and decided to not. He could actually understand what Ada was trying to say and shut up. However, I thank all of you for your friendship, and I hope to meet you all during breaks. Besides, according to Sensei, I can get back here if during the next festival I perform well enough. Izuku nodded before he raised his thumb to him. Besides, you are still part of the Quirk Training Club. We will make sure you are up to notch. Ida felt some tears creeping on his eyes as he bowed in front of his friends once again. Thank you for this semester. Aizawa patted his back and gave him a sign. It was time to go. The whole class was quite stunned by what happened, but Aizawa wasn't one to let them catch a break. As a result, with Ida being demoted, the staff decided to let a student with enough potential to join our class. I hope you will welcome him as one of your own. Yashihiro Maki, if you will. Then, a student who looked quite normal at first entered the room, until they noticed he was a bit hunched back, trying to appear smaller. Maki's quirk makes it very hard for him to train under normal circumstances. However, I hope with Izuku's help, he will progress. Both teens wondered what their teacher meant by that, as they both looked quizzical. Maki's quirk is a strength-enhancing one according to how just he is against someone else. So against a robot or another student, the boost is very weak, but against a villain, it is high. Maki nodded, as it was the reason he failed to shine in both the exam and the sports festival. We can also let him stay with Monoma for 1 hour. Katsuki joked weakly, still under Ada's shock. Maki nodded silently, and Aizawa pursued. Maki, you will use your next break to present yourself to everyone. Everyone, be nice to him. The silent tall guy sat down between Ochako and Tsuyu at Ida's former place, while the brunette gave him a weak smile. The frog one gave him a puzzled look which made him look at his book instantly. This year was going to be a weird one, wasn't it? So, for this morning's lesson, why vigilantism is bad. Izuku sighed, as Aizawa talked about several famous vigilantes and how their actions were sometimes well-intentioned but counterproductive, or how many crossed the line because they had a cool motive but it was still murder. Are you Endeavor's son? Maki could have tried many introductions to talk with Shoto or Izuku's group. He took the most difficult step, by being earnest. As a result, he saw many frowns and sighs in the group, but he didn't care. Yes, he is my father. Why? He saved my brother and me from our mother, Burning told Shoto during the last days of his internship, about how Endeavor was known in the field for being the prime rescuer of villains' children. Being told that and having one in front of him was two different things. Oh, well, it is a difficult subject for now, but I can give him your thanks. Shoto knew he didn't have to forgive his father. In fact, the man himself told him that, which paradoxically made it harder to hate him fiercely. Did he like his father? No. Did he think of him as a devil? Neither. Maki wasn't dumb thought and nodded. Everyone looked at him for a second before Kirishima slapped him in the back. Hey, your quirk seems manly. I can't wait for you to train with us. Really? Yeah, just ask Izuku for some summons if you want a battle. He will be happy to provide. The young student nodded, a bit overwhelmed by Kirishima friendliness, before Kaminari added his own to their slapstick. If anyone annoys you, tell us. But you shouldn't have any problem. I mean, we even accepted Yuga, and he is. You know, Kaminari whispered not so quietly the last word. French. The French student hit Kaminari in the back of the head with his quirk. GT Emerald, Petit Con. Everyone knew Yuga, despite his noble demeanor, liked to swear in French. As a result, they all picked up a few things, especially Katsuki. However, the smile on their face convinced Maki it was mostly a joke between friends. Maybe he would make some here. So, being the child of a criminal isn't a problem. Katsuki showed his clear lack of interest by sighing. Don't make me make a list about how we don't care. I mean, we have resident Chunny there. He pointed to Shinsho, who flipped him the bird. F you, Katsuki, Shinsho answered, as now everyone knew how his family looked like and he lost his opportunity to have a sobbing backstory. Katsuki, knowing the purple-haired man's quirk, didn't answer with anything other than flipping him the bird back. We have Izuku, who had a sit-stained father. He pointed at Izuku, who silently nodded. The fact Katsuki knows the statute of limitation for Izuku's dad's death is a pure coincidence. That one was said by everyone in the classroom at the same time, as it was a running joke among them. Katsuki followed through by laughing a bit. So, yes, we don't care about that. However, if the blonde ass from 1B gives you any sit about it, you tell us about it. Tsuyu replied by ribbiting affirmatively about it, close to them. Maki was wondering if she was deliberately testing him, suspecting his parentage, or, ribbit, I would protect a cute face like yours anytime. The classroom went silent, as Tsuyu hopped back with the girls, not giving a f about dropping bombs like that. Maki, internally, was screaming. He thanked gods for his poker face, until he saw Katsuki's face, who had smelled some teasing opportunity. Oh, so you are apparently part French, as you seem to like frogs. Pour être honnête. Frog meat is overrated and not that good. Yuga added that tidbit, mainly for fun and because he had a surprisingly good sense for romance. Katsuki, Mina and him had their own private chat room to discuss the most probable ship in the classroom and gossip a lot. The joke was a bit forced, but Katsuki felt it was for the best if he didn't want the class to stay on something depressing. Instead, they should focus on something productive, and that was highly fun. Besides, no one could tell if Tsuyu was kidding or not. She was only laughing in a ribbit, mysteriously. So, you are the candidates. When the HPSC squad were sent to infiltrate the League of Villain, they didn't expect it to be easy. Jurin was supposed to be a very picky and difficult person who heavily verified the background of people he recommended as professional. However, the squad also had to deal with the fact they would not be alone in this group. Some kind of lizard man was with them, but honestly, they thought there was some kind of mistake, seeing he had pizzas with him. Even then, they expected a bad guy lair, with tubes filled with green slime and evil cackling. Or something in ruin, with an edgy throne room in face of all the fake heroes the boss wanted to kill. They didn't expect a bar that was honestly quite homely, with a cloud barman that had drinks already poured for them and a cartoon rabbit who was dressed as a street punk. Was she smoking? Oh wait, no. It was a carrot. Toga, as the most communicative of the group, smiled at her and went full janky girl. Yes, we are all Stainy's biggest fans. We want so much to honor his memory. According to Kay, Stain had been killed during Moonfish escape by blood poisoning. Honestly, it was enough of a reason for them to almost destroy the League of Villain if they were responsible. However, they had serious doubts about them being the culprit, seeing the rabbit suddenly down. Trying to laugh a bit. Yes, Stain was a nice guy. However, a piece of advice. He disliked any nickname. He considered Stain as his true identity. And any other names was wrong. The people in front of Looney nodded and she followed. The boss is coming soon. He is currently talking with our patron, but should be there any minute now. This discussion mostly involved screaming and Tamura asking why the hell they attacked Hosu. All for one explained it was a test run to make the world remember heroes were failures. Besides, he didn't know Stain would attack that day and there. It was purely a coincidence. Tamura wasn't dumb and honestly, he was suspecting Sensei had a lot of plans. However, if he wanted to hurt Tamura, there were other ways, so he was probably telling the truth. Still, Tamura was taught from his childhood by Sensei and Kurogiri to not let anyone step on him. Why should he start now? A young man, still unsure if he was a vigilante, a freedom fighter, a revolutionary, or a villain, entered the room in an angry mood after Sensei's talk with him. He quickly scanned the people in front of him and sighed. So, we have someone who failed the audition for Burning Man, the remake, a schoolgirl, and someone who has understood the concept of secret identity. Nice job. Thank you, boss man. Divided by FU, fresh face, twice was being twice, and it managed to throw Tamura off guard for a second before Dabai suddenly moved, probably to assert alpha dominance. Looney wasn't here only to serve as decoration, and quickly with her cartoon powers, made Dabai fall on the ground, before slamming her hammer hard on him, making a sound that showed it had hurt. This attempted aggression sobered up Tamura, and Kurogiri was now on high alert. What was that for? I can't work for someone weaker than me. Dabai was supposed to be the leader in their little group, as the most powerful and supposedly the one with the least mental issues. Looney pressed her feet harder on him, and Dabai noticed the hammer in a position ready to smash his head. Maybe, just maybe, he should tone down the aggressiveness. We accepted to meet you because you were recommended by Jurin and apparently close to Stain's ideology. Except for you, Lizard Man. I have no idea why the F you are here. The pizzaman presence was highly weird. My name is Agachi, and I was supposed to deliver 5 pizzas, paid on delivery to a certain anonymous. Though, his dejected look explained a lot about his current fate. Everyone had a compassionate look for the Lizard Man, who suddenly had 5 pizzas, and in this kind of job, it was probably to be taken from his salary. Tamura pulled a few banknotes and gave it to him, before he noticed Agachi's frame and hand. You practice some sport. Oh, some kind of pencaxilet. Wait, aren't you going to kill me? I mean, you're supposed to be some rising bad guys? No. Tamura smiled kindly, before looking at the room. We are more than villains. Stain worked with us as equal, to make a better world. One where one's quirk don't F them at birth. Excuse me, Agachi, but I doubt you do this job because you like it. The young man seemed a bit surprised by being suddenly in the spotlight, as everyone in the room gazed at him. I have a master's degree in financial law, but apparently I don't present well enough. You know how it is for muties. Either you are one of the pretty or extremely strong and you can be a hero, or you must hope someone finally takes notice that under this enhanced strength, there is also a brain. Lizard Man was met by stares full of compassion, especially Looney, who made a sign to Kurogiri to pour them a drink. With a smile, the cartoon rabbit hid his glass with her. Looney knows that. Don't worry. If you are competent, boss doesn't care about your look. Competent and passionate. That's all he asks. Dabai, who was slowly rising up, had some hope in his eyes. What about fake heroes? Tamura and Looney shared a look together, before laughing. My bonding activity with Stain had been to kill an underground hero who used his loner status and the fact he could cover instead of police some zone to commit unsavory crimes, Tamura explained before adding, his hand ready to take Dabai's. We take requests. Toga gulped and pointed at her teeth, looking like a fox's or a cat's. I need blood to survive. Is it going to be a problem? Tamura made a sign to Kurogiri, who gave him a block of concrete. Only then, boss touched it without his gloves and dusted it in a few seconds in front of them. We don't judge Quirk. We accept you as who you are. Who hurt you? When Kurogiri asked Tamura whose smile he copied, to appear so compassionate and nice, he answered Izuku and Nejire. Why? Because they were his models in the way of kindness, having understanding its power, especially against people craving it. This Toga and her cheerful appearance. She was clearly suffering and putting a mask on it. It was super effective. My parents, Toga managed to say, shocked they actually asked that early. We will pay them a beating. Kurogiri, some of Stain's blood reserve, please. Tamura had a certain issue with bad parents. Then they arrived to twice who coughed. We are fine. Divided by yes, we don't need help. Tamura nodded, before sitting on the bar. Iguchi, you have a choice. Either you join us now, or I ask a friend to wipe out your memories. Am I paid and do we have dentals? Yes and yes. Once I have a blade, it will be yours. Turns out having a boss that pay and respect you is quite important. If the job was a paying one, even better. Kurogiri smiled internally as his charge got new friends, and all of them began to exchange information on their quirk and how to visit Toga's family. That evening, Re-Destro got a message from Skeptic. Their spy managed to infiltrate the LOV. According to his initial report, there was high probability they would be at the very least sympathetic to the MLAS ideology. Perfect. Looney, yes, Tamura. They are all two-timing us, right? What makes you say that? Toga, who can spar with me without trouble. Dabai being clearly a Todoroki or most likely an Ashen King's spawn. Twice having a suit too well made, or maybe a Gucci falling in such a dumb trick as a pizza delivery guy. Looney was often caustic when she could afford to. The sarcasm is strong in you tonight. But yes, some people are trying to manipulate us. Tamura was playing with some cards, as Looney was used to. Now, she knew it was a mental exercise that helped him to think, strategize. She respected that in Stain, too. It's too early for now, but I think some of them are more sincere in their approach than others. If I can just max out their affection stats, they should definitely switch to our side. Tamura wasn't stupid and now knew something was also fishy with Jurin. He would have had some suspicions on Looney's loyalty because of that, but both of them trusted each other since they saved Looney's family. Together. Beach please. Together. Both bumped their fist, smiling as friends. Enough time had passed for the two to consider each other friends. And Stain's death only solidified that. It was them against the world, and even Sensei if. Tamura shuddered as the thought coursed in his mind. Even Sensei, if Tamura was just another pawn for him. Sako, are you sure this is a good idea? I mean, will I be good enough? Strangely, Hana, despite being beautifully dressed and her makeup perfectly applied, was quite unsure for the evening. For the last time, Hana, the worst thing you risk is death by hugging. And maybe the waterfalls, as both of them will probably cry a lot. Compress was the one who got her, as Inko correctly guessed she would try to get out or disappear. And what if Izuku doesn't like me? Atsuhiro was this close to slap her behind her head. Izuku's best friend is a boy I suspect to be Vegeta reincarnated, and his girlfriend is literally the invisible girl. He doesn't care about either your appearance or your personality. To him, you are family and that's all. Both of them were standing in front of the door's front when suddenly Hana got hugged from behind. The culprit, an Izuku who came out of nowhere. Since Atsuhiro didn't notice him, the Vigilante guessed Izuku used his quirk to do that. Good job, kid. Very good job. It was certainly not him once again failing a spot check like when Endeavor got the drop on him. Are you Hana? I have a cousin. Since Izuku learned he still had a living relative from his mother's side, he had been restless. As far as he knew, he had no family outside of his mom. He didn't count his dad on purpose and his grandfather was dead so. Anyway, Hana got a hug and was turning fast into a mess, not knowing how she should react, what role she should play. Then she saw Atsuhiro smiling at her. Maybe, just maybe, she could just relax. Hello, young man. She appreciated returning the hug, before fluffing Izuku's hair, just like she did with Tenko, before everything turned into ashes. Atsuhiro, I heard your voice and Izuku's, so is my niece here? Inko appeared in the door's frame, and the woman, who managed after all this time to lose the weight she had gained, saw Hana. She could see her brother's face on her, and Nana's smile, too. Atsuhiro wondered if there was an otter mutant in the Shimura family, as they quickly went into a group hug, and Hana was in the center of it, something she should be used to, as La Brava and Gentle did the same when they got a calm moment after her comeback. I will check on the dish, Atsuhiro said, before going around the hugging mass. The dishes needed to be cooked properly after all. Not that he didn't want to join the hug, but he felt they deserved to be with each other without an intruder. A few minutes later, they were all around the table, enjoying a filet mignon marine dans sauce forestière, as Inko wanted to make a very good first impression and took a French recipe for her new niece. Either you went the full way, or you didn't. There was no try. So, how did you meet, Atsuhiro and you, Auntie? Hana asked, still a bit shy and unsure. Thankfully, the delicious food and some wine helped to ease her up. We were childhood friends, actually. We became friends in kindergarten and we continued our friendship until university where life took us on different paths. Hana nodded her head before Izuku asked her his favorite questions. So, what's your quirk? How did you learn about it? Izuku knew he might have walked on a landmine when he saw Atsuhiro trying to do a sign behind Hana's back to tell him to stop. But too late. Oh, that. I don't like using my quirk since it involves, well, me dying. Inko put down her knife before her smile became twisted and scary as hell. Someone hurt my niece, because it implies you used it more than once. Hana sighed before explaining in a bad mood, which was quite understandable. Thanks to the crew, I don't have to die now. But when I was working with Stain, he often used me as a meat shield. Inko cut her meat in one swift movement, as some blood dripped from her mouth and she turned to her soon-to-be husband. Wasn't Stain that Chisholm fellow, dear? Before you ask, he is dead. Atsuhiro would not let his future wife try to kill someone who was already dead. It was a crime after all. Too bad. I wanted to have a small chat with him about an old threat. Inko laughed sinisterly for a second, which chilled everyone except Izuku, who smiled. Wow, so you have a resurrective quirk. Aren't they like highly rare? More than warpers? Oh, they are. That's why I keep it a secret, since I work as a... Hana stopped talking as Atsuhiro nodded his head. Apparently Inko knew for years, and Izuku actually used that information to blackmail training out of me. Oh, thanks God. I am a vigilante specialized in infiltration, information gathering, and designated driver. No combat. According to Stain, I quote, unless you have a submachine gun, you will be beaten by teenagers 8/10 times. Clearly, Hana was still salty about it, as she had hoped at that time Chisholm would train her enough. It wasn't until Knuckleduster gave her some tips that she managed to fight properly against goons. She was clearly not on gentle or compressed level, but honestly, it was fine. They were the muscle of their group. Fighting wasn't her purpose. And why did you choose that specific line of work? I mean, it is dangerous, even with your quirk. Hana went somber for a second, before answering truthfully, as her family deserved to know. I have a little brother, Tenko. When his quirk first activated, because father was an ass, it went overdrive. It killed everyone, including me. Thankfully, my quirk activated, but... Hana took another glass of wine to get some courage back. When I woke up, the investigation was closed despite only 1 week being passed. It was clearly weird, and apparently, Tenko was listed among the casualties. So, yes, quite the issue. Inko nodded her head, as she quickly understood what was wrong with that too. So, she had a missing nephew too. Damn, she needed to find him and smother him to death. Yes, Stain was actually helping on that front, and he confirmed he was alive. Atsuhiro might have cut his friendship with him short, but he respected Stain's investigation skill. He just didn't agree with the methods. Inko was now divided between killing or thanking Stain, before remembering the man was dead. So, once we find Tenko, we will have the whole family. Nice, because we will find him, even if I have to become strong enough to summon Batman to find him. The rest of the evening was nice, and when Izuku went to sleep, the adults stayed up. After all, they still had a lot of things to discuss, such as where would Hana live and other things like that. Compress also wondered what would have been his reaction if Hana had trusted him before with her family name. The young woman had been properly paranoid, but it was one case where it hindered more than it helped. Still, they would have to rest, as they were Monday in. This weekend was wedding time. Such an interesting subject, Chisaki. Don't worry, I will do as you asked. It shall be ready soon enough, but aren't you a bit paranoid? Emilia was preparing her working tools as she spoke over a screen to a certain Yakuza who kept sending them more and more wonderful data. Emilia, I believe we can't be paranoid enough, especially in our line of work. Besides, you are the only one I trust completely with this project, which was logic. Emilia herself had some projects that were her own and hid it from Garaki. The man was perfectly aware of that and respected the safe space of his student. The blonde woman was looking at the subject Chisaki sent her and smiled. She could see in the eyes of the being he was asking for mercy. Sadly for him, she had none. In fact, she had a sadistic glee on her face. Fine, but you owe me a date, she said joyfully, having finally an excuse to ask that. Wait, what? And the line cut, as Chisaki blushed under his mask, as she began to work on his favor. It was so fun to play with him. Garaki, in his lab, was very happy to have his students finally doing things like that together. You could be an evil mad scientist and have an adopted family, after all. Besides, some agents of his brought back some of the most interesting. 2 embers were found recently. Soon enough, the fire of revolution would burn bright again in Japan. Special chapter, Hasashi's death. Endeavor stopped sipping his coffee. His sidekicks had finally finished the report he had asked for. As he looked at the first page, he knew he had to keep this far from Shadow's hands. He didn't need to know all of the people he knew and had a part in one Izuku's father's death. Honestly, even if Endeavor knew about Lux Stealer's power, this one case was terrifying. What did Hasashi do to deserve such a cruel fate? Enji put down the report, but if someone could read them, they would see several stories already told, but also a few more. Suyu at the hospital, someone remembered Hasashi making derogatory comments about toads blocking his way. Sadly for him, it ended with a young Tsuyu jumping on his belly, causing some internal damage. The young kid explained she heard him asking for a toad to come to him. Mashiro Ajiro. The young man was so excited about his tail that he ended up swinging it wildly, and slapped the man against a wall. Aoyama Yuga, excited to have his quirk come in. The young man shot a laser from his belly that hit Hasashi during his initial fall at the airport. The impact may have helped break his fall, but then he hit a wall. An unnamed teen who looked like Taoya was seen burning a pillar, the same one which was later decayed by an unknown child. A villain who looked like a Naoma was seen hitting the ambulance, screaming something incoherently. The being, most likely an early prototype, dissolved soon afterward. A Yakuza with a shy Hasakai tattoo partially healed Hasashi, before hitting him several times in the face, in response to his initial fall splashing water on him. Apparently, the Yakuza have germophobia, causing him to react violently. Jin Bubegawara, small-time villain who could reproduce things. His clone hit Hasashi and then disappeared because of the impact. Enji noted the man was then arrested, but seemed to have disappeared afterward. Extremely weird. Hagakure Toru. Hasashi was reported to have tried to flee the hospital, only to bump into an invisible girl who alerted the security. Apparently, the man bumped into her and fell down the stairs. Again, Fumikage Takoyami, the young man Quirk, scared of being in the dark, hit the wall with enough force that it broke Hasashi's leg, preventing further escape. Power Loader heard someone trash-talking his technology and apparently slapped them with his suit. Might have impaired Hasashi's equilibrium, leading to his fall. Maruko was fighting a villain as an intern. The fight ended up when she threw Death Arm at the villains, causing both of them to hit the ambulance, bringing Hasashi to the hospital. Uraraka Ochako. Apparently, the young girl demonstrated her quirk to her parents by lifting a piano. Hasashi, in a wheelchair, tried to escape before the piano dropped on his legs. An unidentified teen with blonde hair. And apparently a blood quirk bite him soon afterward before being violently slapped by her parents. Note to self, identifying the kid. Blood quirk users often have trouble, and this kid might be in it if she wasn't properly cared for. Snipe. The man casually shot a bullet in the air while doing a show for some kids. The bullet, according to the ballistics report, did a Kennedy trajectory, somehow entering and exiting Hasashi 3 times. Suneater ate a bombardier beetle and had to be brought to the hospital. Some fluids he discharged burned Hasashi's body grievously. Nedzu and the architect. Dad made a building collapse in the path of the ambulance to the hospital. He was apparently playing some kind of noughts and crosses game with the architect. The villain confirmed the story and has indicated that apparently his own move blocked the ambulance several times. He offered payment for the Midoriyas, as he didn't know it happened. Lemillion was apparently practicing his quirk in the middle of the road, causing the ambulance to violently crash. Another one was called soon afterward. Interestingly, no one except Hasashi was hurt. Knuckleduster, apparently there to visit the young pop step who was still in rehab, punched the man in the D after he made a derogatory comment about the young female vigilante. The hauler supposedly did the same soon afterward. Star and Stripe, apparently there to see All Might. The woman tried to help the man and changed a water cup to some honey tea. Apparently, Hasashi was allergic to honey. Some villains practice their electric quirk. Has a strong resemblance to the villain known as Nine. A young European named Rody Soul developed his quirk late. His bird quirk, Scared, had apparently violently attacked Hasashi. The ambulance hit a drunk man as he was jaywalking. Photo footage showed it was effing Fleck Turn. Who the F missed that one? A robot with a logo Hatsum Industries was seen doing a shuriken to Hasashi, looking more like a mummy than anything at this point. Native, at that time helping manage phone calls and investigations, seems to have failed to properly relay important information. Strange, considering his near-perfect score before and after that incident. Hawks was delivering wounded to the hospital, got mobbed by his growing fan base. When he was running away, one of his wings brushed against an IV line of Hasashi, who was being rushed into the hospital from the ambulance at the time, and cut the line. However, Endeavor, as he sipped his coffee, still recovering from the triceps incident, couldn't help but wonder what ultimately killed Hasashi in the end. Years ago, in Hasashi's hospital room, Wolfram, guard the door, if you please. I don't want to be disturbed. All for One asked politely, but both men knew it was an order. Seikayo Shigaraki entered the room and his son looked at him, suffering for his sins. Despite being more than 100 years old, All for One still appeared as young as ever. For Hasashi, each word was a suffering, as he was maimed, burned, poisoned, and most importantly, knew he was condemned. You lost the right to call me like that when you tried to steal Garaki from under me, young man. You lost the right to live when you then tried to flee without apologizing to me, saying to Inko it was because Izuku was quirkless. Seikayo's tone was cold, but with a sigh he sat next to his son and switched to using a telepathy quirk. Hasashi, for all your faults, you never were quirkist. Why? All for One was hard to surprise. But hearing his son's sad laughter was one of the few times it happened. Of course it isn't because Izuku is quirkless. He is my son, old man, and unlike you, I love him for being my sunshine. However, I also know you don't consider collateral damage when you go on a rampage. I needed an excuse to run as far as possible from Japan without it being suspicious. The man was dying, and honestly, it was his final confession, even if the only one hearing it was his father. The father he hated. I see. Quite understandable. Honestly, I might have hurt Inko by mistake, Seikayo readily admitted, before asking the true question. Why did you betray me, Hasashi? You had everything: power, money, women. Why? This time, All For One heard hatred in his son's thoughts. A woman appeared. A woman Seikayo loved once upon a time, years ago. Seijin and Hasashi's mother. She loved you. She loved us. And you still made my sister use her quirk so she would hang herself, you heartless bastard. This might be a valid reason, Seikayo admitted, especially as Hasashi was 5 when it happened. Garaki's Namu project seemed like the best opportunity to kill you. I didn't expect him to. You didn't expect Garaki to be most likely just using me when he appears to adore me in public. So when you stole his relationship with me, it was, quite frankly, useless. Hasashi slowly nodded, a single tear dropping from his left eye. He failed to kill his father. Also, not gonna lie, I would have loved the throne for myself. This one got a chuckle from All For One. Revengeance and ambition, 2 things he usually liked. Sadly, both consumed his son, and he burned because of them. Izuku and Inko are going to be so sad about your death. No, they won't, Hasashi chuckled mentally. I released my hold on Inko 2 days ago, and used my quirk so she would hate me. Same for Izuku. I thought that way, even if I was away, they would have an easier time rebuilding themselves. All For One nodded. Hatred was one of the best ways to heal a wound, after all. Hasashi truly was his son. It was too bad that he was too much like his old man. Good job, Hasashi. I promise you, I won't hurt them because of your betrayal. All For One could promise that much, at least. So what now? Stealing my quirk? Or just being by my side as I fade away slowly? Hasashi asked with a resigned curiosity. No, son. No, I am going to kill you quickly. I will let you in on one final secret. I can't steal from my family. This confession actually surprised Hasashi. When he looked at his father, he suddenly saw him appear to be as old as he should be. I discovered that with your uncle, I can give to my family but not take from them. Not unless they want me to. So you see why I've had trouble all of these years. But I swear I will get your uncle back into the family. As for you, you will die. Truly, I hope for you and me hell doesn't exist. Otherwise, keep me a place down there, will you? Both father and son shared a last stare, before Hasashi managed to gather enough strength for one last gesture. He flipped him the bird. All For One smiled, before he used a quirk to quietly stop his son's heart. He used another quirk to dull his sense of pain. And finally, one last quirk so he would have one last happy thought before he died. Then, the king of crime closed his son's eyes and rose. He opened the door and looked at Wolfram. Destroy the footage of our visit. We have work to do. Yes, sir. Unknown to All For One, Hasashi's death had triggered one of his secret failsafes. To be sure, it went unnoticed. It only activated years later, but one day, Night Eye's office received several files detailing every operation Heart Stealer had ever done for All For One. This information was invaluable in pointing out who was in his pocket, or wasn't. It was instrumental in his father's demise against All Might. After all, it was 2 of his dad's lessons. Always have a contingency plan and be a troll when you can. Bomberman, last date with Yui was the best date ever. Electromite, how the F you got a girlfriend before me? Bomberman, because I listen and care about her. Bomberman, I treat her as my equal, not some weak girl that is to be protected. Joker, that and you two have a battle boner. Manly man, battle what? Joker, they love to fight, especially each other. Manly man, so Mina was right when she said you two were almost kissing, that time on the ring. Electromite, what's your tip so I can seduce Jiru then? Bomberman, earjack, did you try actually talking about music to her? She effing loves that. I would also recommend learning how to play something if you don't know yet. Darkness Master, I can help you if you want to learn guitar. Joker, he isn't kidding. When we play D&D, he often plays guitar for his bard. Coda, impressive. Icy hot. Sometimes, I still feel like I am used as an ice dispenser during them. Bomberman, you are. Also, still on the same subject. When we train our quirk, stop trying to show off. Pay attention to how she uses her quirk and take notes. You might even learn things. Justice, so. This is basically the men's chat room. The voice, indeed. Joker is our new class rep. Thanks, Ada. Bomberman is the blonde explosive being that is supposed to be a teen. He is surprisingly insightful. Bomberman, the voice. Darkness Master is Takoyami, Aka our local chunny. Bomberman, I know your parents. They are almost as sweet as Auntie and Co. Stop trying to hint at a tragic backstory. They love the dark, but damn they aren't. You are the local chunny. The voice. Icy Hot is Todoroki, who actually has a tragic backstory. Icy Hot, we are still short one member for our sit parent club. Justice, is he serious or? Joker, he isn't. He has all the forms ready. He only needs another member with me. Justice, isn't it going to be a problem, since the one who punched my mom in the face and saved me and my little brother is your dad? Icy Hot, he tries to be better, so I will let pass that you are one of his fans. Justice, yai. Joker, it is totally not because you truly want the club, right? Icy hot, shut up, the franchise, and of course, there is moi, the most brilliant person in the classroom. Justice, is he truly French, or Joker? Not only he is, but I discovered he is related to the leader of the #1 French team. Sugar Daddy, he is related to Capitaine France. La franchise, oui, c'est mon uncle maternel. We plan to see each other for I Island's festival. Coda, same for me and Tia Minha. Joker, oh god. I almost feel bad for anyone who would want to attack I Island that day. Invisible Girl, guess who's coming to Izuku-kun's mother's wedding? Beaches, princess, congratulations. Need a dress or something? Pinky. Hell yeah. Need some jewels. No gravity, nice. Need someone to help you make a badass entrance. Froppy, ribbit. Earjack, what's the location so we can get some juicy gossip? Do they already have a band? Invisible Girl, in order, no thanks. Girls, Bakugo's mom will dress me. Pinky, he has a mom. I always thought he spawned from a pit of blood and skull. Invisible Girl, she is actually very nice, but if I am right, I think her and Izuku's mom might have been some kind of vigilante. Froppy, that explains things about Bakugo, and why Izuku knows how to fight that well. Pinky, also, what do you guys think about Justice? Froppy, dibs. Princess, no one said anything. Froppy, dibs. Anyone want to fight me and finish between my legs? Pinky, oh my. Froppy, Mina, you are lucky you aren't in the same room, or I would use my tongue on you. Pinky, oh my. Earjack, Mina, don't push it. I have seen Froppy's top speed, and I know you won't be able to escape her. Pinky, okay, I will stop teasing. Also, why do you call dibs Froppy? Sure, he is tall, muscular, and seems quite nice to look at, but he isn't the only one in the class. Froppy, he needs someone to talk to, and he needs someone to piss off mommy. Princess, Earjack, you're a ravity. Invisible Girl, wait, you don't mean he is. Froppy, I think he is. He also needs to know all mutants don't hold against him what his mom does. Princess, explanation. Froppy, sorry. Mutants related issue. Invisible Girl, yep. But I approve of what Froppy is doing, even if it doesn't end romantically. Nejire was pouting, which was always a rare sight which invited interrogation. Mirio and Tamaki, as the good friends they were, asked her during lunch what was wrong. Tenko is kinda avoiding me. I am not sure why, but it is not fun. Truth to be told, she liked to annoy and embarrass him. That under his villainous attitude, he was surprisingly caring and had a good hindsight. There was more than one case she mentioned to him, where an off comment from me put her in the right track. Nejire wasn't dumb, and she was almost certain Tenko was involved in some kind of criminal ring as an heir or something. He knew way too much about the underworld mechanics and knew to fight with too much killing intent. Not to mention that when they played Magic the Gathering, he played only dark color. I had some info about that. Apparently, he had a friend in Hosu. After all, Sun Eater was also friends with Tamura whenever the man wanted to have a good partner for online games. And the hat is the key word, I guess. Mirio correctly guessed. If he judged correctly Tamaki's somber face. Nejire perked up and raised her fist, her eyes invigorating with energy. Then I shall take care of that issue. As far as she could tell, Tenko wasn't lost, and if she played her cards right, she could bring him into the light. After all, the man was friends with Izuku, who was adorable, and under his supervision, most of the regulars in the Den of the Drake had begun to take care of themselves. Apparently, the fact nerds like him and Izuku were attractive made them reconsider their lifestyle. They could still have their hobbies but have better life too. So, Nejire took her phone and began violently typing. Hadoken, Tenko. Hadoken, I know you are reading. Hadoken, you versus me. Same arcade as usual. Hadoken, this weekend. Hadoken, because you clearly need a friend to talk to, and I am one. Boss, who is this? Hadoken. Toga was currently working out in the gym when she spotted the message on Tamura's phone. If she had thought she would laze around, she was proven wrong fast by her new boss and his right-hand woman. Bunny, turns out that while most of the league had free time, they were also supposed to spend at least 2 hours a day training. It was tiring, but it also explained why they were strong enough to take on heroes. Quickly, both Tamura and Looney jumped on it. Thanks to being a rabbit, Looney got it first, and jumped fast from her boss clutches. Looney, you give me back that this instant. Only after I told yes in your stead. Spinner, Toga, Dabai and Twice looked at the two, who clearly had a friendly dynamic, but also wanting to understand more, as it was their key to infiltrate this organization to the best. However, they clearly appreciated having their own quarters and the free time. So, who is Hadoken? Toga asked once again, before Twice answered, laughing his ass. Judging from boss reaction, it is his crush. Divided by Daw, what a softie. Twice, I can wipe the floor with you, so don't make me try the theory if you are the real or not. Besides, I have someone who can probably check that for me, you just have to wait 2 weeks. Tamura was currently wrestling with a cartoonish rabbit and barely got back his phone when he noticed Looney had succeeded in her goal. Why Looney? Why? Because, boss, you need to speak to someone, not us. And honestly, that girl is the best thing you ever had, except for the green boy. So, you are going to spend your Sunday with her. He has a girlfriend. Dabai was actually fairly surprised, with his own charred face and body. He was hardly a prize, but Tamura, well, his face wasn't bad, especially as he did use a lot of creams in the morning, but he wasn't Mr. Universe either. Why yes and no, both leaders protested. One who was red as a tomato and the other who was laughing her ass off. I don't see what's the problem. I even have a girlfriend, Spinner said, calmly training himself with a sword not unlike Guts, as everyone stared at him. She is simply off town. Girlfriend in Canada, Tamura said, happy to switch the subject, and looking Dabai in the eyes. Girlfriend in Canada. Dabai confirmed with a firm nod before getting hit by a towel. F you guys. As if the boss could have a girlfriend, Spinner talked back for a moment. And Looney appreciated the conundrum Tamura was in now. Either he admitted Nejire was probably his girlfriend, or he admitted he was in the same situation as Spinner and Dabai. Toga was next to her, sipping in a blood gourd, watching it as if it was a show. Hey, want to have a girl outing after that? I have knives and Jurin should have your parents' new address soon. Toga looked at Looney, who was pulling out of nowhere a belt of knives, while smiling. She was quite surprised, but in a good way. Sure, the HPSC told her they were going to take care of them sooner or later, but it seemed as if the latter was the preferred option. Having the League tracking them down that fast wasn't something she hoped them to do. As a result, she jumped to hug Looney, who hugged her back, lifting the girl in her arms. There, little one. Don't worry, I stick with my pack, and you are part of it now. If anyone has a beef with you, I have one with them too. Looney was happy to have a little one to protect, too. It was always nice to have more of them with her. We will apply a Dragon Age strategy. Tamura announced that while playing Mario Kart in his room with Looney, far from anyone listening to them, with loud music. Both of them could listen and speak with the other thanks to Tamura gaming headgears. Meaning, boss, I don't play as much video games as you. Looney was legitimately curious, as she was, as far as she knew, boss' only true follower. There are a lot of games where followers are actually on the bad side. Very often, you can make them switch their allegiance by doing their side quests. I will try to find Dabai's in Twice's quest, and Utoga's and Spinner's, dividing the task to make them faster. You truly think he is a mole, too? Looney found the mutant funny, and his Stains fan outfit was even more funny. He looked like some comics character from the pre-Quirk era. Kurogiri is supposed to have hidden our address from any means of locating it or calling it without us calling first. Either it means someone paid Jurin enough, which is a possibility, or someone is a mole in Sensei's organization, which is a reason we will keep our operations secret from them. Tamura was the team mastermind for a good reason. He actually had an acute mind when he put it into work. So, for Toga, that will be simple. Visit her family and have a talk with them. Looney was always happy to have that kind of mission, after all. Also, she liked how energetic the blonde girl was and how she loved fighting her. For Twice, in his doubt about his power, I will use Izuku. I am sure he knows some obscure theories that will allow him to prove to Twice he isn't a clone or something. Tamura didn't stop, as he groaned. Looney just threw a blue shell at him. Got him knit. However, Dabai might be a bigger problem. We should also schedule him to meet the doc, as he is in a bad state physically. He wouldn't be useful in a drawn-out fight, only a liability. I also have a bad feeling about him. Like, he loves fire a bit too much. Tamura nodded as Looney gave her mind about him. Looney, being a quirked rabbit, and not a human with a weird quirk, allowed her to have an extremely sharpened instinct. If she had a bad feeling about someone, she was most likely right. Probably a descendant of the Ashen King. It would explain the blue fire, and why he loves burning things that much. Either we teach him to control it, or we must get ready to dispose of him. Something even Sensei would agree. One Ashen King had been a big enough disaster to scare the world. They didn't need a second one. By the way, banana. F you. Soon afterward, both of them cackled. Good morning, Magni. God effing damn it, Atsuhiro. Don't you have a concept of acceptable hours to be called? Not when it is about telling you I am getting married this out and you should come back ASAP. I am already back home. On a side note, you might be right. Since I began a cure in the onsen you recommended, I noticed I had way less accidents than before. I told you, you were a victim of Luck Stealer's side effects, so I guess you began your treatment again. Yes, so sorry, I won't be able to help on that project of yours. Besides, my face is too known to be a good mole. Yes. Anyway, get your dress ready. Ava. Aizawa was sighing already when he saw most of the classroom gushing over something that was in between a fox, a dog, and a cat. Admittedly, it was quite cute, but what was it doing in his classroom right now? Children, what is going on? Everyone stared at their teacher, who had brought in the classroom one of the biggest cups of coffee they have ever seen. Probably way too tired to teach properly, but he would try anyway. Izuku is training, sir. He is testing how long he can maintain a card without forcing, and he is also testing their sentient limitation. This actually got Aizawa's interest, as Izuku's quirk was among the weirdest and most versatile of the class. Sure, it had theoretically insane offensive power, however, and thankfully, Izuku saw more interest in the versatility his quirk could provide on the field. How do you do that? Koda is speaking to the Eevee. That made sense, actually. Koda could speak with all animals, feeling their consciousness. Meanwhile, if Izuku summoned more humanoid cards, there was no telling if they were answering some ready-made answer or truly speaking their mind. And your answer for now is, the more powerful the card, the more intelligent and sentient it is. That was both interesting and worrying if Aizawa was asked about it. Izuku, for now, was just petting the Pokémon on his lap, enjoying its fluffy fur. Very well, except now, it is time to study. Midoriya, if your summon disturbed this classroom, you will dismiss it. Koda, if your rabbit tries once again to take over the classroom, I have some carrots ready for them. Koda lifted his thumb as the rabbit nodded, watching Aizawa as a respected warrior. The man had managed to fend off his attacks, after all. Also, this afternoon, don't forget your history test. You will be tested on the dawn of Quirk. Kaminari sighed, as he always had trouble with that period, which, to be fair, was quite messy. World War III was a mess, and all the events that transpired afterwards were even worse. Like, who cared about the network and its first fights? Now, sure, they established the first hero system, but it had developed so differently now. Also, Koda, I had Nedzu run a test. Yes, I know your Irish rabbit is a quirked rabbit. You are asked to not use it to cheat during the test. Damn it. So, Yui, can we ask you something? Since the sport festivals, Yui's status changed a bit. Before it, her fan club thought she was just a beautiful courtier. Now, most of them were wondering if there was something more behind her mask. So many people were listening when Itsuka talked to her during the break. Yes? What do you find in Katsuki? I mean, we both know about. That evening being the night Itsuka and Tetsu fought the other battle couple. Katsuki took Itsuka head-on and Yui managed to beat the man of metal, mostly by tiring him out with her attacks. The four of them knew they weren't allowed to speak about the arena outside, so they decided beforehand to speak of it as if they met by mistake at the cinema. He gets me. Yui was a woman of few words, and everyone now knew that. Her answer still took most people in the class aback. What? He gets me. When I want to fight, he knows it. When I want to rage against something, he understands it. It was almost the most words they ever heard her speak. The whole class was taken aback. Before Setsuna smiled and sat next to her. So he reads you and pay attention to you, not your pretty face, that's right. Setsuna was an old friend, just like Itsuka, so the two of them did know what Yui was like when in a dojo or things like that. He searched for old tokusatsu to watch together. He is also a fan, but he took extra steps. So, under her violent behavior and his lust for battle, there is a man caring and who actually appreciates you for who you are. Their courtier friend nodded her head, as both of them knew she often struggled to express how she truly felt. They knew how to do it themselves, because they knew Yui for a long time now. Katsuki, apparently, did it instinctively. Also, he doesn't hold back. When we compete, I see he doesn't think of me as something to protect, but someone who has his back. Partner, equal. 2 words she didn't speak, but many thought about them. Sure, having a knight to protect you was nice, or protecting your girl allowed you to appear badass. But the dynamic wasn't necessarily the healthiest. Her best friends nodded their heads. From their point of view, they didn't understand at first their friend's reason, but now it was clear. Communication was useful to understand each other clearly. Also, he isn't as dense as metal, him. Now you want to fight, girl. A glee in Yui's eyes showed her answer in midnight. Behind them, coughed. No fight during lunch, ladies. Yui simply nodded, before going back to her tomato, happily. So, finally, Torino is going to retire. Yagi was sitting by his mentor, who was still on his hospital bed. Thanks to David's technology, they had saved the old man's legs, and he could walk, even run a little bit. However, it was clear that using his quirk was going to be a problem, and without his quirk, he would have to retire. Oh anger, oh despair, oh age my enemy, have I lived simply to know this infamy? Sorahiko spouting some theater lines made his old disciple smile a bit, before coughing some blood. To be fair, he wasn't in a better state. And the time was ticking, each day passing. Nedzu was monitoring every intervention he did, to be sure they had enough reserves to deal with all for one when the time came. Both of them felt, for an instant, the weight of their age, crushing on their broken and battered body. Yet, All Might knew he couldn't allow himself to rest, yet. If he had found a successor, maybe he would have, but for now, it was impossible. Do you want me to tell Inko you won't be able to come? Grabbing one of his crutches, the angry dwarf managed to hit his student's head. I am coming for that wedding, even if it is in a wheelchair. A wheelchair, you hear me? I am missing a lung, not my ears, Yagi said jokingly, although the Hosu incident worried him greatly. All for One had been a pain in the ass because he was incredibly prudent. His inner circle still eluded All Might, and the man tried as much as possible to push the heavy and dirty work onto others. Making him step into the light was even harder. Using namas like that either meant he could mass-produce them, which was a scary thought, or that he estimated the young Izuku highly important. Why? Sure, he was Nana's grandson, but that was still strange. Besides, All Might made sure he wasn't more friendly to the young man than to any other of his comrades. Had he been the ninth holder, he would have understood. All of that made Yagi think there was more to the young man than they thought. He should seriously contact Endeavor and Compress soon to compare their different results. Hell, at this point, he was going to contact Mirai pretty soon. They needed every brain on the table. Good morning, sir. We came to see Mei. Power Loader gave a grin to the group of teens coming into the support classroom. Izuku, of course, Katsuki, Toru, and Yui. Mei's main clients, as the young crazy woman was actually quite picky about who she made stuff for. Izuku earned his right by being fearless enough to approach her and asking her for more than a few gadgets. Katsuki and Yui got theirs by being battle heroes who needed things that produced big explosions. Power Loader was worried about Katsuki giving her a reserve of nitroglycerine. He was even more worried when Yui used her power to increase some alloys' ingot size, meaning Mei had more rare metals to work on. To make things work, Yui and the girl named Momo often worked together to create special parts for Mei, and it was increasingly worrying. Toru got her because of her DNA. To be fair, Power Loader got some of her genetic material for his own project as the teen had a perfect optical combo. Even her hair was enough to create an invisible cape or things like that. Mei got her semester project already finished, approved and giving her a passing grade, when she somehow created a cooling liquid from Toru's blood, which allowed to give lower invisibility to any metal cooled inside. Honestly, for that one, the support hero was pretty sure she had asked her grandpa for help. Her family tree wasn't that much of a secret, and if it meant he could get some tech freely, Power Loader was ready to close his eyes. She is over there. As far as I know, she finally finished this young lady's weaponry, and I vetoed the Goddam tank, and the Gundam, and the Zoid, and the Gurren replica. In fact, everything bigger than you, young lady, was vetoed. Yui, surprised, tried to reply. Even the reproduction of an Exodus rifle, especially the Exodus rifle. Katsuki got punched lightly in the jaw when he began to laugh as Power Loader turned to him. As for you, young man, I have refused the new design you proposed. Not enough plating on the new design, and no way to redirect any explosion the new reserve could cause properly. This time, it was Izuku's turn to laugh, before Katsuki tried to jump on his friend. Anyway, most of your stuff got approved. You should go check it, so we can do the changes for Friday's lesson. Yui pouted as they all walked away, until Izuku pointed it out. You know, if you want that much to pilot a giant robot, I am pretty sure we can find a good card for me to summon one. I would need a lot of cards to sacrifice, but that might be doable. Katsuki, hidden from everyone's stares, gave a thumbs up to his friend. Good job, especially as Yui suddenly perked up, even if her face was as stoic as ever. Honestly, this was an example of why he asked to have a reserve of sacrificial cards in his upgraded costume. When they arrived in front of the door, Toru stopped Izuku before he was in front of it. Instinct from her part, most likely, as the door exploded and Mei fell, laughing. Oh, hi, dear customers. The happiest gremlin on earth was always happy to have people coming into her lab, especially them. No, Mei, you can't make that explode. Or Mei, that is too heavy and impractical, or it is against the Geneva and Neo-Vatican Convention. And finally, no, Mei, physics laws don't work like that. Laws were meant to be broken and to make Newton cry. Also, Izuku, why do you have a fox in your arms? A test of mine, to see how long I can keep a summon active. I am currently at 4 hours straight. When Izuku thought about how weak he was 1 year ago, he truly made some progress. Mei nodded and made them enter her workshop, before showing them a big table with a lot of gear. Dear clients, here are your upgrades. Izuku, as promised, a grappling hook and several new pouches on your costume to hide more cards. Finally, I have finished installing a flashbang in your hat if necessary. Katsuki, I have upgraded your gauntlet. For added options in ranged battle, I have created special bullets that are propelled by your explosion. I recommend training to improve your accuracy. My bullets range from the classic non-lethal to some more experimental, like anti-riot option or fumigene. Everyone gave a stare to Katsuki, who sighed. Hey, I have a brain. Sometimes, there are some guys you can't just explode. You need to find the right explosion to beat them. Yui, as you have learned, Power Loader vetoed like a coward most of my idea. Mei yelled at the teacher's address, who answered with a thumb up, but he didn't veto everything. Here are some examples. A shield, current size, 30 centimeters. I made a special alloy that stopped my drill for 5 minutes, which should be useful in battle. It also stops ice and heat, as long as you don't fight a FR that go above the 5,000 degrees Celsius. To be honest, if you are in that situation, you are boned anyway. Also, there is a lot of weaponry disguised as tools. Also, they looked if anyone was observing them before pulling something from under the rug. I managed to hide by using the big projects as a diversion. This baby, if you cross your arms like Ultraman, it sends a concussive beam. You can't spam it though, so be careful. Mei, for once, was the one who almost wanted to speak of personal space as Yui hugged her tightly. I take it as a thanks, Mei. As for Toru, oh dear, I had so much fun. Mei pointed out an empty section of the table before she switched the light to ultraviolet, revealing several weapons. Knuckle brass, baseball bat, a hammer, and a fully plated tactical suit. Toru squealed in delight. Finally, I have a whole suit, and I did my best to make her as noiseless as possible and to make her as cold as possible. Even under thermal vision, you will be invisible. All teens laughed evilly. The villains wouldn't know what hit them. Atsuhiro was currently as stressed as humanly possible. Today was the big day, the day he married his childhood friend. It was highly stressing to know that the number one hero was also in the public, as the closest thing Inko had to an uncle, despite never meeting him. However, none of them had any reason to deny it, especially as he came not as All Might, but Yagi Tashinori, former student under Nana Shimura mentoring. Thankfully, Compress could count on two friends to help him stay focused on his duty, Tabata, who even as civil was still as flamboyant as ever, and Masaru. Yes, the seemingly unnoticeable man was actually friend with Atsuhiro, thanks to their family often eating together. Both men sympathized often around their children's hijinks, and also about literature. Turned out, both of them liked old British books like Gaiman's or Pratchett, and of course the wonderful renaissance of the fantasy genre they caused during the 21st century, to everyone's pleasure. Some French books were also mentioned, but honestly, the French culture died as it refused to evolve thanks to some fossils who insisted that popular meant it was idiotic and only elitist books were good. Surprisingly, it didn't export or sell well, and in the end, they got replaced. Both men having a taste in art. They spoke often of stuff like that and as a result became friends. Honestly, he was almost certain Mitsuki knew about his real job. But Masaru truly thought he was only some kind of heroic trainer, making sure the hero stayed in top shape. Don't worry, Atsuhiro. Everything is going to be just fine. You know Izuku as if he was your flesh, and you know he probably trained a lot for his show. Inko is as much in love with you as you are with her. Tabata was helping his boss putting his tie correctly with a big smile. With how youngful Compress seemed and old Tabata seemed, it looked like a proud father trying to reassure his son. Still, despite knowing he was most likely right, Atsuhiro still half expected some weird shit to happen. He didn't know Nedzu had asked for Snipe and Hound Dog to establish a security perimeter around the church, so they wouldn't be disturbed. Tabata is right, Atsuhiro. Hell, you made me lose 5,000 yens with my wife, because your love was so obvious I expected you to propose earlier. She will say yes. Masaru calmed his friend too, and the magician felt happiness running across his skin. They were right. He looked at the wedding ring. It still had this beautiful green diamond, exactly the same color as Inko's eyes, the one he got by fighting Mizunaka. Part of him wondered what became the man after they parted ways. Mizunaka was surprisingly nice when you weren't fighting him, and both agreed that the triceps sit made them square. Unknowingly to Compress, Mizunaka used some of his contact to retire on some island with his happy wife, and they were expecting a child soon. Having a family to take care of made the shark rethinks about his life choice, and since he actually had a lot of money left, he simply quit his crime life. He totally not trolled Gang Orca by sending his wedding picture to the hero, telling him to get a life. Orca would have tried to pull some strings to arrest him internationally if the man didn't attach a file with a list of former customers among the smash. On Inko's side, the woman was surprisingly calm. Mitsuki, Magni, Minami, and Hana were all working, making her even more beautiful as she was already. I am so excited. Finally, after all these years, Magni, being Compress's longtime partner in crime, was more than happy to see him being married to his loved one, especially as she heard him too many times being sadly drunk in one of their evenings. She would complain about the lack of a good doctor for her transition and him about that. Yes, I hope my wedding will be as beautiful as your, Inko. Nanami, being Tabata's fiancé, raised more than a few eyebrows until she pulled an ID and showed they weren't that apart in age. She simply had a very youthful appearance. Also, it was very apparent Tabata loved her for her passion and her intelligence, not her petite looks. I am sure it will be, Minami. I will even give you a discount when that happens, Mitsuki told her, while she was finishing the final touch around Inko's belly. Some small changes she had to do this month. Inko's glowing skin was also a hint that made Mitsuki smile. However, seeing as Inko didn't break the news yet, Mitsuki chose to not mention it. So, who wants to bet on what Izuku is planning as a spectacle for the wedding? Because everyone was actually wondering what the young man, clearly having no issue with his stepdad, was planning to do. All he said was it was something he had planned now for a long time, and Katsuki had helped him get the timing right. Mitsuki, knowing her son, knew he didn't settle for anything less than perfect, and probably trained with Izuku during their Quirk club after school. Anyway, they didn't have to worry, as they were sure to have a good show. Hana, on her hand, said little, overwhelmed by emotions. However, everyone had to admit that her makeup skill was out of this world, clearly. So, Izuku, cards are ready. Katsuki was watching his friend closely. He knew that unless Izuku assumed his Joker persona, he often f'd up because of stress. Well, less now, as his Joker and his normal persona were mixing. The result was an Izuku who had more self-esteem and pride in himself. In fact, it greatly pleased Katsuki to see his friend giving him back his smile. Yep, and how are you doing? Very fine, thank you. Just a bit sad I couldn't invite. Katsuki was going to say Yui, but he saw Izuku's smile, and he could feel Toru's stare behind him, expecting some juicy details. You know what? F both of you. Despite his words, Katsuki was happy too. Honestly, he didn't have a squid for Atsuhiro, as today was also Inko's big day, but damn. The two of them took their time. It was so obvious too. Only Izuku was dumb enough to take as much as 4 months before noticing they were in a relationship. I just hope I am pretty enough for today, Toru said, before Katsuki gave her a blank look. Hey, Izuku promised me he found a way to turn off my invisibility for a dance. So this actually legit this time. The explosive boy had to give it to her and noticed how his mom's dress did give her justice. Most people seemed to ignore it as Toru was hard to spot, especially as some girls like Momo and Mina were in the class, but from what he could guess, Izuku caught a beautiful girl in his net. He did prefer Yui though, especially as he passed his hand on some bruises he had on the torso. Turns out, Mei's inventions packed quite a punch and Yui was truly turning into an ultra woman. He thought, that Izuku would agree for his idea of a show for her. Once he received the card he commanded. Hell, to make them print again, he had to ask Momo, as apparently the license was among all the one bought by her family. It also cost him a hefty penny. A few months of allowance actually went into it, as it was quite the collector card. All the kids smiled, before everyone got ready for the wedding, and Izuku got in place for the show. When the music started, and his mother entered the church, Izuku summoned from on both sides 2 Leafians and 2 Espion. Why them? Because the green was for his mom, of course, and the purple was for Atsuhiro's magic skill, of course. All 4 Pokémons then used their skills together. With a mental command from Izuku, each one created an arch above Inko walking in the aisle. The one chosen to bring the bride was Toshinori, as he was technically the closest kin Inko had. Besides, as he told her, it was an honor for him to accompany Nana's daughter on what was the best day in her life. The vegetal arches bloomed some cherry petals as they passed through them, and the psychic arches exploded in a myriad of psychic sparkles. Nothing violent, it merely beautifully combined purple and pink, complementing Inko's appearance and her grace, while even a skeleton like Yagi seemed more healthy than usual. Something simple, yet beautiful on Izuku's side, as a gift for his mom and his future dad. The old priest of the Neo-Christian church smiled at both of them, before beginning to explain to everyone how one marriage was sacred, and something that all-encompassing was witnessing with great interest and warmth. They all listened, as he told them every part of the all-encompassing hope they brought the better of each other, and that their love shine as brightly as its love for them. When the time came for the ring, Atsuhiro faked at first not having them, before pulling them from near Inko's eyes. Because there is no more beautiful star than your eyes for me, and nothing is enough to prove you my love. Inko answered this passionate declaration by a powerful kiss, using her quirk to grab his ties and pull him to her, under everyone's aura. The rest of the celebration went as happily as that. Sorahiko presented his congratulations to both of them, before pulling Atsuhiro near him and telling he knew perfectly who he was. If Inko was in danger because of him, Mr. Compress would never have to fear all for one, because Torino would have killed him before. When the time for dancing and everything came, Izuku pulled out a card and some strange smoke appeared in the room. Before everyone, including Toru's family, could see a beaming Toru who rewarded her boyfriend with a big hug and a powerful kiss. While it was for Izuku a pure bliss, the young teen just hoped that his friend's date went well. After all, it was Tamura. Curiosity killed the cat, as the adage said. But honestly, the HPSC was still undecided if Toga was a kitsune, a bakaniko, or a vampire. However, she preferred the kitsune theory and went with it as her codename. Besides, it was technically part of her mission if she was spying on the boss date. Curiosity never killed the fox, and as such, it was a perfectly fine reason to spy on Tamura. Toga was totally not taking pictures for blackmail material on their fearsome leader, absolutely not. Close to her was a certain brooding boy. No, it wasn't Tamura. It was actually Tamaki, who wanted to have some materials against Nejire. The overjoyed flying girl was constantly too hyped and tried too much to make Tamaki go out of his shell. He was very fine in it, thank you. Still, he wanted something against her. So, yes, he was totally taking blackmail material on her, and totally not trying to see how the two dumbasses would dance around each other while he had popcorn. Both totally missed the other spy, as they watched Tamura waiting for Nedzu near a clock. He was there for 30 minutes already, but from what they knew, it was mostly because he didn't want to be late. With his leather jacket and his ruined jeans, Tamura was the stereotype of a bad boy, but he could feel some stares on him, as the young man actually followed a little advice from Izuku and other people on some skin cream he could use. He had to admit, it did wonders on his skin. He went from the mad psycho look to simply the guy who is usually bad new but handsome. Then he felt two soft hands on his eyes. He practically felt his heart skip a bit, as a fairy-like voice asked him, "Who is this, Hadoken?" He got a light chop on his head, before turning around and see her smile. Sit, Looney was right. Her smile did make him feel better. Haha, you are literally the only one I let call me like that. Ready to get your ass kicked. The loser pays an ice cream to the other. Even her giggling was something nice to her, and it brought a smile on his face. A small one, but one nonetheless. You already know I will pay you one, Tamura said, with a smile as the young lady stuck her tongue out at him. Because I will kick your ass. Oh, just you wait till I beat you so hard, they will think you are Dan Hibiki. It was obvious to everyone around them they liked the time spent together, especially as it helped Tamura change his mind a bit from all the lies, the falsehood and the plans at home. Nedzu was just Nedzu. To her, he was just Tenko, or rather, he could be just Tenko, someone who likes to play video games, eat ice cream and make bad jokes, not to mention the sparring who were always nice to do. To Nedzu, being with Tenko meant having a lot of fun, and not having the others at school who were treating her like a goddess. Sure, she was one of the 3 top students, but that didn't mean she appreciated being above everyone else. Tamura wasn't reducing her as being with a strong quirk and a nice face. To him, she was a funny girl, who loved to exercise her mind as much as her muscles, playing pranks and manipulating him to have her ice cream. Also, he was an enigma, a challenge, and she could never refuse one. She was going to get at the bottom of who was Tenko, Tamura, and nothing would stop her from doing that. Besides, there was something about the fact she was apparently the only girl he met like that made her feel special. She is really cute, and this damn bastard was thinking of not answering at first. What a dumbass. Toga was still trying to understand what kind of sorcery or weird quirk Tamura used on the young heroine, before a voice, between 2 munched popcorn, spoke. To be fair, he lost a friend recently and was not in the mood. He didn't even tell her. Popcorn. Toga, hearing the voice behind her, almost went full killer before she noticed the lack of hostility behind it. Besides, it actually smelled like popcorn. So, Toga put a happy smile on her face and looked at the yellow caterpillar who was watching the same target as her. Holy shit, what the F was this guy's stealth skill? Friends with Tenko, I guess, Tamaki asked, despite being more rhetoric than anything. Toga didn't miss a beat and followed. Tenko, apparently, boss was quite serious about the have many identities thing. Exactly, and since he is often taken during the weekend, I was wondering what he was doing. This was a good reason, and Tamaki found nothing against it. Well, usually, he first head up with Izuku, but yes, he likes to spend time with Nedzu. Toga observed the man, clearly a brooding one, and not liking the crowd, but also clearly analyzing her, proof being his next question. So, what's your name? Himiko internally was screaming. Kay would be yelling at her for being spotted that easily, and she didn't know if. Foxdale, remember, the HPSC scrapped every charge against Himiko Toga, and your name was never publicized. So calm down. The best answer is the truth. Foxdale knew better than to show her surprise in hearing the voice in her head, before she remembered Kay was their control command. He was probably following her from the beginning and using his quirk to speak to her. The man could use the same frequency as phone, but directly inside people's heads or to control who could call who in a certain area. Damn useful. I am Himiko Toga. Nice to meet you, mister. My friend and Tenko call me Tamaki. Then, the young hero continued to eat his popcorn without a care for her. Good. Now, be careful. This Tamaki is Fat Gum's star intern, and he is considered among the best 3 students in UA. He doesn't look like much, but he is actually very smart. Sweet. Just what the blonde girl needed. Though he didn't seem like much like that, indeed. Need some food? He proposed to her, with no feeling except tiredness in his voice. No thank. Toga was going to politely refuse, but Tamaki proved he was dangerous instantly to her with his next sentence. I mean like blood or something. Tamaki cut her while she was replying, and this froze her blood. How did he know? You have fangs. It shows a probable mutation which requires you to feed specially. He was good. Toga's hand was slightly directing herself toward one of her security knives, until Tamaki showed his own teeth. Fangs too, closer to a beast than a human. This, once again, froze her but weirdly. I have a bit of everything, even a pouch of synthetic blood. If you are going to watch them, do it properly. From under his coat, he pulled an array of various things to eat, to her surprise. Who was carrying all of that? Wait, you are. She had so many questions, such as how do you hide an Iberian ham under your coat? A mutant who eats a lot from various sources. If you ask why I have some blood, it is in case I have to intervene quickly. Blood consumption is processed faster by my quirk than normal food. Toga stayed silent for a second, before her belly grumbled her desire. I would like the blood, thanks. Tamaki, from under his clothes, pulled out an aluminum pouch and gave it to a Toga who began to slurp it with delight, making some fox or cat-like purring noise. Don't worry about Tenko. I am pretty sure he doesn't care about that. Hell, he became friends with Izuku when he thought he was still quirkless. Toga nodded her head, before noticing that despite his aloofness and his apparent disinterest, the man was highly perceptive to have noticed that much about her. Before she noticed something. Wait, where did they go? Indeed, while they spoke, Nejire and Tamura had disappeared. But Tamaki answered nonchalantly. They are inside the arcade. Want to come? Toga wondered a bit if it was a good idea, but it was her best option to have a lead on Tamura after all. Let's follow him. Turned out Tamura was aware he had a big crush on Nejire, and Nejire seemed at least semi-aware he cared about her. Like when he got her a Ryukyu plushie from a claw machine and spent a little fortune on it. However, it was clear that her beaming smile was worth it in his eyes. Tamaki and Toga had a lot of fun watching that. Seeing Tamura being a bumbling not-boyfriend was highly different from his the boss persona he had back at the bar. Here, he seemed like a brooding young man trying his best for his girl, which, Toga realized, was who he truly was if he wasn't the leader of a vigilante, Vigilante. This girl, Nejire, was probably the only person with whom he had his guard down and could be truly who he felt he was. We are betting with my friend how long it will take before they get truly together. Toga looked at Tamaki, who was still monitoring them, but he was far more relaxed. While Tamaki liked Tamura when they met at the tournament, he shared the general feeling the big three had about him. So many things are weird. Nothing decisive but just small things piling up. As a result, he hadn't been sure Tamura's intentions towards Nejire were totally pure. Now, when he was playing Dance Dance Revolution with her, it seemed more likely. I can see why. I say before 2 weeks. Toga appreciated the idea, and wondered if she could bring the LOV's members in it. One rule of the bet is we can't interfere. Tamaki wasn't dumb, and clearly the girl was as sly as a fox. Also, he had to make this rule, because otherwise, Mirio would have totally forced the two to kiss already. The muscular Tintin was quite no-nonsense about many things, and it included romance. Toga laughed a bit, before getting up and dusting his skirt. Thanks for this afternoon. I guess nothing will happen though. The mood isn't quite here, but Tenko is clearly better now. Tamaki nodded, before giving a number to the surprised girl, who smiled a bit. Already giving a number to a girl aren't. Weird eater quirk like us have to support each other. You hide it well, but you are very wary about it and about your surroundings too. He was no nonsense too about things like that. No need to create misunderstanding. Toga's breath was stopped for an instant before the tall man raised up and head-patted her. You don't have to tell me anything, but if you ever need help, I will ask my friends to come with me. Heroes are here for that. The girl didn't need a guy hitting on her, but she clearly needed to know that people were here for her. That was something Fat Gum told him more than once on patrol. Very often, they would need people who needed help. But sometimes, rather than forcefully getting in a situation that would get messy very quickly, it was better to let the individual ask for it. Let them know someone cared about them. Tamaki wasn't kidding about the whole weird eating quirk. He had classes with Vlad as a teacher, and the blood hero helped him a lot about his quirk and how to accept it wasn't gross. Tamaki just hoped it was something he could do about that Toga girl. Maybe Tamaki was hiding his physical face most of the day, but it was painfully obvious this girl had one on her heart. Hell, the comment seemed to shake her up a lot as she took the paper. I don't see what you are talking about, but thanks, I will remember it. Now, if you will excuse me. Tamaki didn't follow the young woman as she walked away, but by the end, it was clear she was almost running. He hoped he wasn't the first to give her a hand. At a coffee shop, Kay was quietly sipping his 5th coffee of the day. In front of him was Foxtails, the young girl he had to care about with the whole unit of crazy people. If it was only up to him, he would send them to a therapy center far from Seijin. The fact he used her as a threat showed the respect he had for her and her work. Bring a parfait for the young lady, thank you. The man looked at Toga, who was quietly crying in front of him. Logical, as after years of brainwashing and making her crumble down, she had someone who finally gave her a hand. Kay, once the parfait arrived, poured a blood pouch on it, to her great surprise. Eat it, you need it. Toga looked at the HPSC agent. He was quite young, in his late 20s at best. After all the months they worked together, it was the first time they had a meal like that. Still, Toga obeyed, saying nothing. Keep the number. If something goes wrong at the league, call him. I will make sure the phone call succeed. If the president or Seijin says anything, I will take responsibility. The young girl almost spat out what she was eating, as the man was quietly drinking her coffee. What? But, you hate me, right? I mean, you often seem disgusted by me. No, I am disgusted by the fact I have to use a girl the same age as my younger sister as a weapon and mean to further my career. I didn't sign for this, the agent said coldly, thinking every word he said to the girl. Then, why don't you quit? Because if I do, nothing will change. However, if I grit my teeth, I can make sure there will be fewer people like you. Sajin isn't eternal, she has no child, thanks God, and the whole Project Mockingbird depends on her. Somehow, considering his cold demeanor, Toga couldn't help but think he was telling the truth. This may be what prompted her next question. A question she had all this time but couldn't ask before. Kay, do you think there will be a normal end for me? Kay sipped his tea and looked at Toga. If the worst happens, call the kid. Tell him you want UA, Custody Protection Program. It is completely out of the HPSC, and I know that thanks to All Might and Endeavor supporting it, you will have a shot for therapy. A real one. This answer surprised Toga, as it was clearly thought out. But very bad for him. That will F up your career, though. Toga tried to make a point, surprised. If the worst happens, it will be destroyed anyway. Kay stated it coldly, as Toga's comment was idiotic. It didn't have to be this way. Not everyone had to fall. And even if the young girl was a murderer by now, it was because of adults like him. With a lot of help, she had a shot at happiness. Now, eat before it is spoiled. I have to check on the others too. The two of them silently ate, while Toga felt something she didn't in a long time. Some warmth in her chest. At her desk, the HPSC president had a report from her spy on Kay, confirming what she hoped. Despite his cold face and his smoking habit, the man had a good heart, but the will to do what needed to be done. She added him in her files on who to trust, and those not to be in the HPSC. The 40-year-old woman looked through the windows and sighed. Sometimes, she really hated her job, and the number of things she couldn't change. Being in a position of power didn't mean you could change everything according to your will alone. However, she hoped that one day, she could make her institution great again, and not this snake cesspool she had inherited. Oh well, time to leak some new intel on Sajin's faction to Nedzu. Something about how some of the programs were funded by selling Trigger to some gang. Go. This brought a smile on her face as she looked up to the last report on her newest project, Project Sundowner. There will be bloodshed, and for once, she would have no effing remorse about it. Only 2 weeks before activation. And then, Sajin's faction would have a big problem on their hands. So, how are we going to organize study groups? Kaminari asked, because he knew he wasn't really at the top of the class. Toru, if her face could be seen, would have been terrified, because suddenly Izuku got up and put on the wall a giant paper for everyone to see. Behold my new creation, the EXAMINATRON. How to divide the classroom with our best students to coach everyone. And Toru being in your group is just a coincidence, right? Mina tried to tease Izuku, who gave her an adorable smile and answered back. Nope, she is my girlfriend, and I want to spend time with her. And we actually are used to study together. Toru made a small whining sound. While she was now highly successful in how to derail a study session into a make-out one, or a reading, massage, discussion. Hell, anything. Izuku was now planning around her planning and made sure she still worked. It helped greatly her marks, though. Still, she appreciated the fact he countered teasing with pureness. Why Todoroki isn't in charge of a group? Justice asked, still new to the classroom, before being confused by the general laughter. He wasn't worried about the exams, as while he was far from being as smart as his brother, he wasn't dumb. He is still among our best in the class, no. Maki, Todoroki's social skills are. Kirishima was thinking of a good comparison that wouldn't be harsh to his friend. But Shouto was Shouto. I have as much social skill as Bakugo has any self-control about a good fight. Bakugo nodded his head approvingly. He was notoriously battle-hungry, and he liked that. We are to the point where Katsuki is his social skill teacher, and he has made a lot of progress. Shoji added, behind his mask, nodding too. And Katsuki is a teacher, according to your planning, because Maki wanted to understand the insanity in this class. He is actually very good at motivating his students to learn. His notes are also very good. Kaminari explained, having been tutored by his teacher, his scared trembling through shades on what he just said, though. To be fair, I threatened to make them my sparring partner, and since most of them are sane enough to not want that, Mina asked, quite rhetorically, actually. I was going to say boring, Katsuki said with a disappointed look, but I guess that works too. Maki seriously wondered if being clinically insane was a requirement for this classroom. Considering the class president was demoted for apparently attempted murder, it made sense and was scary as hell. Having Koda's rabbit beginning to a staring contest with Bakugo didn't help the situation. Okay, now last question. Why did you put me in Asui's study group? Because she is very friendly. And you seem to need friends? Toru did not bribe her boyfriend to make it happen, she could assure you that. No one could have seen her do that, anyway. As for Tsuyu, she was still ribbiting in a friendly way, as the emotional support frog she was, petting the Eevee. Yes, the cute critter was still here after a few days, and Izuku seemed to be very happy at the prospect. It was the second pet of the classroom. However, back on the initial subject, Izuku planned for 4 groups of 5 students each time with a tutor and 4 people to help. The tutors were Momo, Katsuki, Izuku, and Tsuyu, which meant Maki had absolutely no way to escape her. However, now, the young justice was also sure Izuku knew about his mother and made the sensible call to make everyone come to UA for studying. Otherwise, considering his upbringing, going to Tsuyu's house would have most likely involved the last part of study. There would not have much stew. Meanwhile, Nedzu had made a giant house for the students to progress peacefully in UA's ground, and it was totally because he wanted to spoil his adopted grandson. Shoto asked him for the favor with a smile. A true smile. It earned Katsuki a few points, considering how Shoto was only a month before. However, for now, he had a meeting with some people to plan accordingly for the future conflict. In front of him, a screen which had Endeavor and Compress in his masked suit, ready for a conference. "Gentlemen, what did we learn?" Compress pulled out some stacks of paper and spoke. "Thanks to La Brava, we managed to get some data from the Triceps Corporation. Apparently, they were indeed working on the re-implantation of Quirk artificially done. They had some success with the mutant factor, probably because it isn't an on-off switch like an emitter, which also explained their recent success for genetic therapy against cancer and various illnesses. Any data about Muscular? Because, as far as I knew, he didn't seem very animal-themed. Same for Moonfish. Actually, Endeavor needed to ask, because he still remembered how the villain looked in the end. Not to mention Moonfish. Students shouldn't have to fight such monsters. And honestly, he understood why, once upon a time, Stain and Compress had been friends. Endeavor. You obliterated him. We lack a body to study what exactly was done to him. And besides that, apparently, the head scientist destroyed her own research before leaving the institute, considering she died in a blue fire soon after. Nedzu still had his source among the police force. Endeavor groaned, knowing perfectly what it meant. HPSC taking action and having an Ember with them, considering they are most likely the one who kidnapped Talia. Blue fire was incredibly rare as a quirk, and it had an even bigger stigma on it than a simple fire quirk. They were called Ember amongst the higher ranking of the government because they were all related, as far as the autopsy showed, to the Ashen King. Of 35 Embers discovered until now, 5 only were sane and not pyromaniac. It was a reason why Endeavor was so careful about identifying fire quirk users and making sure they were under control. Embers were a true risk for themselves and the world. The heroes in charge of dealing with the Embers were Crust, him, and the underground hero Ryo, who thought he hid his family link to Endeavor well. Endeavor was perfectly aware of it and found it funny the underground hero didn't notice yet that the grant that helped him get into a heroic school was funded by him. So, you think Talia is basically the HPSC walking weapon of mass destruction? Compress wasn't dumb, and he needed to know that kind of information to not face such a threat unprepared. Very, very few things could block a blue fire burst blank range, considering Talia had Endeavor's training and whatever the HPSC taught him. His son was most likely a danger. Well, even more than before, when he had his first psychopathic episode, but it was another can of worm. Nedzu sighed, as he would very much like for his source inside the HPSC to create a two-way channel to have confirmation. They always had top-tier information, and when he had to listen to the HPSC president yelling at him, it was always refreshing, especially when she asked who did he corrupt to have the information. Most likely, La Brava also discovered something else, based on Hasashi's incident and our own discovery. Talia might not be alone. Endeavor had sent the files on that one to Compress, as per the agreement for them to work together. Everyone stared at Compress, who pulled some files concerning various small-time villains who disappeared. If La Brava isn't mistaken, and I doubt she is, the Project Mockingbird might be a reference to the old complotist theory according to which the CIA used brainwashed killers, who all had a certain book in their library. Anyway, some of their quirks would explain incidents like what happened to Ingenium. Remember the blonde girl you spotted on a video feed? The one with probably a blood quirk. Endeavor nodded, clearly not happy with that investigation. They could have uncovered so much earlier if it hadn't been botched. He gritted his teeth even harder when a file appeared, showing Himiko Toga still at school. It was clearly a class picture, and the young teenage girl seemed tired on it. She seemed to be underweight too. Himiko Toga had an unidentified blood quirk, but it had elements of transformations, according to the witnesses. Compress was nothing if thorough. And when La Brava noticed the absence of police files about Toga Himiko despite her being in the official files of the HPSC, she knew something was wrong. As a result, she sent Gentle for some breaking in, getting intel or simply asking questions. His gentleman demeanor made him actually quite the face, especially if Hana was with him. Her parents are nowhere to be found, most likely moved to another location and with a different identity. Hell, if I read correctly about their fortune, they most likely moved out of the country after their daughter attempted to kill another student. A rich family, but not crazy rich as Nedzu. As a result, the scandal had tanked their local reputation, and they decided wisely to move out in another country to live there and be happy. Still, the last part made everyone perk up. Attempted murder. Apparently, being deprived of blood for too long made her attack a young man named Sato. He survived, but he needed a lot of surgery. He is actually the one who told us the most about her. How Toga was always on the edge about something and him trying to reach out and help. Compress sighed. That one act of kindness backfired on so many levels. Nedzu sighed. Being nice was nice, but in certain cases, like this Toga, offering your blood to help was dangerous, as there was no way of telling if the bloodthirsty girl would have a way to stop drinking or the self-control to not kill by mistake. You had to call a pro, like Vlad. Professional helpers exist because they are needed. Not everyone is a therapist. Not everyone is part of the rescue force. This was actually one of the reasons why vigilantism was forbidden. Well-meaning people doing something that worsened the situation. So this Toga girl was reported arrested in one document. But no trial, no police record, nothing. She vanished off the face of the earth afterwards. Her family wasn't that influential, and from what we gathered, I doubt her parents would bail her out. This made Nedzu angry on several levels. His mammal instinct to care about youngling, his hero instinct that this kind of quirk could have been very useful for an underground hero, and the FHPSC instinct he felt everyone should have. I see. So, the HPSC probably has a death squad for special operations they want to deny. Probably Nagant's replacement then. Compress nodded behind his mask. Before following, having discovered a few things and needing his colleague to be up to date, we also have a very good lead on the real identity of the boss, though we needed to keep it secret for his safety. All Might should be warned, though. This was most likely to be a groundbreaking revelation, right? The boss is probably Tenko Shimura, who disappeared several years ago and was most likely taken and raised by All for One. Oh come on, how the F does he do to be in every effing incident? This time, Endeavor was officially sick of this man. Language, NG. Compress, how the hell did you got that one? Nedzu still liked to see Endeavor being grumpy when his dad treated him as a child. Still so cute. Well, this one is a bit of a stretch, and I miss some evidence. However, let me tell you that once upon a time, Stain and I were friends. Even after he radicalized enough, we were still friends enough, so I accepted an ex-partner of his, Sophie Devereaux, also known as Hana Shimura. Both he and I were aware of her research of her brother, and apparently, during his time at the League, and after interrogating Native, Stain concluded that her brother was alive and he knew where he was. And what is the link to Boss? Endeavor was legitimately intrigued. Stain didn't have many friends. I think he made some mental notes about what the League told him and boom. It would also explain why All for One would want to silence him. So, Hosu wasn't a declaration of war but just a big cover-up. Once again, the Vigilante nodded as the hero sighed. The sit was even messier than before. Just how many gambits AFO was running at the same time? So, we have Plan A, Plan B, Plan C, and Plan E still active. All for One was pleased, especially as it was more than expected. Someone wise in a fanfiction he read when he was younger said, "There is two kinds of mastermind. Those who run a plan the shortest possible to limit the FUP, and those who run 100 complicated one at the same time." One of them was bound to succeed and they could pretend all the others were fakes. All for One agreed with that explanation. And he loved to run several plans at the same time. Besides, being immortal helped a lot for that. Also, he was probably a Vandal Savage fan, but no one knew that. Kurogiri, what about our update on the mole? Kurogiri put on a computer screen the video of a young man, tortured to death apparently. Properly disposed of, sir. However, it brings concern about Jurin. Of course it does. I was thinking Jurin helped us way too readily. Is he still searching for my granddaughter? I have asked for a report on that, sir. Apparently, he confirmed the young miss is alive thanks to someone who can check if someone is dead or not from a picture. By precaution, I have executed that individual to diminish the risk people can confirm if you are alive. Kurogiri was built with that function after all. Very good. Are we sure Lux Stealer's wife's family don't have her? Likely, as Jurin's agents never saw a kid in their house. So, either they have her locked in an underground basement, far from even his eyes, or they don't have her. However, considering the strength guarding the place, it would need committing several Naumas, and humanoid at that, or yourself, sir, to check directly. We can't afford to lose that much human resources after Hosu. All for One side. Truly a stronghold who had a lot of good quirks. Maybe he should go there when he would have better lungs. The exercise would be nice for his cranky body. Very well. What about Tamura then? What is his league doing currently? Well, they are trying to find some good targets. Endeavor was vetoed because Tamura pointed out ending the number 2 would be nice. But Endeavor wasn't the kind of person easy to beat in the first place, and his sidekicks are all pretty strong. As a result, rather than heroes, they decided to do some killings on the CRC. Since apparently 2 of the recruits are complex mutants, it was received quite warmly by them. They plan a raid on the newly christened ISP tomorrow. Kurogiri pulled on the screen. For FO's virtual eyes, HPSC's spies files. Tamura and Looney managed to befriend Toga quite easily. I would recommend working on her nonetheless, as her quirk could have an interesting reaction with your and potentially be used as a backup plan. Using this girl and my quirk to possess it. Useless unless I have something that would allow me to rewrite my flesh at the same time, or unless Garaki is willing to modify her enough to receive me. More wine, Kurogiri. Very well, sir. As for Twice, the man is. He is a bumbling buffoon, sir. Only useful as a support. All for one side. It was sad, as Seikayo still remembered Shin Bubegawara and his wonderful quirk. He had hoped his grandson would have inherited from an upgraded version of his quirk, not a downgrade. Oh well, Seijin's gift for his birthday was still quite touching and useful. Such a good daughter. What about Dabai? Who is totally not a Todoroki, by the way. Dabai, confirmed Ember. If we can convince him to accept the namufication or to accept a gift from you, we would have one of the most powerful fire user in existence, sir. While his technique is crude and his body is crumbling, his output is unlike any other. Besides, while he tries to hide it, he still knows most of his father's style. However, I am not sure he can actually make through the namufication. His body is already in a very bad state, so this was the true gift. Oh, such a beautiful weapon even if it was unstable as hell, and he actually tried to attack Tamura to assert dominance. There was much they could work with, and we have all of Seijin's intel on him. Young Mistress made an excellent report, and she even included some data so you could use his bypass word. Send her a card telling her she is the best, and tell Garaki to work on his youthfication procedure. She is going to be the first to be by my side. He adored his daughter, loyal and crazy fun like him. Very well, sir. Finally, Spinner, he is a pizza delivery man who got lost. That's totally a trap. All for One also had a quirk called Captain Obvious. Of course, sir. However, I have to admit, I am surprised as Jurin found nothing on him. He was actually surprised about that. All he found was that his backstory was coherent. When his men asked in Deka about him, there was no discrepancy. This was weird, and honestly, quite worrying. Another secret organization who was aware of him, but not the opposite. One who could apparently fool Jurin. Sit. Tell 9 he will be deployed around Deka. I want intel on what is happening over there, just to be sure I am not about to be stabbed in the back by a laying knife. Meanwhile, at an unlucky CRCHQ, Looney, catch, Spinner said, before throwing a dumbass at the bunny, who smashed his head like a pumpkin. Both mutants hated people like the CRC, and it was always a fun mission to bond with the other. Hell, after seeing the ominous league for himself, he was clearly hoping to recruit them for the moderate faction of the MLA. The MLA as whole hated the CRC and the Smash. Wait, no. According to the new intel, the Smash had a new leadership, and they got rebranded as the Inhuman Supremacy Party. Anyway, both of them were a-holes, and Spinner couldn't wait for Re-Destro to smash them to the ground. Boss, I was drinking that one, Toga yelled, as she was covered in dust, her fang bloodied. Clearly, she had her fill. Tamura sighed, before looking at her. Not when working, Kitsune. Did you finish the evacuation? Tamura was clearly going to ask Izuku his opinion on how much Kitsune thirst was biological and how much was it addiction. Because, clearly, her look made him a tiny bit suspicious. Yep, I left Tanuki protecting the hostage. And he prepared 2 Amaterasu well. At least it didn't impair her skills on the field, and it was nice to see her annoying Dabai. Dabi. My effing name is Dabai. Amaterasu yelled even harder as he incinerated a man by making him eat his flames. Amaterasu, roll better on the tongue, mate. What are you, a chunny? F you, crusty face. It's not crusty anymore, because I use cream, me. Both men flipped at each other the bird, before Tamura lunged toward Dabai's side, and the fireman redirected a hand in the direction of his boss. Fire and dusting hand crossed each other, and Tamura dusted a man with a lesser invisibility quirk while Dabai incinerated a bad cosplay of a Knight Templar. You know, if I didn't see the boss with his girlfriend the other day, I would ship them. Toga whispered to Spinner and Rabbit, leaving them giggling. She isn't my girlfriend. Tamura was once again thanking Izuku for the idea of an all-face concealing mask for him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been believable at all, blushing and everything else. The stare he got from everyone, as they stood in the middle of burning corpses and dusted people, made him yell, F you guys. Meanwhile, Twice was protecting the mutants and taking some measure with his notebook. He had a lot of useful people to copy in it, and he never stopped to use it. He was half mad, not half stupid. Even if his doubles were less powerful than the original, they were still useful. With 2 recovery girl healing the prisoners, he was making sure everyone was all right. Mr. Doubleface. Thank you. Twice only had the time to turn back before two little fox girls began to hug his legs, while he head patted them. Daw, so cute. And those as a holes were trying to kill them. They deserved everything they got. Don't worry, kids. We are the League of Villains. Because we do the things heroes can't. Divided by also because F the racists. Both personalities were agreeing on that. And it was nice to feel at peace with himself. Then, Twice got something on his phone and yelled at his friends in panic. Guys, Gang Orca is coming with his gang, right now. We should, get the F out. Everyone in the gang stared at each other. And the League began to run away quickly, leaving some former prisoners still wondering what the F happened. Many CRC members dead and not wondering at all. And their leader with his legs dusted but alive, with a little post-it gift from the League of Villains. Tamura's idea. After the triceps attack. When he was thinking about it, the attack could have f'd up Ryukyu's investigation. And killing everyone, while very satisfying, could also mean destroying any leads the heroes needed to work on a bigger scale. That way, well, it was better that way. Still, Tamura hoped Stain would have liked what they did today. There are even two heroes in the building, secretly part of the CRC. Meanwhile, in Tartarus, the HPSC's president was looking through the glass to see the operation in front of him. Project Sundowner, her personal ultimate soldier in her war to purify the HPSC from Seigen's influence. She needed that firepower, one loyal only to her, but also with the backbone to tell her to F off if she ever steers from her initial goal. Power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. That was her unofficial motto, and why she self-imposed rules on herself to limit her own power and avoid losing her goal. How is the operation going? It is going as expected, ma'am. We have finished most of the modification asked. And as per order, he should wake in 2 weeks, the doctor said through the speaker, as he implanted even more stuff in the man in front of him. Underneath the HPSC's president, on the surgery table, Stain was being operated on and he had a smile on his face, still in his sleep since the attack. Maybe the madman had a good dream. I just want, for the record, to say that giving a cybernetic body to a madman is a bad idea that could easily backfire. Shouldn't we insert a mind control puce or something? Just the bomb might be not enough. Someone had played some old Mass Effect apparently. No, the HPSC president's second idea for this operation wasn't Lazarus. Any trace of that had been eaten by her dog. It is my call to make and I promise you it won't backfire at all. Surprisingly, the HPSC president was right. She was also sure she made the right call for Stain's partner. In a Tartarus cell, Nagant sneezed. Someone was thinking about her maybe. A first since she was dumped into that hole. The HPSC president, if she knew the whole consequence of her actions, would have rewarded herself with a good cup of wine. Invisible girl, anyone still alive? Earjack, how can someone that kind, can be that cruel when you are studying? Gravity, the F happened. I mean, I was in the Momo group, and we had a good time. She even brought tea. Invisible girl. Well, those with me for Izuku's session discovered he is really a perfectionist when teaching, and gives a lot of details. Princess, how much? Earjack, too much. I mean, I totally understand now why Katsuki slammed his face in the desk. The first day. He saved us. Half of it was the teaching material. The other half, his own guess. This includes predictions on what should fall at the exam. Invisible girl. And his theory that the legendary arch-arsonist might be the Ashen King's ancestor, having somehow managed to escape from jail and have children. Earjack, which is scary. Princess, don't let Todoroki hear him. He began explaining to me his theory that the Quirk thief is real, and probably still alive. One of his pieces of evidence was the Egyptian pyramids. I was just asking how his lessons with Nedzu were going. Invisible girl, I am compelled to ask. What? Princess. Actually, he said there was a white-haired man seen across the world since the dawn of Quirk and there is no proof he died. Frog girl. Meanwhile, I have managed to make some progress with Maki. He is very cute when he tries to hide his embarrassment. Thanks Toru for the assist. Invisible girl. Always happy to help, girl. Meanwhile, at the new Inhuman Supremacist Party, two people were speaking. One of them was a young mutant, in his early 20s. His villain name was an old reference, advised by his mentor and patron, Terraformers. While for now he wasn't really known, as his ascension basically happened overnight, he was the new leader for the former Smash. Indeed, last night, he challenged Beast for leadership. And to make sure the man would accept a fight and not just laugh at him, Terraformers threw at him some of his children's heads. The Wolf Lord had been quite angry at the sight. While he didn't care about any of them, the Beast Man was proud of his pack and didn't tolerate anyone but him hurting them. As a result, the SS villain, who once had managed Mizunaka under drugs to a standstill, leaped at the newcomer. Everyone who watched the fight would confirm later it had been brutal. For Beast, Terraformers wore his name perfectly as he was a mutant cockroach and looked exactly like the beasts in the manga of the same name. He also had the strength, speed, and durability coming with such a quirk. Sure, he was ugly as F, spooking everyone with his wide-open eyes. Sure, he was someone who killed people as if they were bugs. The real issue was his intellect. He wasn't on par with Nedzu as an example, but he was smart and ambitious. He was going to be the new lord of crime in Japan. Your protege, Tamura, destroyed one of my centers, sensei. Speaking of that, Terraformers was talking to All For One, his mentor and the one who trained him in warfare, how to establish a crime ring and how to milk it. He was extremely unhappy as a result when he learned someone he was supposed to work with at a later date attacked him and was more a vigilante than a villain. I have to ask, are you sure about your choice of the heir? Maybe it was disrespectful, but Terraformers only respected this man. Him and only he had his loyalty for saving him all these years ago. He wasn't afraid of his freakish appearance and taught him what he needed to be the man he was now. As a result, he truly cared about All For One's empire and Tamura apparently not being evil. The silence in front of him made Terraformers he might have overstepped, but when Sensei spoke, it surprised him highly. Error humanum est, perseverate diabolicum. All For One had hints of irritation in his voice. But if the cockroach was correct, it wasn't against him. Sensei, the cockroach dared to hope. I want to give Tamura a chance, but you are right. I might have made an error and his league might be counterproductive. As a result, I might do something fun about it. The ISP leader groaned as he knew that Sensei's humor involved people screaming in pain. And weird references. Sensei, I might throw you off a window, with all respect, if you make a joke about your past. Well, I was going to make you, Purify, and Tamura fight to determine who was the apex legend among all of you, but Terraformers suddenly went to throw his mentor through windows for that joke, but he preferred to stare in disbelief at him. So, a battle royal among our three groups, but what does the last one standing win? The heirdom to my empire, of course. All three of you had roughly the same training and hate the hero society as you should. All For One explained, to his protege's joy. The man with the mask didn't mention that all three of them had their own potential as extra life. Terraformers' mutation made him able to survive the implementation of his quirk directly. Purify had a very interesting variation of erasure, and Tamura had the extra irony of his lineage. All three were perfectly viable for some hijacking. So, since Tamura was deviating from his initial plan, All For One would make him fight for his position, to make him kill people way more often. Let's reawaken inside of him the bloodlust he had. That would make corrupt him correctly way more easily. When does the game begin? Also, does that mean we can finally be a bit more overt about our actions? I mean, Gang Orca has been a pain recently and Terraformers like to operate his hate group as a corporation. And honestly, he wanted to deregulate his market from the hero regulations. In 1 week, you can take that time to finish what you have begun. The new ISP leader knew exactly what he was talking about, finishing off the beast bloodline. Sure, the group wasn't a monarchy, but blood was very important, and letting one escape meant a faction could rise later to challenge him. It was easier to finish off all the remaining kids. It is going on quite well. The only missing one is a girl named Pseudo, but I have faith we will find her soon. And once we find where she is hidden, we will crush her in her hiding place at full strength. Re-Destro opened his new center for homeless people in Deku. One specifically opened as a safe space for heteromorphic quirked people. Rikia was the leader of a centuries-long conspiracy. And he had time to evolve his ancestors' ideology, with new problems arising. One of them was the heteromorphic mutant. If one wanted to exercise freely its quirk, it also meant mutants deserved to be free to be what they were, without prejudice or discrimination. They needed a safe space to be protected, being smart about the ideology and not trusting it blindly. That was his own motto. Because, if you trusted blindly the whole let everyone use their quirk freely, you would have quickly crazy effer like the Ashen King running around. Actually, Rikia found the event quite relaxing, because he still needed to have another meeting on that subject with his Shadow Council. Apparently, rumors of an existing cult were proven true, and as a result, needed to be dealt with. Unknown to him, a certain wolf girl, named Pseudo, on the run, decided to hide there for the time being. Deku was such a quiet and nice town. Surely, she would be safe for a moment, right? However, she would need to stay secretive about her identity for now, though she knew it was only a matter of time before her father's killer found her. Honestly, she just wanted to get as far as possible from them, and she would be happy if she didn't have to hear about them ever again, but she knew them. The ISP would never let her live, and she was only going to stay here long enough to recover and establish a plan to get the F out of the country. Surely, she wouldn't bring trouble to Deku. Meanwhile, at the League of Villains, people gathered around Toga. Well, all except Tamura, who was tired as he tried to be promoted to Platinum on LOL. Considering his yelling about some effing ADC not doing their job, he didn't succeed. How did he manage to meet such a cute one? That damn normie. Twice was angry and happy at the same time, somehow. To be fair, both parties agreed Tamura was damn lucky. I don't know, but I have to respect the skill. Our fearless leader is more competent than he lets on. Dabai had to admit he clearly didn't believe Tamura was that good, but here was their proof. Their proof that a supervillain had somehow a relationship with one of the most promising heroes of the new generation. So, do you think she is the one he wants us to meet this Saturday? Toga asked, somehow hoping to meet Tamaki at the same time. It was nice to know someone who didn't care about her eating habits. She almost wanted to thank him by drinking his blood, but she was pretty sure that if she did that, her cover would blow up and Seijin would punish her. Bad girl, stay calm. Looney laughed in the background, while she was feeding some rabbits running around in the bar, some discharging electricity and another creating ice. Dabai liked to have that one on his knees, as its coldness felt nice and eased his burned skin. Truly, one of the best things at the LOV. The goddamn rabbits. Nah, boss plans to make you meet one guy he would love to recruit for his league. However, he is still really useful as a quirk analyst. He is almost on par with boss for strategy. Looney liked to prepare her effects for her announcement, and he is one of the best of UA. First years. Suddenly, Dabai was internally screaming, because, according to that profile, well, odds were it was Shadow. At the mere thought of his brother, Dabai's temperature rose a bit before calming down. Why did he feel the urge to kill? Oh right, his father. It was all his father's fault. What do you mean, you made him saner, darling? Exactly what I mean, Dad. Seriously, avoid using mind control at all costs. It should be your last resort. Tauya Todoroki is an actual psychopath and I made him a working, calmer and saner individual by focusing all his negativity on his dad. Seijin, despite loving to mind people, was smart about it. She did it like an artist, to control what her painting would become. She didn't like making Psycho even more psycho, despite the rumors. She molded them into tools. When Tauya first arrived in her lap, she had a lot to unravel, notably the fact the young boy tried once to kill his baby brother before his quirk appeared simply because of his hair. The more she worked with Tauya, the more it mattered to write an article about psychopaths. Hell, she actually wrote one and got a prize for it, because she had a rare young specimen available. However, she needed to warn her dad seriously about it. All for one loved to F with people but without caring how it could come back to bite him in the ass later. Thankfully, her dad listened to her in her matters of expertise, just as much as he listened to his son about dental care. He bought for a high price a perfect tooth quirk for a very good reason. Very well. On a side note, do you still come Friday for dinner? No, sorry Dad. I might have a date with a nice man. Also, if he mysteriously disappears, I will be angry unless you have a very good reason. Seijin knew her dad and all for one liked to do his intimidation act. The issue was he also liked to make disappear any of her potential relationships that weren't up to his standard. So yes, she had to resort to threats sometimes. As her only answer, Seijin got a hearty laugh from her dad. Aizawa sighed, as he graded each student's essay on the dawn of quirks. Most of the students brought very nice essays, which were only logical. Sure, some like Kaminari were among the idiots of the class. However, people seem to often forget that the dumbest of UA still meant being among the best 1% of Japan. Kaminari, as an example, was an excellent work of memorization and he tried to bring some of his insight into his copy. The issue was he still lacked some ground experience and needed to learn how the world worked. But the ideas were interesting. Izuku's was a compilation of datasheets and some analysis on the subject Shouta saw once or twice in some scholar's thesis. Excellent, but sometimes too much information killed the purpose. Bakugu's was simple, concise, and to the point, hence his excellent marks. No, Aizawa's headache was Shouto's work and honestly, it scared him on some levels. The more he read it, the more he was inspired to make his own conspiracy theory board and try to connect some links himself. When he finished grading the work, Shouto had an excellent note, and Aizawa was now split between checking with Nedzu about something or not doing. Against his better judgment, he decided to ask the Mad Rat. Surprising Nedzu was hard, as the rat seemed to have an intricate intelligence network on par with the Public Safety Bureau or the HPSC. However, Aizawa's question made him stop drinking his tea for a singular second. Aizawa was one of his favorite humans, if only because he was one of the best to nap with. Come again, Aizawa. Are you, or not, one of Destro's followers from the dawn of Quirk's era and responsible for things like the freezing of Harajuku or Akihabara Great Cleansing? Nedzu drank his tea and gave his best reassuring smile to his teacher. Of course not, Aizawa. What makes you think such a thing? Aizawa sighed, some weight off his shoulder. Yes, of course it was an absurd theory. Shouto's work. I don't know if he believes what he writes, but he has learned from his father how to make a convincing case apparently. Because Shouto clearly recognized Endeavor's style in Shouto's thesis on the subject. Probably because Endeavor was forced to do only paperwork after his injury against Muscular. That and Nedzu's lesson clearly honed Shouto with his father's methodology and his grandpa's craziness. As a result, they had the future king of conspiracy theories. Both men chuckled a bit before Aizawa went back to his work, while Nedzu sighed and pulled from his desk an old picture. He was clearly smaller at that time, and he was on the shoulder of a tall man with a long nose, a very old friend who had saved his life. Sadly, their view of the world disagreed in the long run, and he had been very sad when his friend got executed. Still, Nedzu had never been an official member of Destro's group. As for Akihabara, he had no remorse. They had cancelled his favorite show before the end. Good old times. On Saturday, Izuku stretched himself to appreciate the sun as he went down his favorite mall. Toru had a girl meeting for once, and both of them agreed they still needed their own activities separately. Still, Izuku had a good idea of what Toru was planning to do that day. Something involving Momo's manor, a lot of laser pistols, and things like that. When Izuku opened the den of the Drake's door, he saw the patron smiling at him. After the festival and his epic showdown with Katsuki, Izuku got sponsored by Momo's family, as they own most of the card industry. Having a card-themed hero was good, and as a result, Izuku could, up to a certain limit each week, bill them for rare and precious cards. The patron loved when Izuku came, because it meant he would have a lot to research, and it was a good way to have some money. Tamura and his friends are waiting for you, Midoriya. Tamura, friends, something didn't compute for a few seconds until Izuku got in the back of the shop and saw his friend. For God's sake, burn sit. You have to use reputation points before summoning a hero. Then explain better, you shithead. I teach well enough. Jin is playing perfectly fine. Izuku and the rest of the local dudes were all wondering who was Tamura's friends, between one who had an even worse face than Tamura at his beginning, a janky vampire girl, and a man with a strange mask. Looney, with an actual reward on her head, couldn't come, but she trusted Himiko as her proxy. Tamura, don't kill people here, and don't scare the clients. Izuku, Dabai clearly relaxed when he saw that his new boss friend wasn't Shouto. Himiko was already smiling and waving at him, and both twice nodded as they played against each other. Somehow, both were losing. Wow, I never thought Tamura truly had any friends besides me, the group, and maybe Ni. Izuku, you are my friend, but don't give them such details, Tamura warned, not knowing Himiko had already spread the news among the group. Okay, so, nice to meet you all. I see someone with a fire quirk and a birth defect, 2 complex mutant quirks, and someone with a duplication quirk. Damn, they are rare. Thank you. It is a effing curse. Both clones yelled at the same time, making Izuku raise an eyebrow. Tamura turned toward Izuku, and he explained, Jin had an incident with his quirk, and at the moment he doesn't know if he is the real one or just a clone byproduct. It is not well on his psyche, as you can guess. Don't you have any theories that could prove to him he is the real one or something? Tamura knew Izuku was a effing nerd about it. He probably had already read something on similar cases. Well, of course, according to McAllister's studies, last year, it has been discovered and proved that most creation and duplication quirks don't work when the user is asleep. Also, there is an important difference between duplicating, creating. Tamura sighed and snapped his finger. Long story short, Izuku, if Jin was a clone, he should have dissolved into goo when he went asleep. That's what you were saying. Right. Izuku happily nodded and twice began to smile, as it seemed to be a light at the end of a very dark tunnel. Of course, there is only one exception recorded to that rule, and it would be very bad luck if he was related to Shin Bubawaigara. At that moment, when they saw Twice's face falling, Tamura and the rest knew. Izuku fed up. What? That needed an explanation. One Izuku was happy to give. Well, Shin Bubawaigara was known to have the only permanent duplication living quirk. He had a permanent body double who was him, with his mind and everything. Effectively 2 bodies and 1 mind, though he could merge if he wanted. I think it was my grandfather. We are sure it is him. Twice didn't take kindly to the news until he got hugged by Himiko, who tried to calm him down while Izuku was racking his brain. Well, there goes that theory. The other option would be finding a good card, Izuku said, not one to give up. Tamura quickly understood what he meant, while the LOV were wondering what they were talking about. Oh right, if we can find a card that allows us to seek through the illusions, but not dispel it, we can make sure Jin is the real one without dispelling him if he is a clone. Tamura, I think I speak for everyone when I say this. What are you both talking about? Dabai was wondering what they were talking about after all. Izuku, here, can manifest what is written on a card in real life. Tamura explained while the green-haired teen smiled and pulled from his bag a big book with a lot of cards from various games. Wait, so I have a Pikachu card? Himiko asked before Izuku summoned a Pikachu who was promptly hugged tightly by Toga. Oh my god, this is the best quirk. Thanks, Izuku said, before continuing to check on his collection, while the others understood even more their chief choice. Nice guy, without any prejudice and a very strong quirk. Toga smiled and was going to ask something before Tamura added. He is already taken, and if you try to make a move on him, you will never see his girlfriend coming. The fact that every neckbeard in the shop nodded solemnly was strange, but Toga knew when to back down. Meanwhile, Izuku found a card, but he looked very annoyed at Tamura. You owe me one, Tamura. This card is extremely rare, and I wanted to use it on my date. Tamura smiled, as Izuku pulled the lens of truth from Ocarina of Time. Nintendo had released in the past some TCG of the famous license, hence why they existed, but also why they cost a hefty penny. The young man used the lens to look at twice. It's fine, he is a real guy, Izuku said, without any problems. I would still recommend seeing a therapist, though. Tamura and Spinner noted quietly in their mind that all three of their friends had a little reaction at the word therapist. It was apparently something worth digging a bit, though I will find a favor later, Tamura. For now I have enough on my mind. Izuku sighed as he pulled his deck for their favorite game. I need to let my mind on other things. TFF, as if it can be that hard, Tamura said, laughingly, as everyone watched them play and Dabai was still trying to wonder if he would be in danger if he burned either a smoke or a neckbeard. I mean, what's the worst on your mind? Exams. Tamura, next week, according to my intel, I will fight one of my hero teachers, so it is actually a good reason to worry. However, the real thing in my mind is something else. Oh, do tell, Izuku. At that moment, Tamura didn't know he would be the one who would have a hard time sleeping. I discovered I have a missing cousin, named Tenko Shimura, and I have no idea where he might be, or if he is alive. Izuku explained with a sigh, missing his friend screaming suddenly internally, while Toga connected some dots. And suddenly, I was confronted with a big question. To report or not report? Because apparently, that was a big thing. That day, Tamura lost for the first time all afternoon against Izuku, while twice was seen enjoying a few stuff and being a bit reassured. He was still unsure if Izuku was right, but knowing there was a high percentage of him being the real one made him feel better. Meanwhile, when alone with Kurogiri, Tamura yelled, Kurogiri. I almost killed another family member. Sweet. Now, he had something to report to his master. But first, let's calm his boy. See, that is why I was saying that asking first years to give us the weights was a bad idea, especially when the winner was going to be Mei, and when she is notoriously the main provider for Midoriya and Bakugo, Aizawa pointed out. As all of his comrades went back to the main building with various bruises, they are just kids, what wrong they could do to us? Well, unlike you, I listened to Midnight and Vlad. They both supervised the kids and they knew what the hell they were planning. The exam was one of the usual logic fallacies Aizawa liked to use to make the students think that they were going to fight robots, and boom, drop-kicking them with teachers and pro-heroes. Yes, he was a total sadist. However, this year, he wanted to take extra precaution for his plan, but he was vetoed for once. And as a result, the students were thoroughly prepared for the exams. One of the few still standing was Cementos, as he had to deal with Kaminari and Shinso, to observe how they had prepared themselves to deal with a long-range villain with night impenetrable defense. The pair had surprised all the teachers, as their solution was to use Shinso's ventriloquism to fool Cementos' sense of their real position. But more importantly, because of Kaminari's new technique, even Aizawa had been surprised by the move, and gave them some bonus points. Apparently, the Quirk training club was a resounding success, as Kaminari managed to create a secondary nerve system thanks to his quirk, greatly increasing his physical abilities, but mainly improving his speed. With Shinso on his back, Kaminari ran in less than 1 minute to the exit, before collapsing in front of it. Apparently, that super mode was highly taxing on his body, and Shinso had to pull him out on the last meter. Still, it was a resounding success for the pair. Present Mike thought that he was in a comical large cast for a good reason. His job had been to deal with Momo and Ochako, and see how they would deal with long-range attacks. Their answer, Ochako, who made a weightless howitzer who shot at Present Mike. Momo, then, aimed it at the teacher and shot him easily. She was kind enough though to not have used an actual cannonball, but rather a new foam composite developed by Mei, and which solidified as a cast. Aizawa appreciated the silence and the fact he wouldn't have to listen to his friend until Majima got his tools to free him. Majima, though, was still wondering what the hell happened during his fight. Having to deal with Mei on a daily basis had greatly increased his bullshit resistance, but it was still puzzling him. He had to fight a mutant frog accompanied by what looked like a Templar knight on his way to Jerusalem. Surprisingly enough, the threat hadn't been the Templar himself, but the frog. And to be fair, it had been expected. Justice's quirk made it very hard for him to be powerful enough while against a teacher. He still wondered what the hell the frog said to him, so he would try to throw her away the strongest he could, while clearly blushing under his helmet. Young love, probably. Anyways, young Asui used the momentum and her powerful legs to jump literally above every trap he put there. And while Power Loader had thought he could easily defeat her one-on-one, he noticed then that her tongue was still tied to Justice. Meaning now, there was a video of a frog using a crusader as a hammer to play whack-a-mole. Power Loader was the mole, which was why his exoskeleton was badly damaged. All Might, in the end, had been one of the few to win his fight. But as he explained to the student, in his case, they were mostly expected to do their best and survive, showcasing what they had learned. Yagi was smiling, thinking about the fight and how promising Todoroki and Kirishima had been. Kirishima's right hook in his gargoyle mode was not meant to be underestimated, especially as he completely ignored elemental damage. Yagi was wondering if it was because of his training in the club, as Kirishima's training was basically staying between Bakugo and Todoroki doing contests of power. The fight had Kirishima being in close combat range, trying to punch him and taking him down, while Todoroki used a mix of ice and fire to get around the place quickly and attack from all sides. Teachers added bonus points for his ice structure, as it was more stable than it had been during the sport festival. In the same way, Todoroki stopped using big moves as openers in a fight, leaving him open, and used it only as a finisher when Kirishima managed to hold down All Might for a second. Still, his focus needed work. He was still far from pulling a hell spider like his father, or doing a precise attack with some ice javelin. As for Kirishima, the young lad was quite spirited. In his personal ranking of who deserved one for all, Kirishima was very high. He had the will, the quirk, and most importantly, the kindness. All Might was half pondering the idea of actually mentoring him in his fitness training, the American dream regime he got from Nana, who herself got from her predecessor. Sometimes, they half joked that the true one for all was all of that training. In the vestige world, Yoichi sneezed. Did someone discover that one for all was a stockpiling quirk? And as a result, it made a lot of sense to make every user follow his insane training he designated through science, just to make them superhuman. After all, his research during the dawn of quirks clearly showed that each generation was stronger than the precedent. This training would only bring greater results. Suck it, Seikaio. Training always pays off in the end. Hoi, Yoichi, you come. Third managed to create a game station and to imagine a fighting game with heroes All Might knows as characters. Nana screamed from the depth of the quirk, making the frail-looking man smile, before joining his successor, smiling. Snipe wasn't here, as he had to be brought to Recovery Girl. They foolishly thought that putting Katsuki and Toru in the same team was a good idea, to see if they were ready to work with people with adverse personality, and if Toru had what it took to be a support for a heavy gunner. However, the teachers missed 3 critical pieces of information. Katsuki and Toru became friends very quick by sharing ideas to tease Izuku. Nothing better to cement an excellent friendship after all and teamwork. Toru followed Midnight's training perfectly and as a result, was becoming a physical force of nature, as in sometimes she was using Kirishima as a training weight. They had given her weapons. Saying that Katsuki was the bait would be an error. Katsuki yelled that it was the Carnifex bait tactic. And from what Shouda understood of it, it was both insane and efficient, something he hated as it meant it was profoundly illogical. It means using something you couldn't ignore, because you risked to have something murderous and non-stop on his violent rampage, namely a Katsuki, on your position, while something else was flanking before swinging a bat at you, and using the momentum to do with their friend a double lariat on you. As a result, both students got top marks, as they barely even talked to perform such a tactic, though they were asked to tone down the levels of violence. And Toru performing a German suplex on Snipe was overkill. Shout aside, as suddenly he remembered how many reports he had to rewrite, so they would attribute some of Midnight's most brutal takedown to him, as she had a persona to maintain. Thought to be fair, it would go very well with the dominatrix persona, but his friend disliked being trapped in a role. Eraserhead then thought of who he had to fight, or rather survive. Sato was winning the award of the most normal being in his classroom. By far, he had a simple strength quirk, powered by sugar. Sure, he turned almost into a Hulk because he tried a pantry given to him by Yuga, and that hadn't been in his Eraserhead's plan. He seriously wondered what the hell did the French give him to make him bulk like that, and how Sato had actually swatted aside a house to attack the teacher. Then again, he just added that among the reasons why Yuga was on his problem children's list, the blonde human had kindly told him it was a cake from a part of France, La Bretagne. Apparently, they had a local specialty whose name could roughly translate as sugar cake. And of course, since it was French, it was a monstrosity, and Yuga apparently knew how to cook it and Sato was an excellent baker. As a result, they weaponized dishes. However, Sato was easy to dispatch. No, because what would actually cause Shouta to have nightmares in the following nights was Koda, the seemingly quiet and nice student, who was totally the nephew of the crazy woman who fought for the quirked animals of Amazonia to become citizens of the newly formed Amazonia. While her aunt could borrow the quirk of any animal near her, the young student could speak and control all animals in a certain area. Shouta was in the zone with Nedzu's cheese dealers, and from what he got from his students, the local rats were very friendly with him, as he helped in their smuggling ring. Well, not truly smuggling as Nedzu gave his approval, but it was something. Suddenly, Shouta wondered about a certain thing. Koda's aunt won her civil war around the time Nedzu took some holidays in South America, pulling some crazy strategies. Shouta, for his own safety, decided to ignore the possibility that at one point, there were two Nedzu. He already had enough traumas to make veterans beg for mercy. Then came 13, turning to fight. Honestly, at this point, the woman in a cosmonaut suit had every right to be worried, as she was against Izuku and Shiro. One was known as a kind but extremely crazy student with the most versatile quirk to grace UA, and the other had sticky tape. 13, as she was a TTRPG player in her free time, knew very well what duct tape could be used for. Considering she knew both students actually knew how to work together, as it wasn't their first time, she actually pondered the idea of surrendering immediately. Then she got a text from Nedzu, explaining to her that if she did that, All Might would be forwarded every fanfiction she wrote about her and him since he saved her at the USJ. Same if she lost. As a result, it was a very determined to fight to the death 13 that waited for the two young heroes. Izuku had a lot of plans, but he was quite shocked when he saw a certain rescue hero known for her kindness and calm destroying his summon without even missing a beat. I am Void Incarnate. You puny humans, now bow and surrender. The only reason Izuku and Shiro managed to win in the end was the fact 13's suit was, well, heavy. Yes, she had a sensor in it that worked as a radar and a minimap, a literal life-saving tool in her line of work. However, she wasn't that fast in it, especially as Shiro loved to use his tape to make quick booby traps all around the place. I have to ask, Shiro, how did you manage to do that? I mean, where did you learn to speak Polish? Izuku asked, as he had been legitimately surprised by his perfect pronunciation. Shiro looked around, before pulling from his back a device that emitted some noise. I accepted to be May's lab rat for a month if she made me that. Good luck surviving then. Hey, she isn't that bad. She loves my quirk, as she never has enough duct tape. Besides, there are worse things than spending time with a brilliant and quirky girl, Shiro said, with a knowing smile, especially one who has practical clothing like May. I see no downsides, except some pain. Izuku had to admit. His friend was fearsome as a strategist, when he put his mind into it. Also, what was your plan, if everything I did failed? Shiro asked, knowing his friend. I had 2 floaty cards ready. We would have ridden them until the gate and won. Sometimes, a simple solution was the best one. I have to admit I was pleasantly surprised by them this year. Clearly, this class is quite close to each other. Nedzu was one of the few people not to have been harmed in any way. He did his classic wrecking ball job, but this team, it didn't work as well as he would have liked, notably because of Jiru's latest support gear, an electric guitar that amplified even more her blasts, to the point she actually to rock out her path to the exit, while Jiro carried her. To be fair, he was pretty strong and agile, and she wasn't the heaviest girl in the class. Nedzu had to actually improvise to try and block their exit at the last moment, preventing them from winning by exiting at the last moment. The kids were disappointed, but considering they actually made Nedzu go full attack mode for a moment, they deserved a good mark on that end. Ectoplasm tried to say, as they still haven't managed to take off his mask. He was currently resting on Cementos, as his prosthetics were also smashed. If they all remembered correctly, Mina was frantic during the battle, saying something about F the maths, while Shoji quietly followed suit. He went a tad bit overboard too, as he pulled an octopunch that made All Might smile brightly at seeing a student copying him. Sure, Ectoplasm had his body doubles, but they weren't that durable, and between Mina's acid and Shoji's ability to discern who was the real one, well, the fight ended quite quickly too. Shoji explained in the post-mortem Ectoplasm's clone didn't make the same sound as the original. As a result, all he needed to do was to be careful at which one sounded heavier. Then, all he had to do was to work with Mina to take down the teacher. As for me, I have to admit, it is not every day that I can take 2 young boys at the same time. Everyone stared at Midnight, who was bruised, but clearly had a good time during her fight against Yuga and Takoyami. The French and the bird, the light and the shadow. Both teens were now used to their teacher's antics, especially as she helped supervise their training during the club. The issue was, well, she helped supervise the club. As a result, she was aware of their abilities to the fullest and knew exactly what to expect from them. On the other side, they also knew how strong Midnight actually was, as Toru showed the result of her training. Toru being able to lift Kirishima in his stone form for a few seconds was enough to convince them that Midnight could probably bench press Eraserhead. As a result, most of the fight had been the 2 students running away from Midnight who wanted to get in close combat with them, while the 2 students actually tried to keep it ranged. The issue there was the fact the fight had a time limit, because Midnight kept releasing her gas to take care of them, but also was smart enough to guard the door and prevent them from escaping. In the end, Takoyami and Yuga didn't have much time and tried to use Dark Shadow as an armor to pass through the gas in Midnight. It didn't end well, because Midnight turned out to be a huge wrestling fan and, well, they never saw her coming before she began to suplex them in the ground. Still, most teachers glared at her for being the only one perfectly fine and happy. So, what are you guys going to do this first week of summer holidays? While we don't know if we are going to be eaten in a summer camp or something like that, Kaminari asked, while checking part-time jobs to have some money. My parents decided to have their honeymoon at Island for the festival. Izuku beamed, while he still had to do all the paperwork now to be known as Izuku Sako. Yai. Kota quickly signed that his aunt actually invited him to at the Island. Actually, a lot of the class saw they were going to go there after. Yuga laughed happily. I don't know why, but I think that we are going to have a fun time on Island, don't you all think? Kurogiri. I am not sure, but didn't I have a plan to F with the shields? All for one actually had Kurogiri remember all of them, because the supervillains had a few brain problems since All Might smashed him. Thankfully, Garaki had managed to do a small nullification on him to keep him as unaltered as possible, but alive. It still came with the issue of not having as perfect a memory as before. Yes, sir. Plan W. I have already dispatched Wolfram there, sir. I am downloading your notes on the subject. The Cloud villain reassured his master before giving him a gin glass. And what about Tamura and his friends? They are still unaware of the future war, but I took the time to warn the CRC's leader of the future issue. All for one smiled, before beginning to watch a small movie about a demon lord killing and corrupting heroes left and right. All was well, boss. We have confirmation that our next heist is going to be perfectly fine. Perfect. No one will prevent me to get the biggest NFT archive of the world. The architect laughed evilly in his airship while working on his new body. To be fair, boss, why are we going to steal that? Isn't it absolutely worthless? It was a real question after all. Well, I actually owe David Shield some money and he insured the archive. We are actually helping him there. Besides, if we do it correctly, the architect put the picture of May on the big screen. We will see my favorite great-granddaughter. Why? Hard to believe this crew were technically SSS-grade villains who had even won against All Might thanks to their insane technology. Ma'am, we securized your trip to Island. Uno having finally accepted that Brazil was replaced by Amazonia. You aren't a criminal anymore, but our new number one. A gorilla with some glasses gave it to a woman who had some strange crystal horn on the back of her head, while she smiled. Her family had run away to Japan when Brazil went into a civil war. As a result, she was now an auntie, and she was going to see her nephew at Island for the first time. The Amazonian was extremely happy, and the animals all around her knew about it. After all, she was their heroine and their friend. It was good she could finally be the hero she always wanted to be. Mes amis, on est invite Island. Livia prévoit aussi de passer, vous que un continent passera plus ou moins dans la bonne trajectoire, et Yuga aussi. C'est simple cas. On va enfin pouvoir s'amuser et se détendre un peu. J'ai vu dire, qui serait says con pour attaquer une île avec All Might. News at Plusieurs Otter's top heroes. The number one French team was happily packing for their trip. In the end, Yuga was definitely right, though no one could have expected everything that happened. Izuku, calm down. I know you are excited, but seriously. Mr. Compress tried to calm down his son but could hardly do it. Izuku was enjoying this trip to Island, though he agreed beforehand with his adoptive father to actually let him and his mother enjoy the trip on their side, to have some quality times together. It was their honeymoon after all. Boo-boo, but All Might is going to give a speech, and there are a lot of top heroes. I wonder how many of them I can get to sign my notebook. If you want, Izuku, I can introduce you to my uncle. A certain blonde French said that, with a smile. Everyone in the class knew about Yuga's relationship to Captain France. He was the embodiment of weird quirks weren't useless. Bredomancy might seem idiotic as a power, but not when you got hit by a baguette at 300 kilometers per hour in the chest. With pleasure. So, do you know everyone who is going to come? Izuku asked, as Yuga knew everyone's plans. If you wanted to know anyone's secret, you asked either him or Mina. Well, I know that May won an award and is somewhere in the plane. Both students seemed a bit scared at that thought, but not even May was crazy enough to try to work on a plane while it was still flying. Well, even if 1B is only represented by me, Pony, and Yui, then. Monoma then got shut up by a stewardess as he was too noisy, making everyone staring at him with a wrong eye. How did you even get here? Izuku had to ask, as Monoma seemed to be here without his parents. Sure, they were 16 and he wasn't alone, but how? Why? I got a job at a stand. That's a good way to get some money and some visibility. This was significantly mundane and Izuku didn't press more. So we have the Zone Fighter couple, Kota, Pony, Monoma, and Yuga. Izuku counted on his fingers before Yuga smiled. The French wanted to see Izuku's reaction when he would learn that Mei brought Toru too, as she was essential in her process to make invisible stuff. Tia, the 1AS students were actually quite surprised to hear their friend's voice. Koda, they didn't expect to see a woman clearly related to Koda considering the horns on her head, but tall. Well, except Izuku, as he was extremely knowledgeable on the subject. But clearly, it was a heartwarming reunion, as the Amazonian number 1 hugged tightly her nephew against her, lifting him with ease, only to enjoy the moment more. Quickly, the two of them began to speak Portuguese, clearly in their own world. From what Yuga could barely understand from the 1 or 2 words who had a Latin origin, apparently she was asking how school was for them. Koda smiled at them before signing to them to go. While he was going to enjoy the moment with his aunt, he would present them later, but for now, he wanted to discuss at length with her and know more about her works. To be fair, Koda actually planned that with them beforehand and told them he would meet up with them later that day. Everyone understood why he wanted to spend some time with this aunt he never met before. Only spoke through the phone and only when she was technically safe, which was not often. Not to mention Mei actually threatened to use them as test dummies if they didn't come to her stand soon enough. Well, Izuku and Yuga, Katsuki and Yui had other plans. So, basically, you are flying by making explosions just to get to my level and ask me to sign this old poster for your girlfriend. Yes, now, can you do it? Before a hero actually thinks I am a menace and takes me down. Yes, sure, but I doubt you have something big enough for me to sign. When Godzilla finished that sentence, he saw Yui silently pulling a lot of posters, before embiggening each of them. The Godzilla hero had to admit this power was quite useful. Thankfully, they were on an island, and as a result, there was no quirk restriction such as needing a quirk license. Truly a boon for the various corporations on the island, as it clearly eased the research on quirk and support equipment. The now-defunct Triceps Corporation often used that to study mutant biology in their official venture. Well, before all the scandal about the human abduction, allowing Detonarat Corp to buy them cheaply. However, the kaiju hero was happy to finally be able to sign some goodies for some fans. Besides, the two of them were actually cute together. The boyfriend and the girlfriend helped each other to get their goodies signed, one by asking, the other by making the goodies. Mr. Godzilla, did you see Hyperman? I would love his autograph too. It was quite strange to see the emotionless girl ask that with some vibrant excitement but endearing for the giant mutant and a highly known activist for mutant rights. Hyperman was a good friend of his, and one of his supporters to that end, and they worked often together. Strangely enough, not many racists wanted to argue against Godzilla and Ultraman to explain to them why they should have restricted rights. Meanwhile, a man who was totally not an android with an Egyptian design and a trenchcoat and his henchmen finally finished to make sure their gears were in perfect condition. Having teleportation technology was useful. Sadly, it didn't work on living matter. Still, they had a few hours before the heist, and as a result, now that the gear was checked, the architect was now at his granddaughter's stand. Gramps, Mei, both of them hugged each other tightly, as the android activated a hologram to give to himself an elderly appearance with pink hair, plausible ascendancy from Mei, and a good excuse to be around her. You won the contest for the student invention in Japan. What did you make? Mei's grandpa was proud to know she inherited his intellect, but as she kept her own project secret, he was actually in the dark about what she created. So, when she pulled an invisible iron bat, he was legitimately impressed. Invisible alloy, and with decent solidity. I made it thanks to my friend, here. The SSS villain turned his gaze toward what seemed like a floating uniform, before switching to a heat vision. Strangely, she registered colder than most humans. Oh, right. By refracting light, she was probably lowering her own internal temperature in a most efficient way. Hello, mister. Mei often talks about how her grandpa is proud of her and how you taught everything she knows about science, Toru said, before extending her hand to grab his, and then pulling him with surprising strength and lowered her voice. Why didn't you teach her safety and not make too many explosions? All henchmen sighed, as they totally understood. In their airship, their boss lab was infamously known for its explosion. Also, unlike Mei, their boss had several bodies ready in case one explosion destroyed his current one. As a result, well, safety was a concept for others, literally. I taught her everything she knows about it. Toru could feel the pride in his voice, and her gaze turned to the poor henchmen who nodded their heads. Officially, they were his bodyguards. Oh God, they reproduce? She asked, clearly scared. Apparently. Don't ask how, we have no idea. 2. Toru, a certain invisible girl, quickly shifted her attention from the family of mad scientists to focus on the voice and do a sprint to hug her boyfriend. The architect smiled, seeing young love and his daughter with friends, in plural, who were apparently happy and ready to deal with her madness. Truly, some good heroes who wouldn't be scared of her parentage if she ever revealed it to them. Though to be fair, one of the blondes was familiar to him. Though well, They had time before the heist, time to spoil his granddaughter a bit. Wolfram was quite unhappy. Sure, he and his men were in place. Sure, they had their entries in the system. Sure, he knew the plan, and it was a good one. But good God, he hated when it was that kind of plan. Sure, he understood his boss' idea to mess with All Might, but Wolfram didn't like the support he was given to do that. Wolfram was a mercenary, though he was part of All for One's inner circle. As a result, when he did a mission, he liked professionals. He liked when a killer was cold, logical, efficient, and who didn't deviate from the mission. His men were like that. The 1 or 2 times he worked with the architect, he liked that about his team. The ISP sending some men to help him didn't sit well with him. They were maniacs and crazies. They were going to make the plan go wrong, he knew it. Not to mention the Naumas, who were still creeping the shit out of him, and he hated them. Sadly, he saw their efficiency, and how they could actually take down heroes in 1v1 unless they were exceptionally strong. This time, though, unless the animal Naumas, which were not really creepy and easy to see as big attack dogs, Wolfram got human Naumas, a creepy and incredibly powerful kind, especially as the doc managed to greatly improve his work. In fact, one of Wolfram's secondary targets was I-Island's database on Quirk research. Wolfram wasn't stranger to atrocities. Hell, he tortured people for his boss on a daily basis. But what Garaki did was on a whole different level. Also, he was too much of a sycophant to be truly loyal to their boss. The day Garaki's true color would be revealed, it was going to be a mess. He turned to terraformers, who seemed the only calm in this situation. However, Wolfram knew about how bloodthirsty he was once the fight began. Do they know their part? He asked. The cockroach nodded. He knew Wolfram didn't ask because he thought mutants were bloodthirsty beasts. He asked because a shark mutant was currently eating a head in front of them. Discipline was still something he needed to work on. They know. We will accomplish our objective. Extraction point is known. We also have secured 2 other ways to escape. Thankfully, Wolfram thought the leader was one of the boss heirs. Well, rather extra life. Yes, Wolfram was in the knowledge of the gods, but he also knew it came with a price to ensure his silence. Still, he preferred him to that goody 2-shoes Tamura. He wondered how the kid was going to manage the attack on his bar by the CRC. After all, Wolfram didn't appreciate the fact the kid was responsible for Gus Duster and his men's defeat and may have left something to the CRC's head for the little war that was brewing. Oopsie. David Shield welcomed All Might in his laboratory, and he knew something was strange. His friend was still losing his quirk steadily as they projected, but his face showed his concern about something unknown to him. All Might was actually hesitating about a potential successor for One for All. The current leading theory was that his quirk mutated inside his quirkless body to only accept quirkless people as hosts. However, there were less and less quirkless people, and the only one with a true fighter skill set was becoming too old and broken, thanks to years of vigilantism. Worst of all, Nedzu finding about the former holder seemed to validate the theory, as there was a report on one user dying of old age at 40 years old. As a result, All Might only had one choice left, but it was a hard one. David was the brother he never had, and Melissa was the niece he would have wanted. That's why he made them support, far from Japan, during his war against All for One, to not make them targets, to not endanger them. And there, right here and now, he was going to ask one of the most brilliant minds he knew to drop her career as a support engineer to become a superhero, even if it was temporary, which meant an insane fitness training and combat training at UA with the best teacher she could hope, or maybe ask some friends, like Stars and Stripe, to let Melissa train under her. The 2 friends stayed in silence, as David sighed. In the same way, he could not tell All Might he was going to scam the F-out insurance to maintain afloat the SHIELD Corporation, after their latest invention was considered as a danger for mankind, which, to be fair, was not totally untrue. The crown was indeed a very powerful artifact, and even if David knew All Might would use it for good, there was no way of telling if All Might's body would actually hold. It was best to find a way to make a profit quickly. Thankfully, the architect was a fan of his work and accepted to steal an old heritage of his, highly insured, a collection of Bored Ape NFT. Effing useless, and yet, they had a value on the market as a memento of mankind being dumb. Now, all he had to hope was that the thief would do the job quietly, so no one would actually see the theft, especially not All Might. Meanwhile, none of them knew a certain head scientist, disgusted by the fact the Crown project had been scrapped, had decided to sell it, and was currently putting a virus in the system. He was paid a hefty sum for his treason, but seriously, he wasn't rich and he had a family. Samuel Abrahams was committing treason and he knew his price. 9. Slice, Chimera and Mummy were out of the water, having successfully infiltrated the island. They knew the plan, they knew the diversion, and they knew their target. All for One had deemed 2 people as target, and sadly for them, 9's crew was to kill them. After that, 9 would get a regeneration quirk he lacked from Garaki, making him better than ever. As for the others, they would get money, which was always nice. Chimera, Slice, you take target B, Mummy, and I will take a Remember. We want a quick killing though in your case, and if you are uncomfortable with it, the boss said that disabling her for life was enough. 9 calmly commented. As crew looked relieved, 9 just took the most dangerous mission assigned by All for One to them, killing the Amazonian hero. Her actions had greatly interrupted the amount of quirked animal they could buy, which was a huge pain for his operation and the Naumu fabrication. So, sadly for Serafina Verla, she was going to die. Assigning Chimera to fight a hero that could instantly use the quirk of any mutant or animal in her vicinity would have been the epitome of stupidity, hence why he was going to take care of that himself. However, if 9 was allowed to disable, instead of outright killing, the second target, it was not only because killing a teen was hard, it was also because Melissa Shield was All Might's unofficial niece after all. No one wanted a murderous All Might after yourselves. Atsuhiro Sako and his wife, Inko Sako, were enjoying their trip on I Island a lot, hoping that everything in Japan would be fine. Surely, Gentle Criminal could lead the team for the few days Compress wasn't there, right? Hinata Tabata, president of the HPSC and theoretically one of the most powerful women in Japan, was humming pleasantly as her driver was bringing her to the last thing she had to check on her to-do list. Making surprises was always fun after all, and she already had a lot of fun during the late afternoon when she finally activated Sundowner. A few hours earlier, inside Tartarus, Lady Nagant wasn't used to being brought out of her cell outside of exercising. She was quite proud to have maintained a perfectly shaped body, even inside the prison cell. However, she truly wondered why she was summoned inside the black site inside Tartarus. She was here for quite some time now. If she had any intel, it was surely useless now. She didn't expect what she saw. The supposed-to-be dead hero killer, Stain, heavily restrained, and who was drinking something out of a tube. Herself still had her hands restrained, and the guards made them wait inside the room by themselves. Lady Nagant, Stain said with a graspy voice, clearly wondering what was going on himself. Stain, I thought you were supposed to be dead. Not going to lie, I thought the same. However, if the HPSC makes sure I stayed alive, I doubt it is to kill me by poisoning me with this too. And I am hungry. Kinda had to admit it was a sound logic. Then the wall in front of them opened and a woman sitting across a table was writing something. Before looking at them, both of the villains knew instantly who she was, and Stain actually tried to break out of his chain to kill her. Unfortunately, the HPSC wasn't a bunch of buffons who had unchecked power for no reason. Some of them were actually competent at their job. Hinata smiled and used her quirk to make them bounce toward herself, gently. Ah, exactly the two people I wanted to meet. Kinda, I am delighted to see the prison is doing wonders for you. As for you, Mr. Akaguro, I see the rumors about your death were indeed greatly exaggerated. The thing with Hinata was she always seemed extremely sincere when she was kind with you. Cut the crap, Hinata. We both know that both events are due to you. Kind told her former friend, which, leader of a bunch of cowardly corrupt cretin. Baoshan, slut of Babylon, peripapetition. Stain yelled with a surprising vocabulary. Yes, I know most of that. Thank you, Stain. As for you, Kaina, dear, of course, I have a deal for both of you actually. Unless your offer is for me to rip apart your corrupt organization and decapitate the heathens corrupting heroes while allowing crime to run rampant, you can. Nagant was about to nod to what Stain was saying, before Hinata smiled at them and cut him out with the only answer they didn't expect. That is exactly my offer, the HPSC president told them with a smile, before drinking some tea and serving 2 cups for the 2 villains, who were effectively shut up. Kinda, as you can guess, you are currently watched by enough soldiers to turn you into SpongeBob if you were to try to shoot me. Can I trust you to not do anything dumb if I let you drink your tea? Nagant was puzzled enough to simply nod, and actually drink the cup of tea. Stain glared dagger at the HPSC president. And me, Stain, I am pretty sure you don't care about the bullet, and with what we did to save you, I am certain you could kill me if I released you. Nagant will help you drink the tea. Since I have your attention, may I explain what exactly I want you to do? Both villains stayed silent. Hinata took that as a sign to continue. The hero job shouldn't be as it is now. Most of the heroes are more interested in the ranking and the money it can bring than actually doing their job. As a result, many heroes are simply sponsored thugs or working for media. She stopped to giggle sadly. Let's not even talk about the one that are actually working for villains. Or All for One, Stain added, having discovered the man was real after all. Testing water and seeing the HPSC president's reaction, she was pleasantly surprised. Yes, the immortal quirk thief. I have reasons to think he infiltrated the HPSC to make it as it is now. Then, as the president, you can just cut them off? No, Nagant inquired. She remembered how Hinata was shrewd, back in the years when they were actually friends. Did you ever hear the expression a small cog in a big wheel? Well, my situation is the opposite. Yes, I am theoretically the most powerful person in the HPSC. It doesn't mean I dominate the political landscape. If I try to cut out too much corruption, I will definitely get a knife in the back. Nagant sighed, while Stain gave her a look. He knew her story, and clearly was relying on her reaction to know if it was true. Yes, Hinata actually had a point. However, it took times, but I have found the identities of the most dangerous people in the corrupt faction. Your job, if you accept it, is to deal with them with extreme prejudice. Do it, and you will be allowed to be free. Refuse, and I put you back in Tartarus. Stain stayed silent. And Kaina too. In fact, the last one was vibrant of rage. So you want me to be your weapon again? Hinata put down her cup and looked at her in the eyes. Yes, exactly. Because Stain trusts your actions and opinions. And because I trust both of you to actually do the job. Both of you stained yourself so no one would have too. I had a crew, Stain stated, as Nagant looked at him surprised. Was he going to accept? The League of Villains. They hunt terrorist groups for now. And we both know why you can't ask them to do the job. I want a pardon for them. Both of them, Stain plainly stated, and Hinata considered the offer. Boss will be easy. There is technically no proof he was part of a murder, thanks to his quirk destroying all evidence. In fact, he is known to actively let some people alive during his raid against nefarious heroes or organization to not F up investigation. Hinata could allow Stain to know that, especially as it made him smile. As for Looney, whoopsie, apparently, all proof she killed Thunderbolt were among the archives compressed and his crew stole. Not a pardon, both of them knew it. However, it was damn close and showed Hinata was willing to negotiate. Nagant looked at her and asked, "It is that bad, Hinata?" Kaina, the only reason I am still the president is because a certain someone finds it too much a hassle to deal with the paperwork, namely Seijin. But the beach had her own bodyguard. She nicknamed them her watchdogs. All on par with hawks, or close. They needed to root out her support, to weaken her. Less funds, less money to move and bribe people. Less competent subordinates. Less everything. So, do you agree? Both criminals stared at the president in front of them. Cannibal chicken, I want a report. Well, from what I am seeing, the warehouse used by Hoji Haku is now painted with gore. Did you send the Doomslayer or what? That's the idea. The best sniper and one of the most competent fighters in Japan. Hinata smiled as her car drove her to her destination. And how did you make sure they will stay loyal to you? They have bomb in their neck. I am not stupid. Hinata also clearly warned the two of them. Hawk was to be their control, checking with him their target and progress. Hinata smiled. She was done defending herself. She was fighting back. Manami Aba, soon to be married to the love of her life, was humming as she went to the door. They didn't have many visitors, but currently her fiancé was busy training and Sophie was busy watching the TV. As a result, only her could answer the door. When she opened the door, La Brava didn't expect to see the president of the HPSC with a basket of gift and apparently wine. HEL. La Brava slammed the door, then opened it again, wondering if she had an hallucination. The woman was still there. LLO. Is my nephew here? Oh, are you Manami maybe? I have heard so much about you. DANJIROO, La Brava yelled, understandably, while Sophie actually fell from the sofa. When La Brava was scared, it was always bad. Fortunately, they had Denjiro, and Sophie grabbed a baseball bat to be ready to deal with the intruder too. Sophie also went silent when she saw the HPSC president entering the house with a big smile, before actually waving at her. Hello, Sophie, is that right? Nice to meet you. I really like your job. OF, the HPSC president knew her. Manami, are you Oh, Gentle actually arrived as fast as he could, still shirtless and sweating from his exercise. Gentle stared at his aunt and grumbled. Auntie, both women asked, in surprise, while the president smiled and took out the wine out of the casket. Congratulations on your wedding. I am so happy for you, Hinata said before approaching him to hug Gentle with warmth. Aunt, I would appreciate you calling before coming, Danjiro stated semi-coldly. Sit. His aunt was the one who helped him enter the army when his family otherwise threw him on the street. It was her who gave him this decrepit house, but his house nonetheless. So, even if he knew what the HPSC did, to him, it was Auntie Hinata, the only family member he still had. And I would have loved to receive an invitation to your wedding, young man. So, I have ordered dinner, Gentle grumbled, while the two women of the house were wondering what the F was going on. Maybe his aunt didn't know about his activities. By the way, La Brava, is that right? I would appreciate it if you toned down your algorithms to boost your views. Thank you. F, she knew. Looking at her, Denjiro was puzzled, especially as she was still smiling. Denjiro, if I wanted to arrest all three of you, I would have done it ages ago. If anything, I am really proud of you, Hinata told him, before patting his head. I knew that school was incompetent to fire you. Now, all of you have a question, I guess. How about we speak about it around a good meal? Gentle grumbled, as everyone was wondering what the hell was going on. Death to the mutants. Go F yourselves, Spinner answered to the CRC member before slamming him on the ground, sadly not strong enough to kill him. Fortunately, that issue was solved by Twice's clone who kicked the goon into unconsciousness. Meanwhile, in the bar, it was pure chaos. They had to relocate a few times already to avoid being caught by the heroes if Stain ever said anything by mistake before his death. It was the first time Tamura and his crew actually were the one attacked, though. Like really attacked, and this time, it was by powerful emitter's Quirk. Tamura actually had to kill 2 of them by breaking their neck now. When the silence came back in the bar, the whole LOV was wondering what the hell happened. How were they found by the CRC? It was supposed to be a safe house. When Kurogiri came back from his grocery run, he saw his kids trying to clean up the bar, and Kurogiri knew. Oh, so the battle royal began, Master Tamura. Don't worry about the corpse. I will dispose of them. But what now, Kurogiri? Tamura asked, with venom in his voice as his friends could have been hurt badly. The battle royal. Sensei has a few students across the country, each leading a major criminal organization. As he is feeling you are losing your villainous touch, he told them that whoever managed to kill you would take your position as his heir. The Namu explained, kindly, as he warped the corpses inside a volcano, and Tamura broke a table with his fist. What? Now, you have 2 solutions. Wait wave after wave they weaken themselves, unlikely, or learn to fight an underground war. Also, by Sensei's order, I won't fight by your side during these attacks. What? I will still be your taxi, though. If I had a recommendation, it would be to earn some money to hire Jurin and his information. It was going to be a summer that would stay in history. The attack on I Island, the war of hate, the HPSC calling, the Exegol crisis. The storm was here. Atsuhiro was drinking a glass of wine, while his dear wife was by his side. On a giant screen, All Might was giving his speech with his dear friend David. That was the moment Atsuhiro finally regretted that he didn't bring his compressed suit, because of what happened next. Namely, all of the security robots suddenly had red lights in their eyes rather than blue, and the screen went dark with a glitch of static interference. Inko sighed at the same time as him. Annoyed at the situation as she may be, she couldn't help but joke a bit. You know, the worst thing about this is that it's still not as bad as the Hosu date, she exclaimed with a grin and a hand on her hip. This made Compress chuckle a bit before getting up. He gave his hand to his dear wife and smiled as the robots came towards them. Inko took it and they did a small vows. Love of my life, shall we dance? His eyes crinkled at the seams as his smile widened. You are way too cheesy for your own good, my dear. She took a moment's silence as her own personal reprieve. A calm before the storm, if you will. But yes, let's dance, my love. Also, I know you are dying to say it. Just do it already, she said with a roll of her emerald green eyes, yet still smiling. Compress gave her the biggest smile ever as the robots finished encircling them. Atsuhiro smiled before throwing a lot of things. Not a single marble in sight before dozens of items in seemingly random orders, tearing apart the bots. Random bull sit, go. With a movement that the cameras will only pick up as a flick of the wrist, he pulls the marbles from his sleeves and tosses them in one flowing motion. Inko sighed, while a robot got hit by the trash from last week, and the other clients looked at her. Please, everyone, calm down. I will need help to establish a hospital for any injured that occurred during this villain raid. While my husband is memeing the hell out of the situation. Even if Compress couldn't use his real quirk, he was still armed to the teeth, and under Gentle's insistence, he had begun to learn how to use a sword to defend himself. Besides, both of them knew it wasn't going a 1 versus 1 all the time, especially when a giant knight made of packed blue ice that's more likely to freeze the area than to melt appeared out of thin air like he was summoned from the astral. Nivu's in quiet as pass. Car la cavalerie est la. The Blue Knight exclaimed with righteous fury. The CHI Knight, France's number 3. His ice is considered among the hardest in the world, made of pure water and capable of enduring tank shells. His only weakness was it was extremely limited in range, as in only on his body, said body that is covered in dense ice. He was also an All Might fan, hence why he had his French catchphrase. Also, I appreciate seeing a man of culture, my friend, the knight said, towering above the robots, and beginning to unknowingly help Compress to thin the herds of rogue bots. Thank you. Any idea of what is happening? Also, shouldn't you be in the hall with the other heroes? They had better beers outside. Also, don't worry about the air support, we have a friend there. Compress smiled, before a few more civilians emulated him. For now, everything was fine. But seriously, what was going on? He hoped that Izuku was safe, or at least not getting into trouble again. There are only so many waterfalls he can survive. Izuku sighed, as he and Toru were the opposite of safe. Knowing All Might owed his grandma, Izuku used that to get special entry tickets for the gala. Then, both of them eclipsed themselves, as they saw something strange in a corridor, being a giant green individual, which Izuku believed was a villain. However, he didn't want to alarm All Might for nothing, and as a result, him and Toru went to follow him. Sadly for them, that's how they got surrounded by actual supervillains because, well, turns out that Izuku was right. Kids, don't run alone in the corridor. You might encounter bad guys, the architect said. Now his hologram was gone as he prepared himself for his heist. Sorry, Mr. Architect, but isn't that too bold for you to attack during All Might's speech? Oh, don't worry, I have everything planned. So, well, sorry, I have to leave you here, tied up, so you won't call the heroes on us. Then, an explosion occurred, and the architect glared at one of his henchmen. That wasn't us, sir. In fact, there is a big problem, one of them explained, staring at his tablet and showing it to his boss. The AI quickly saw the issue. As he was one of the most experimented technopath in the world, the system was hacked, but it wasn't by him. Also, they had the codes. Actual codes. It was bad, because the one doing that actually had the bots on kill mode. Well, crap basket. How to salvage. The robot stared at Izuku and Toru, who were trying to understand what happened, and was actually surprised to see Izuku. Wei not only already freed but looking over the shoulder of the two villains to see said tablet. It was part of compressed training after all. Escape and Recon 101. Oh I wonder if we can call Mei to see if she can fix that, though she would try to upgrade the system while she's at it. The Greenette said while internally weighing the pros and cons of having their resident manic inventor hack a hacked system. Could she hack a hacker? As far as I remember, my Mei is with Melissa Shield actually. That might be our best bet. With both of them, the system has no chance. Everyone stared at the robot, who let his thoughts escape his mouth before the two heroes' students reacted. My Mei, they repeated in unison. A few of the villains face-palmed at the mess up. The man ignored the mistake and rolled with it. My Mei is my granddaughter. Your school already knows. You can't hide much from that rat. She also told me you were a huge fan, Midoriya, and I have already signed your notebook in the back so few will stumble upon it. He would have winked if his holo face was on, but as he is all robotic right now, he simply continued. But the most important thing right now is to effectively find them. He looked at the two and sighed. We need to team up. My objective is in the depth of Island with their servers. I can, potentially, hack them there. That will be my squad and me's goal. As for you two, I want you to find Mei and Melissa, protect them and see with them if they have an idea on how to deal with the sit show. Toru stayed silent for a second before nodding invisibly. The architect saw it, since he had different kinds of visions, and he turned towards his men. Guys, guns on setting 3. Stasis, I want you to switch on quantum communication. We proceed as planned, but if necessary, we pull out. I want the Thunderbird ready for the evac. Yes, sir. That was interesting to see, to say the least, for the young heroes. Sure, they were villains, but they had clearly the teamwork down to a science, all puns intended. Last time I saw Mei, she was with Melissa and they were planning to get to the restaurant, grab some food, go. Izuku and Toru began to sprint, while they took out some of their tools of work, meaning that Toru took out her brass knuckles and Izuku was already pulling a deck from his vest. Si voce and costar no musabrinho mais uma vez eu vu garantir que voce vai se fuder bem no alho do cusu cretino filho de uma puta. Serafina Verla wasn't a kind woman. Well, that's not quite right. She was a kind aunt at least. However, after leading a 2-decade-long revolutionary movement that bordered on a full-blown war more times than not, you can understand that she became quite the no-nonsense person. As a result, she was always on her guard, and when the robots attacked her in Coda, she thought at first the Uno went back on their position and tried to trap her and hurt her nephew. Thankfully, her nephew came with his rabbit, who was clearly something else. When Serafina tapped into the rabbit's quirk, she obtained enough strength to destroy with no small amount of ease her feeble machine enemies. Then, she saw the civilians actually getting attacked by the robots too, and understood the attack wasn't on her. Island was under attack, and they needed to help. Derriere vous, madam. Yuga shot a beam to cover his friend's aunt, dashingly and sparklingly. Coda thanked his friend with a nod, as his laser destroyed a robot behind Serafina. 2 horns pierced a few more, and quickly, Serafina authorized herself to smile as the kids met up. Pony, Yuga, and her Coda. They seemed like good kids, staying nearby her and covering her sides. Good children. Authorize. Quirk. She wasn't good at English, but she could manage to say a few words. To be on the safe side of the law, she just authorized them to use their quirk to defend themselves. Besides, by her side, they were at the safest state possible, until Yuga reacted pretty quickly and stopped a laser bullet with his own laser, barely. Hello, kids. Would you please move aside? 9 kindly said, as some smoke emerged from his finger and he saw the 3 of them getting ready for a fight. Well, there went the diplomatic option. When the boss speaks, you better obey. From where the new voice spoke, emerged various bandages that grabbed the robots and reassembled them to attack the Quater of Heroes. Staying in the shadows, it was safer there. To be fair, I have nothing against you. However, I can't live if you don't die, Nine explained, before materializing an air shield to stop Pony trying to attack him, while another hand began to accumulate clouds above them. However, I have no problems with collateral damages. That one is on you. And the thunder began, lightning hitting all around them. He would need a bit more time to increase his accuracy, but he was very sure none of them had the strength to destroy his air barrier. His only issue was his endurance after all. Seraphina gritted her teeth before letting her quirk expand. She came with a retinue after all. A gorilla with strength quirk, a cougar with a jump quirk, a turtle with a barrier quirk, not unlike Nine. All of them were under the robot's attack, and not near her, severely impairing her quirk, but Nine actually looked up when Seraphina ripped up an electrical pole to smash him with it. Quite strong indeed. Mummy, take down the kids. He trusted the man, and quickly the kids were under the fire of a lot of debris and lasers from the dismantled robots. Yuga was doing his best to shoot the attacks, and Pony too. However, even if they could see their opponent behind Seraphina, now that he revealed himself as if he was using his bandages as tentacles, it didn't mean the fight was going to be easy. Monoma was sighing as he had the very bad suspicion he was the third wheel for Katsuki and Yui. However, he was alone, and the activities at night were, well, less fun than what he expected. Sure, it had a lot of exposition, but it was mostly nerd things. Proof being, Katsuki and Yui smiling at each other. Then, Yui took pity on him being alone and invited him to dine with them. Of course, that earned him Katsuki's glare, which was a good reason to run. Then, quickly, Monoma had another reason to be worried, namely the robots activating and suddenly attacking. Yui, how about we do the usual? Wait, are these your Ultraman band May built for you? Katsuki was surprised as his girlfriend casually did the Ultraman pose to destroy a few robots and turned toward him. Katsuki was as happy as a tiger who had a bleeding steak for lunch. The game was on, and he joined Yui in a good old wanton carnage. As a result, Monoma decided to do the wisest thing in his situation, taking care of the civilians. Besides, that was where all the quirks were. That would allow him to defend them by copying their quirk. All three students missed on a building, a trio of mutants, led by a cockroach mutant using goggles to observe the situation. Terraformers smiled as he did this mission for Sensei, but not for free. If he succeeded, he would be given Naumus and an access to Jurin with a cheaper price. Honestly, it was a small price to pay to bring one kid alive to Sensei. Remember, no mutants. Aruman, you have the signal ready. An armadillo mutant nodded his head, before pulling from his pants a small beacon with 3 switches. Off, M&E. Yes, Chief. I activate it. Of course, otherwise the poor robots won't stand a chance. The cockroach smiled in a hideous way, as his minion obeyed, pressing the M switch. Katsuki was enjoying breaking stuff legally to protect people when suddenly, some portals appeared in front of him. A reminder of a not-so-long event. From it emerged only one thing. A terrifying sight for both Yui and Katsuki. An all-you-can-eat buffet. My favorite, Moonfish, more monstrous than before, as he had mouths on his arms, was here. Katsuki still remembered the sensation on his arm, pierced by the monster. The teen looked at his girlfriend who actually pulled from a keychain. Okay, he really needed to know what Enwerme's smuggling ring was, as Yui apparently had an actual rocket launcher as her keychain. Wait, was it branded with his hero scheme? Moonfish didn't like being hit in the side of the face by the rocket. Even less when he got punched by some familiar explosions, targeting his newly reformed eyes. Well, he still had his smell, and even without his eyes, he knew who was daring to attack the compounded flesh eater. Well, if it isn't the meal that escaped last time. Die. Moonfish opened his 3 mouths, and all of their teeth, as they shot toward the teens. At least it would give a reprieve to the civilians Monoma was helping. On the side, the mutants went to have fun with the civilians. The cockroach, an armadillo, and spider mutants smiled hideously as Monoma was helping everyone evacuate. Everyone, follow the lead, he yelled, trying to herd them towards somewhere safe. From what a sensory quirk user told him, apparently, a French hero wasn't far from where they were, and they had actually established a safe zone. Yes, how about we escort you there, little one? Monoma barely had the time to register the situation before 3 men stood in front of him. And none of them, considering their smiles, were civilians, or on his side. Thankfully, Monoma was a good prankster, and he liked to use his quirk. As a result, he copied a few of them during the day, and they were nearby a French restaurant. As said before, breadmancy might seem like an idiot quirk. Even a small bread, at 300 kilometers per hour, actually had the strength of a bullet. The young blonde made bread rains on his enemies, whom he guessed had their guard down. I won't let you touch them. Terraformers smiled as the bread hit him in his chest, not causing any damage. Same for the armadillo and the scorpion. They had natural armor after all. They were superior mutants. Sorry, kid, but you are going to need to do better than. Captain France actually had a second quirk. Monoma interrupted him. After all, he was as much a nerd quirk as Izuku. The Winamancy activated, and from a bottle, the young student with the energy of despair created a wine cutter. Fun fact, Diamond was cut for jewelry thanks to some high-pressured water. This cut an arm off from Araman as he yelled. Terraformers readied his stance. Maybe he would get in a fun fight after all. Thought. Terraformers wondered. Why was that kid important for Sensei's plan? Chimera and Slice expected many things for this mission. All Might was one thing. If 9 didn't delay by a lot. S&S plane herself. They even expected the possibility of some big hitters being there. Currently, they were under the cover of a wall, as some electrical arcs went above them, making explode various things around them. Infinite POWER, they said, as she activated something she made with Melissa and her grandpa during the afternoon, 2 gauntlets, who connected thanks to a cable to generate a lot of electrical power. However, despite her manic smile, she knew her invention was barely a prototype made in just one afternoon. Yes, they were effing genius. However, it was something made on the fly, and they clearly didn't have the best tools to make it. Her best hope to get out of this situation was Melissa, behind her, who was hacking a door so they could run. At least for a bit. Surrender the girl, and I won't hurt you. The Chimera yelled, and May used his voice to try to attack him. It was a miss, as apparently, Chimera's tail could speak. Slice, ever the professional, used that window of opportunity to use her own attack. The slash went in the air, and quickly, it hit May's gauntlet, as she raised it to protect herself. The electrical arc formed a shield, which absorbed a lot of the impact. Not all, though, and May had to resort to some knife throwing. It's not something she was actually good at, but it was clearly more desperate than anything. Chimera smiled, as he literally could smell her fear, and the fact the electricity stopped. Perfect. He rose up and clenched his fist, smiling like a wolf. Too bad, girl, you should have given up on her when you had an opportunity. No one is coming for your help, you know. All Might is trapped and there is no one who knows you are here. I am not giving up a friend that can actually understand when I tell her I want to make stuff. May yelled, hitting her left gauntlet, discharging a bolt of thunder on Chimera. The wolf got yeeted at the nearest wall, before he coughed a bit. Stronger heroes have tried to kill him before, and they all failed. Slice sighed, before readying her hair for another long-range attack when suddenly she felt a power hit in her jaw. That actually sent her flying on Chimera. She actually felt the hit and the concussion in her brain. What was that? Intruders, Chimera yelled, as he smelt 2 new scents. Wait, 3. Bismarck, shoot. Chimera barely had the time to raise his arms up, before he got hit by some sort of cannon shot. Fortunately, he had his armadillo mutation ready to protect him, but it was a close one. In front of him stood a green-haired kid, who was playing with cards in his hands. Next to him was a girl in a military uniform and what was clearly an engine mutation, quite like the Ingenium family, but more cannon-oriented. May, Melissa, there is a hacker turning the island defense system against the heroes. Izuku yelled. Toru had given up her clothes on the way, though thankfully she had her suit with her. After all, she was here to showcase May's goods. Yes, the irony of showcasing an invisible armored suit wasn't lost on her, but she was thankful to have it. Chimera groaned, as he stood as a shield for Slice to get up. Sit, invisible one, and apparently with a decent strength in their body and the summoner. That one was tricky, because of the no-kill order and the no permanent injury on him. Slice, you take care of the target. I will take down the other 2. Slice was slowly getting up and nodded. When May and Melissa began to run through the hacked door, the woman ran after them. Toru, of course, didn't want to let her do that, so she tried to follow them. She got brutally punched in her ribs for her attempt. Chimera was still there after all. I have to admit fighting an invisible opponent is a new one. But you have a scent, girl. Chimera stood in the young hero's way. And the only reason Toru still had intact ribs was because of the suit. Toru, still okay, Izuku. Bismarck. Sadly, the ship girl from Azur Lane didn't have the time to throw another attack before the mutant threw a knife in her head. After all, unlike May, he was an expert mercenary. The wolf howled as Toru and Izuku got ready for the fight, though he didn't expect the ship girl to take the knife out. Fire. Chimera had to actually jump out of the way when the girl did another barrage at him. Was it a summon? That was an issue. Oh well, it simply means he would have to use Garaki's gift in the worst-case scenario. In a plane, a bit late to the party, Kathleen Bate was growing impatient. She should have been on the island for hours now. But strange and multiple clouds made her fly late by several hours. She was actually this close to jump from the plane and go there herself. Miss Bate, we just received a message from my island. The fact the pilot had a panicked voice was a bad sign in her book. It came from the architect. This didn't help. If that prick was there, he was probably taunting them, and he asks for you to, and I quote, come on and hurry the F up, you all might genderbent rip-off. There is a multi-stage terrorist attack on the island and it is effing up my heist. How should it be processed? The pilot was beyond panicked as he was literally shaking in his black boots. Kathleen gasped for air at the surprise message. The architect was in a hole, but he was proud of his gentleman reputation. The architect was a criminal with a strict no-kill rule. He was also always in control, unless it was truly a mess of biblical proportion. This plane will ignore the storm. She never used her quirk for her own satisfaction, but right now she had a job to do. She just hoped to be there in time with her guest. Kota was one of the most dangerous students in the 1A, if not the most. The issue wasn't his power. It was incredibly powerful in an urban environment if there were enough animals. An island was a man-made construct, and the people on that island did an incredibly good job at their job, not to mention local bots often had their AI trained by shooting pesky rodents. As a result, this was why Kota was hiding behind a trash can. Yes, with his physique he could usually punch, timidly, a thug. However, it was only true for the average thug. Here, we had a supervillain that was fighting Yuga and Pony at the same time on one side, with his bandages attacking them from all sides, and using some of his tendril-like bandages to haul the various bots still online into the air to add their lasers and stun blasters to his arsenal for more firepower in his attacks. On the other side was this strange individual with a mask that was summoning more than one quirk at the same time, including apparently thunder, barriers, and laser fingers. The best he could do was clearly not F up the battle, and getting taken hostage was a lost condition, clearly. It was out of the question to do that, but Kota never felt more helpless than at that time. Meanwhile, Yuga was still smiling, as his uncle always told him a hero always smiled, even when the situation was desperate. There are multiple reasons for that. First off, it helped the civilians to not panic, as it seemed as if everything was under control, even when it wasn't. People then were less likely to run in a stampede, which could cause more death than the actual villain attacks. Another reason is hiding his emotions during the battle. It seemed dumb, but people can read the face of their opponent to guess if they were going for the big move or not. Hence why so many people actually wore masks that hide their features, unless they were really good at keeping a poker face. Finally, it was a good way to destabilize your enemy, by making them think you had an ace up your sleeves. As Yuga used another beam to destroy another bot taken in their enemy bandolets, Yuga was actually at his wit's end. Thanks to the gymnastics and the training after school, his endurance was greatly better than when he entered UA. He could accurately change his power output and the shape of the beam to not destroy his stomach. However, it was quite intensive, and the man in front of them was pretty much playing. He was a grown adult, and apparently an experienced merc. Thankfully, Pony was here and her horns were doing most of the job. The American girl was quite good at shooting her horn and using them to attack from all sides her opponent. Go F yourself, you tiny ass beach. The fact she was swearing like a sailor was awesome too, and Yuga smiled even more. Pony was truly American, not letting anyone think of her as a weak and frail girl. Their opponent might think they were easy prey, but they wouldn't go down easily. They weren't alone after all, and Kota's aunt wasn't a slouch either. Hopefully, they could last long enough for her to help them. Serafina was outgunned, pinned in an unwanted position, and she didn't have enough strength to pierce her enemy's protection. Seriously, that strange energy wall tanked her hits as if she was just a child against an adult. Nonetheless, she managed to actually stay pretty calm, as it was just a normal Monday, when she remembered the days when she was a revolutionary, fighting as the underdog for years, before finally winning. If she yielded in front of the first difficulties, she wouldn't have held the line as she did before. Can you just surrender and die? If you do, I will allow the children to live. Nine spoke almost softly behind his mask, with a voice not unlike Dark Vador, that made Serafina smile even as lasers flew inches away from her head. She didn't know who that cocky bastard was, but he was mad if he thought she would believe that kind of speech. She heard it too many times, and she knew how it ended each time, in a bloodbath and no survivors. However, she knew a thing: the stronger the quirk, the more tiresome it was. Quirks were like a muscle, even if the how the hell does that work wasn't understood. As a result, using two flashy moves makes you weaker quickly. All Might was an exception, a bug in the Matrix, as he didn't seem to have an endurance issue. Passive quirks like the mutant quirks were another thing too. She was now counting 4 quirks inside that man. The weather quirk, the protection, the laser, and at one point, he tried to use some Hydra heads on his back, but he quickly stopped that one. Why? Because Serafina grew some too, and proved to be more skilled at using them, which meant it wasn't his quirk, but something stolen from an animal, which also explained why she was targeted. Serafina was a leader, a tactician, and a survivor. She was outgunned and not in a favorable position, but she knew it wasn't going to be like that for long. All she had to do was keep dodging and tire him so much he couldn't get it up. Yes, lightning was too fast to be dodged by any being on Earth. Theoretically, however, it wasn't impossible to predict where the thunder would fall. Honestly, it was just like dodging a gun. Once you knew the trick, it was easier. Besides, while the man could manipulate more than one quirk at once, Serafina was testing a few theories. She jumped back, her leg becoming more like a cougar in the process as she continued to tap into her friend's quirk. She truly hoped they were safe. The issue about her quirk was it was actually siphoning the animals of their quirk. Koda needed the rabbit to stay safe, and while the rabbit was clearly powerful, between Nine's barrier and mummy ranged attack, he would be a sitting duck. Also, rabbits were technically a rodent, and as such, the robots had him in high priorities for elimination. So Seraphina looked at Nine, who was still standing in the middle of the broken pole she used to attack. It was pretty much the strongest she could hit him, and it barely fazed him. However, she noticed the rain falling on him, pouring on his face and coats. The Amazonian hero smiled as she gathered more of the jump quirk in her legs. Agor Iaminhaves. The attack was pretty straightforward, as Nine could clearly react to it and raised his protection. She was a bit too close for comfort, and he was summoning a shot from his fingertips when he noticed her smile. Did she understand he couldn't shoot if the barrier was up? Open, the hero said, ready to pounce on him and take him down. She didn't know that Nine was actually smiling as he indeed opened the barrier. Then, as she jumped to beat him down, she felt a powerful impact, as if she got hit by a truck, sending her flying against a wall. Nine thanked the god for what Garaki offered him, power and purpose. Nine was to do AFO's bidding there, in exchange of the final steps for stabilizing his body officially. He didn't know that Nine accepted a way better offer from someone that came to him with honesty and truth. Nine's crew was well known as mercenaries in the Middle East and various parts of the world still suffering unrest. Rainmaker, God of Thunder, Thor. Many nicknames were earned in blood on the battlefield with his friends. Each of them became friends on the battlefield and during their post-missions breaks, drinking to fallen comrades, exchanging stories, running away from patrons that didn't want to pay them, and then taking back their pay from the cold and dead corpses. Then the sickness came, and they tried to find a cure to compensate for Nine's failing body. They were friends after all, and at this point, nothing could break their fellowship. All for One, as usual, was the answer. Everyone knew him, as the Ahole seemed to be everywhere in the world, though mostly active in Japan. A theory was he had a teleporting quirk, and honestly, Nine didn't believe in it. He had another one, but he kept it for him, not wanting to be on AFO's hit list for knowing too much. Anyway, All for One proposed to Nine an idea. It was going to be the test subject of an experimental therapy, and he would in exchange do a few works for him. This was one of them, killing, disabling a few targets while providing a big distraction. Unknowingly to All for One, Garaki, the doctor, proposed to him an alternative. Nine's blood was special, something that no one would have seen coming. After All for One was someone who tracked every move of his descendant to avoid missing an offspring of his plopping. Nine's blood confirmed he was All for One's grandson. Garaki laughed when he studied his background. One of All for One's children, apparently, had given some sperm to a sperm bank, hence why All for One failed to see him. All for One wanted Garaki to give Nine a failing version of his quirk to see if it was transmissible. Nine was to be discarded in the longer run. What All for One didn't see coming was the result of Garaki and his students' project. The artificial creation of a quirk and its transplantation without All for One, purely by human hands. Chisaki's quirk also greatly eased up the process. Nine was fully healed. He had a modified version of All for One that wasn't failed, though weaker. Ironically, he called it All for Nine. Only 9 quirk could be stored inside his body, though he could exchange them. Garaki had the biggest quirk collection in the world, and Garaki's proposal was too good. 9 even stole a truth quirk to be sure of Garaki's goal. The man was mad, but genius and sincere. 9 accepted the offer, so Garaki offered quirks to 9 from his own collection. To not tip All for One, no regeneration quirk yet. However, 2 quirks in their combination struck 9's eyes. One of Garaki's favorite combos, yet too powerful for his now miss yet. However, with his All for 9, 9 could handle it. A clock and over-oxygen. Emilia loved to refer to it as Zawarudo. Even Chisaki, despite now dining with her some evenings, grumbled. I have to admit, I didn't expect you to force me to use that special combo. It was my secret weapon against All Might. To run away went unsaid from 9's mouth. He was pretty certain All Might could react to this and punch him while he was moving. After all, unlike the world, time didn't stop. It was simply the user who moved faster. What? Seraphina still had her back in a correct shape thanks to her weaker barrier. Thanks, Franklin the tortoise. Now, die, 9 said softly, raising his finger as if it was a gun, as the woman was still trying to get her breathing back to roll and dodge. Sit, it was becoming redder. 9 smiled with a sadistic glee. Before being hit by a trash can, thrown by a powerful shy mutant, Koda wasn't going to let his aunt die, even if it cost his life. Sadly, the rabbit of Kerbanog only managed to hit the barrier, as 9 activated it again to prevent further attack. Seraphina groaned, while pulling herself back. The hit was slowly dissipating and she got back on her feet. Meanwhile, the rabbit quickly disappeared again, as the robots began to target it again, and the rabbit led them away. Well, time for both to die then, I guess, Nine said as he got ready again for the fight and the thunder came closer and closer. Sit, that was also getting intensive on his body and even with the heal, that was hurting him more and more. Because of his condition, despite Chisaki healing him, he could hardly use more than 3 quirk at once. One of them was the weather manipulation, his main one. Now, he was going to be careful about his combo for the rest of the battle. But he always liked a good battle from time to time after all. While the thunder became louder and louder around them, Yuga and Pony had a new issue. The rain. The clouds were becoming stronger and stronger, making as if the sun was already gone, and as a result, the diffraction impacted Yuga's laser, and each hit became more and more erratic. Mummy was also part of Garaki's project. However, he had something different from his team. Rather than a new quirk, Mummy tried a quirk-enhancing procedure, with better bandolets too. Gone were the semi-carbon, hello platinum and gold alloy for his suit. Seriously, that Chisaki fellow was overpowered to create stuff and heal. How did no one hear of him before? Nine's crew offered him a colossal fortune in exchange for his help. Mummy was indeed playing with the kids, as he didn't want to have child killing on his records. Seriously, unless you were a effing psycho like Muscular, it was a black mark you avoided the most possible. A lot of criminals, on principle, hunted child killers or refused to work with them. You were either incredibly powerful and influential or scary if you wanted to keep your old connections and still work with child killers. Mummy still used his tentacles with more strength than before and kept calmly an open space between him, Pony, and Yuga. Now, people might be wondering how Pony, with her horns, could cut bandolets who had an alloy in it. The answer is, Mummy was smart about his new quirk. He could control his bandolets, even if they were removed from his main body, as long as they were in his range. Yuga and Pony, because of the thunder creating shadow and darkening the scenes, were missing the parts coming as if they were snakes to them to ensnare them. It wasn't even remotely a fair fight. There is no place detected to land safely because of the storm. Then get close enough for Kathy and I to jump. That's an order. Yes, sir. However, I am not sure you are ready for that yet. It hasn't been field tested yet. Then I will do it there, right now. One reason Kathleen voted for her guest. The man had guts and he did what he had to do, himself. He was his own test subject for his project that would probably change the world. I got a message from the ground. Apparently, the rogue robots are a diversion, and we detected a few supervillains attacking various places. Amazonia's delegation is under attack, and the Little Miss too, sir. The pilot added, as he managed to use a secondary canal to get more information on what was going on, rather than simply the architect's warning. Let me guess, same position? S&S was too used to her job now, and how so many coincidences keep happening. Yes, but we can't get next to them, sir, from any side on the clock. The guest puffed on his cigar, before adjusting his glasses on his face. Well then, Kathleen, we will hit the sons of a beach from above. What are you made of? Pure metal? Negative. Bismarck is 100% German engineering. Izuku was seriously wondering about the implication of his quirk, if they were beings with a soul. He was more and more sure they had one, now. Chimera was pissed off, and he barely sniffed in time Toru to avoid a hit on the weakest point of men, as her kick almost connected with his little Chimera Jr. Sit, that girl was fighting really dirty. Chimera truly didn't want to use his gift from Garaki, as the man explained to him the risk. It was, honestly speaking, a huge bet. Would Chimera be strong enough to handle it? His body, certainly. The mental, that was another thing. Garaki openly admitted he didn't have the time to test it. However, Chimera accepted that procedure because he suffered in the past from his appearance, be it from the CRC or some idiots in the Smash that tried to recruit him and kill him when he refused. The only thing people understood was power, and the quirk offered to him was one of the most powerful physical enhancement quirk known to man. On his mutant body, the effect would be terrifying. The issue was it was Muscular's quirk and his soul might still be with it. However, Chimera was getting shelled by the ship girl, without respite, and the invisible one kept trying to pass. Like a wolf air dropped into Yellowstone, it was time to adapt a bit. Chimera had one of the most versatile mutation quirk on Earth, while most people had only one mutation. He could change what part of his body was in what animal. Arms, armadillo or turtle. Face, wolf. Legs, rabbit. Now, time for the eyes. Frog eyes. Frog are predators who live in water. As a result, their sight is a bit special. Most of them can see heat. While Toru was indeed cooler than most, she wasn't cold. Now, he could see her. His smile tipped off Toru, who retreated in time to dodge a powerful kick from the wolf, who managed to solve the ship girl issue. There was a window. Gravity was a beach, even for ship girl, as he managed to throw Bismarck through it, even though it destroyed his mantle. That was an Armani. Why are you bringing an Armani during a fight? Without style, the power is nothing. Also, the wolf mutant liked the good things he didn't have when he was younger. Izuku, is your next card ready? Toru asked, as she readied her fist. not sure if she could manage to pass or win. I have an idea, but I need you to trust me, Izuku whispered to her, taking a Yu-Gi-Oh card from his leg pouch. Always prepared, as Compress said. And you were never surprised. Sure, it wasn't his most powerful deck right now, but it was far from being useless. This card, especially, was one of his favorites, and he was collecting as many of them as possible. Hell, he was actually trying to convince the Yaoyorozu to print more of them. Always, then rush for May, Izuku said, before throwing his cards, as Toru decided to obey and ran as fast as her legs allowed her. Thanks to Midnight's intensive training, the young girl was way stronger than when she entered UA. Her sprint speed was now way more impressive than before entering UA. Midnight herself said it was most likely because Toru was a mutant, and the regimen was the best way for her potential to explode. Chimera, of course, saw her moving and began to move to stop her, his fist hurled in the air as they almost reached their target. The girl had some kind of protective suit, something quite impressive, but he was a mutant, and there was a reason why mutants were the #1 cause of quirkless vigilante death. The strength difference was that significant, considering the girl was a mutant too, though she would survive that punch. Now it's showtime, Izuku yelled, fully assuming his magician persona, smiling with a mad glee. Then, two things happened. First, Chimera's fist got stopped by a hairy ball that exploded instantly afterward. It didn't hurt him, but the impact was nullified by that weird creature. The invisible girl continued to run, and turned her palm towards him. Meanwhile, the girl smiled, as she had her own idea to add to Izuku's act. For our first act, a favorite of our Let There Be Light. Frog are capable of seeing heat. However, too much luminosity could blind them as well as anything else. Toru, thanks to Izuku's innocent teasing and their dates, mastered her flashbang perfectly. She focused all of it in her hands and smiled, thinking of Izuku taking a picture of both of them, smiling. Truly the best memory. The light almost permanently blinded Chimera that day, as the light emitted by the young girl burned as bright as a young love. The wolf yelled loudly, as he reached for his eyes, covering them too late. Izuku tried to use the diversion to run away too, joining Toru. Hey, their win condition wasn't to beat the wolf, but to save May and Melissa, clearly. Staying with the blinded wolf wouldn't achieve much. However, the wolf decided against it, hearing him loud and clear before trying to kick him hard, losing any restraints because of the pain. The strength of it cuts through the air, and Chimera felt an impact under his new goat leg, something that could rip apart most being in the world. He knew it. Hiribo. Then the monster exploded, once again. Izuku sighed, as he didn't manage to go past Chimera, but at least, he was intact. Thank God for this monster who could stop any attacks. Your girlfriend managed to pass, but you won't. Sit. Chimera couldn't delay this longer than he already has. It was time to do it seriously, especially if this kid had some kind of barriers now. He had to go seriously against him. Yes, use me. Kill him to do your mission. Izuku nearly shat himself when suddenly, Chimera's skin got covered in muscle tissue, exactly like a certain infamous killer from Japan. Chimera growled, clearly unhappy, as he flexed his arm. Seriously, kid, you should have surrendered earlier. Now, you will be lucky if you end up with only a few broken bones. Izuku answered that with an uneasy smile, pulling 2 cards. But, my dear public, what would be a show without assistance? Come here, Muscular growled, as he felt a kneeling presence in front of him and he tried to smash it. Well, he actually succeeded and broke her skull in one shot, but the barrier held well for a second. Well, there goes the mystic elf, but she was only doing the entracty anyway. The real issue is rather her friend over there. Gardevoir, move him away, if you please. Currently, Chimera was still using only slightly Muscular's quirk, because of Garaki's warning. Barely a few layers, to increase his resistance and strength. However, he suddenly felt a force that was pushing him away, slowly, on all of his body. You need more power to rip this beach apart. How did he know it was a she? He wasn't certain, but he needed more of this quirk. Chimera raged away from Gardevoir's psychic power, as he doubled the number of layers on his body. The Pokémon clearly panicked for a second before not truly feeling anything anyway. Being ripped apart, her upper body from her lower, tended to be deadly, after all. Her blood only touched a bit of Chimera's face, before the summon disappeared. It felt good. It was what he was looking for. Then he snapped back when he got it by a giant stone sword. Giant soldier of stone. Eject him out of this building. Izuku, to be fair, wasn't really happy with the situation. This man in front of him had 2 quirks, and honestly, he was pretty sure that his mutant quirk would allow him to follow wherever Izuku would hide or run away. Or worse, he could run after Toru and the girls. Combined with his absurd strength and resilience now, Izuku was pretty sure that his win condition actually changed. He had to defeat Chimera here, if they wanted to live another day. No more jokes, kid. This thing is barely bothering me. Worst thing, Izuku had to agree with Chimera, as the man stopped the blade with barely one hand. Then, he pressed harder his palm against it and ripped it apart. Chimera sounded a bit disappointed. TSSSK. The only issue with that one is there is no blood or meat to destroy. Is it pure stone? It doesn't smell like flesh. It is pure stone, Izuku confirmed, noting that apparently his summons also had a particular smell. Always good to know. Anyway, his hands weren't idle while they were speaking. Hopefully, the wolf man was too distracted since he activated his new quirk, and forgotten Izuku was a menace the longer he had time to prepare bigger and bigger summons. Thanks for the information. Chimera then casually smashed the giant of stone, reveling in his new strength, his quirk moving with his body. I am still going to make you scream, child. I cast forth kinds. The young magician was still trapped with Chimera, as he felt his reserve quickly draining. Seriously, why had he only brought his emergency deck? Oh right, they were supposed to be safe. The hero with 4 arms quickly got dismembered in front of Izuku, who finally managed to find one of the cards he needed. It was time, as Chimera was on him, salivating, and Izuku actually saw his eyes changing color. Okay, that one was anormal. Swords of revealing light. Suddenly, 3 swords of light appeared, trapping Chimera inside them, making the mutant rage against them, hitting them. Izuku didn't have to be a genius to see the cracks appearing after each crack. Still, now, Izuku had an idea he needed to test. So while he was still catching back his breath after so many successive summons, Izuku calmly chose 2 heroes from his hero cards. I summon the water hoses. 2 heroes, with suits not unlike Sentai heroes, appeared, readying some water blasts in their hands. In their eyes a determination could be seen, especially after seeing the opponent chosen for them to fight. Yet, before they could unleash any attacks, their simple sight seemed to cause the monster in front of Izuku to scream so powerfully the sonic blast harmed the sword. I knew it. Muscular is taking over. Izuku had already seen the Namus after all. People with 2 quirks, artificially or thanks to something, wasn't impossible. Hell, some people deemed the existence of the quirk thief as a myth, but considering Monoma's quirk, it was totally possible the man had truly existed. However, considering Muscular was supposed to have been atomized by Endeavor and his wife, seeing him here was bad. So what, kid? I am going to rip everyone and bask in your blood. Beach, meep, big meep. You shall not harm this teen, Muscular. We stopped you once. We can do it again. The hero said in perfect synchronicity as Izuku decided to go F it and actually burned as sacrifice a third of his cards, which was roughly 40 cards. But once again, the summon was going to be worth it. He simply needed time. Muscular then exploded the barrier, enjoying his body and the world once again. You got killed, and I had a subpar body. Now I have the superior model. He got water in his eyes for monologuing like a villain as the heroes began to summon together water. The 2 of them were in perfect harmony and created a powerful geyser from the pipe in the kitchen to blow their enemy away. A killer, mindlessly reaping adults and children. Disgraceful. Shut up. Paradoxically, while Muscular clearly had a better hang on his quirk, Izuku had almost no issue to dodge the hit. Well, to be fair, he was good at dodging hits, but there was another reason. The Jinyu syndrome, as a quirk expert called it, in reference to an old manga. When people like the dictator controlled mutants with a different body than them, they often had issues with the motor part, because their brains were bipedal or used to have a tail to balance them. Muscular had to deal with having a wolf body, goat leg, a snake tail, and weird arms. In addition, unlike Chimera, who was a professional, Muscular had no training in close combat and only relied on his instinct. This new body wasn't doing any good for him, and it was honestly Izuku's only saving grace. Each attack was far too close to Izuku for his comfort, but he managed to do it with grace and some moves from the gym or compresses teaching, bending his body to absurd angle before repositioning himself with a few backflips. Keep on moving, because you don't, you will break. Stop moving like that effing compress. Sorry, but if you stop to press your attack, I would be happy to comply. Quip, quip. An angry enemy in a body they didn't understand was prone to error, especially as the water hoses often forced him to protect his eyes, probably because of the time they ripped apart one of his eyes. Also apparently, Muscular had an issue with compressed dodging style. It was good. Good, very good. Continue to get on his nerves. I will break your bow. Suddenly, Izuku knew he had a way better odds at surviving his situation than before, as Muscular's arm punched slightly too much to the left of Izuku to hit him. This actually stopped the fighters, before Muscular roared again, before yelping, as Izuku summoned a death arms in close combat, and let his summon punch Muscular in the manly part of himself. Still, the monster was down for a few seconds now, and Izuku had the time to summon his real attack. Unlike for Stain, there was no time to think about the destruction. I summon you, Optimus Prime. Who? Then, Muscular got punched into one of the parks inside the giant building. Hard, actually, so hard he felt some of bones break from the impact, despite his heavy protection, making him cough blood. From the dust emerged a giant robot, blue and red and towering above Muscular, before smashing him again, forcing him to dodge. Except this time, his body refused to move. Another punch connected, sending the monster, the killer, flying. Stop it. An Autobot shall never stop fighting evil, monster. I am not speaking to you, idiot. Muscular yelled back, before feeling his consciousness snapping. And then the dark came. In his spirit world he knew all too well, Muscular faced Chimera while the darkness surrounded them. We need to rip this machine in pieces. Muscular beings grew in size and power, feeding on his own anger at being bullied by that giant robot. He needed full control to win. The world would hear about his carnage again. We need to think about how to beat him and join Slice. Meanwhile, Chimera seemed to puff on an imaginary smoke, appreciating it quite calmly. He was a professional, and honestly, while he did enjoy a good fight, it wasn't his greatest pleasure. The smoke hit Muscular again, who yelled once again with a murdering rage. Who cares about the woman? Or the others? Their only purpose is our pleasure. Shut up. You care for blood. That's your thoughts. I care for the mission and my goals. And my team. Slice was a pain in the ass, but the woman was always there to drink with him after a mission. Mummy was a weirdo, with a strange fixation for painting, but the man always had your back when the shitstorm began. 9. The man was strong, both in mind and body. His goal was also his, and Chimera followed him out of loyalty and respect. What's wrong with admitting your darkest desires? You enjoy the blood on your hands. He wanted to be free. When the wolf activated his quirk, it seemed to Muscular that he woke up from darkness once again. Nevermore he wanted to go back in that place. Truth to be said, Muscular was not afraid of the dark, but now he was afraid of what was living in it, and was waiting for him to return. Taking control of this body was possible. He knew it. Muscular already tasted him. Now, he only had one thing to do to fully assume control of this body, and it was either convincing the wolf they were the same, or devouring him. After that, Muscular would have words with Garaki for using his soul as an experiment. I do, but that's not what defines me. That's what defines you. Chimera was someone astonishingly calm, for many reasons. First off, you don't live long if you act only with your instinct. Second, he was too often called a beast. To accept being a mindless one such as Namu or Muscular, he wanted to prove them wrong. All of them, the CRC and the stupid dumbass and the ISP his brother founded. F-Beast. Third, one of Chimera's hobbies to distress from the war zone was actually to use some herbs from a Native American shaman he knew to discover his inner self. When your quirk was basically to summon the inner beast inside of you to morph your body, learning to know it was a good move. Point being, for Chimera, being in his spiritual world was something more normal than most people. He was used to that place, and he was smoking the old memory of his last pipe. I want this body, I will have it. F diplomacy. He would have it alone, even if it means not having access to Chimera's memories. Last chance. Surrender. F your surrender. I am the beast who slays. Fear my anger. I am the beast that keeps inside the dark. Welcome inside me. Muscular barely had time to register, while jumping, the shadow wolf who grabbed him before putting him between his teeth. If you were to compare size, Muscular was roughly 4 times his host's size. The wolf was 10 times him. Chimera, below, puffed sadly. The man there was a sad reflection of what he could have been. What his big brother, now dead, was. Being a beast is easy. Pretending to be the monster everyone thought I was would have been the easiest. But being a man, that's what is hard. Beach. I am one. This is what is keeping all of my bad days inside me. I am carnage. No, you are nothing more than a beast. And Muscular was once again in the dark, and he heard all of them laughing again in the dark, while the chains were coming. Familiar voices he dodged 2 times were resonating. Unlike the first 2 times, he ran like hell as a prey. Optimus Prime was an honorable being, thinking living beings deserved a chance. However, from what the 2 other heroes accompanying him explained, it was a being actually far more evil than most Decepticons he knew. Something that was actually a menace for everyone in the building. As a result, he prepared his arms while his enemy was down, and failed to execute his enemy. The ground broke around the wolf, because of his robotic enemy's strength, but with his 2 arms, he held Optimus's arm. Sorry, I am back in control. The other one won't be here again. Will you kill the kid? I might make him unconscious. I still have a job to do. It was honestly harder and harder to speak for Chimera. Then Optimus used his other arms to BACH slap him. Then, I shall stop you, criminal. Well, that's your job, machine. With the water hoses blocking the exit, Chimera knew he was blocked. Let me guess, the kid ran after his girlfriend. The 3 summons nodded, and a heavily wounded Chimera groaned. Well, I can't afford to disappoint my friends. Come at me, F'ers. Chimera, protected by his new, fully absorbed quirk, attacked while using his main quirk to increase his attributes. He finally found another thing he was looking for, a war stranger than him, and companions for whom he would fight for. Here I come. Chimera left a crater behind him as he jumped toward a water hoses. First thing in a battle, destroy the support. Both water hoses were only reasonably strong heroes when they were alive, and they had to die to actually damage enough muscular for other peoples to take him down. Meanwhile, Chimera had changed his eyes to chameleon eyes to have a better vision against Optimus Prime. The robot would probably not let his companions get slayed without saying anything. The fact the robot's eyes were shining and his arms cannons too was a good hint about the balls of energy coming for his wolf's ass. Thankfully, the goat legs allowed Chimera to run almost vertically on the walls, hence why he chose them instead of a jaguar. When the first volley hit behind him, Chimera didn't even look behind to know they were closing on him. However, that didn't mean the water heroes were sitting ducks. Both of them were using the water in the garden to actually attack him from afar. Chimera, with a smile, took a bet and jumped inside the river in the garden. There, he swiftly changed his body to have the hand of an otter, the lower parts of a crocodile, and sped up under the water. Considering how only Optimus Prime was shooting the water now, it means the water hoses didn't know what was in the water below them, which was his only opportunity to win, if he managed to kill the summons. And thank God they didn't appear to be true living beings. He could rush for the exit, leaving the robots behind him. Hey, sure, he had a body count. That didn't mean he was looking for killing two heroes who died in the line of duty again. Swimming at a blinding speed under the water, Chimera ended up jumping outside of water to attack the two summoned heroes. Falling from above, he quickly changed his arms for orangutan arms. Longer, stronger, deadlier, especially with Muscular's quirk. The couple barely had the time to slide to safety in a graceful dance before Chimera ran belly against the ground to avoid the incoming volleyball from Optimus Prime. No time for words or taunt. He needed to get faster. Faster. Optimus Prime, despite the fact his opponent was a bad guy, was forced to admit the man was good. His own system was still booting up and was soon to be perfectly operational, but the man had good moves for a human, since when Earthlings haven't proved to be that strong. He always felt they had a potential, but this was something else. The water heroes knew, however, they were in a pickle. While Muscular was someone who overwhelmed you with brutal strength, unadulterated rage, he was also someone too straight in his fights. The man in front of them was also someone working on pure instinct, but, unlike Muscular who honed his bloodlust rather than fighting skill, the mutant in front of them was a survivor who fought for his own life on a daily basis. Each of his moves left nothing as an opening for them. The water hoses, while having decent combat skills, were rescue heroes. Their role was to hold the line for the heavy hitters, as they were stronger for crowd control. Unlike some heroes like Manuel, who could, if they had enough time, do a water cutter, they needed to work perfectly together to do that one. And it was a perfectly linear attack, something easy to dodge for the man in front of them. How? They managed to get one or two good hits because he was injured. When the wolf got closer to them and decapitated them in a swift movement, it was clear he was a villain above them. Chimera didn't look at the disappearing corpses. It was no use, but honestly, he was happy they weren't real people. One of the rules in a war zone is you don't hit the rescue heroes, unless they are specifically from the enemy camp, and even then, you tried to avoid that. You never knew when you would be the one to be dug up and saved by them. Honestly, fighting them still felt wrong. The wolfman then coughed some more blood, as he had pushed his body to his limits, with the broken ribs and the mind F he had earlier. Then Chimera saw the shadow under him and barely could say, F me. Optimus Prime smashed him in the ground, strong enough to make him fall in the ballroom, to everyone's surprise. Now, back to protect the young summoner. MMMH. Optimus Prime had a new issue. The alleys weren't made for someone his size. That was going to be annoying, wasn't it? Moonfish, the cannibal and recently SS-class criminal, since he got modified through means unknown to authorities to get a significant upgrade, was here and he was happy about it. Low-level regeneration. Utter lack of morale, teeth that could cut through concrete and were more or less a really weird variation of a blade manipulation quirk. And apparently, now, he had a mouth on each hand, smiling creepily, as the monster in front of them. Katsuki didn't know who was the effer who thought it was a good idea to do that. But seriously, they should be kicked in the balls so hard they would be a flipper ball. Emilia, assisting Garaki, wondered why she was sneezing, as they worked on Chisaki's project, as per their agreement. She had to admit she loved the idea of rendering the HOLEs who mistreated her for her lack of quirk to be quirkless themselves. Also, it was so fun to kiss Chisaki from behind and see him all flustered and not knowing how he should react, between his misophobia, her lack of quirk, and his crush on her. Yui decided against using her tank. Yes, shooting shells at Moonfish would have been awesome. The issue was his accuracy with his teeth. He would most likely strike her through any opening in the tank, and she wasn't sure he couldn't cut through steel. As a result, she already put it back in her keychain, while moving undercover behind a tree. However, thanks to her quirk, Yui was never defenseless. In fact, she was considering changing her hero name to something else. Besides, she knew she had time to do what she needed to do. Taste my explosions, F.R. 2 Big Bang eaten, the third is on the house. Katsuki was currently harassing Moonfish by bringing the fight into the air. He got from one stand in the day some gauntlets that were supposed to lessen the strain on his arms from his explosions, helping him to fly. He was also resting on the roof from time to time. Clearly, her dumbass blonde boyfriend learned from the last time to not get close to him and worked since then to a lot more ranged attacks. He probably didn't want to get any more teeth in his arm. Katsuki was cute when he was thinking he was the main fighter, when he was only the decoy. Meanwhile, Yui was assembling several parts for a weapon she had, created by Mei. Customs would have her detained for bringing a rocket launcher to the island. Thanks to her quirk and Mei's genius in making the parts modular, Yui was pulling a weapon which was almost as big as her from below her, while she was hiding behind a car. It was a custom rocket launcher made by the craziest girl Yui knew for her birthday. She asked, quote, something that would make Katsuki's explosion look like BSE. There is the third one. Softly, with eerie calmness, Yui Aka Arsenal aimed her weapon at an unsuspecting Moonfish, too occupied with the bait flying and poking him around. He didn't have heightened sense after all, and his weakness was what he couldn't see. Yui scratched that note and added a second weakness as she pulled the trigger, feeling the rocket being thrown at full speed against the monster. She almost landed on her back because of the powerful recoil. Hearing the whistling missile, Moonfish turned his head, wondering, what is that? Missile met torso, and Moonfish's second weakness became apparent. Point-blank atomization. Well, it should have been, but thanks to his reinforced body, Moonfish screamed in pain as he was now missing the left part of his torso, in blood and gore. Katsuki quickly remembered why he loved the girl. She was even more ruthless than him. Oh, F you kids. Moonfish, blind with rage, paused when a fat man's corpse landed in front of him, the neck broken. The cannibal smiled, before using his right arm to eat it, and using his real teeth to throw an attack against the girl that dared to hurt him that much. He wasn't one to give up a free meal after all, and it was exactly what he needed. Also, what was the point of having more mouths if not eating everyone while killing them? Yui quickly rolled against the cement to dodge the cutting blades only a few seconds before they slashed through the road. When the blades retracted and redirected their trajectory toward her, Yui used her special shield from Mei's lab to barely block the strike. The alloy was what composed her grandpa's body, according to her. The impact went through the alloy, striking through her bones. She almost fell on her behind, before Katsuki came from the sky and slammed two of his explosions point blank in the teeth, making the monster yell. Still, both teenagers were equally terrified and disgusted when they looked at the cannibal again. Seeing a dead body was bad. Seeing someone eating a body was worse, especially if it was from a mouth on his arm. It was purely abominable when it clearly served to boost his regeneration, bones and flesh being assimilated in his body. Then Katsuki broke one of the unspoken rules of heroism, trying to cope with the sight. Honestly, he was trying to reassure himself when he said that. This can hardly get any worse. 5 more corpses fell next to Moonfish. Katsuki looked at Yui, hoping she had more missiles. Her body, trembling while desperately trying to reach weapons, told him the answer, and it was clearly not the one he hoped to hear. Well, Sid, from where were the bodies coming? It's Raining Men was a song, not a quirk. There are only so many people you can protect, kid. Terraformers taunted Monoma quietly, who was already running out of steam. He didn't have that many quirks in his stockpile to begin with. Izuku's quirk might be useful, but Monoma didn't have any cards on him, making it effing useless. Pony, that was an option, but only for escaping. The cockroach mutant in front of him was pretty much the definition of winning the super lottery, except appearance-wise. He was insanely strong, durable, and fast. Seriously, Monoma did some math in his head, and the bread should have hurt him with pretty much the strength of a rifle. Yet, he barely scratched that man. The blonde kid was outmatched, plain and simple. As for terraformers, he was enjoying breaking the kid who was on his last legs, panting, and failing to stop his cronies to kill and throw the corpses of the civilians to Moonfish. Some team playing was always good to win the game. And now he wanted to have some fun. Call him sadistic, or someone who actually got Sensei's humor, but terraformers love to break heroes, physically and mentally. Guys, pull back for a second. I have an announcement for the civilians here. Everyone tried to stay together, against the wall as they couldn't run outside, and the mutants prevented them from pulling back. They were sparing the mutants from their onslaught, but everyone else had the same thought. What if they were next? Or their loved one? If you catch the kid, give him to us and we will leave. No more death from us. Don't listen to him. We don't know if he is telling the truth. Monoma had a good idea of what the mutant was trying to do, and he knew better than to trust any villain. Also, he was almost certain it was literally a comic reference. Still, he could see everyone thinking about the offer, some actually getting ready to get up. Sit. He didn't sign up for that. He was only a kid. A first year. Where were the heroes? Putain et on me demand pourquoi j'aime pas la Japon. Sally demonstre a tentacule. Ji vous trapte chose sur internet at G-size comment ka finit. The number one French hero, flying on some bread, was fighting solo against two Naumas, but he couldn't help worrying. The monsters didn't seem interested in fighting him, but rather stalling for time. Was something bigger at play. He was seriously considering coming to Japan, if only to make sure this didn't get bigger, but as the national top hero, he wasn't able to move as he wanted. He was going to ask Yuga for more information on the situation. I'm sorry, kid, but I have a wife and kids. Monoma wasn't surprised when the man armed with a chair attacked, clearly wanting to take him down. The Scorpio mutant laughed, before saying, "Hey, don't kill the kid. We need him alive." Monoma noted that. The phrasing, they needed him and alive. He wasn't a threat. He wasn't their enemy. He was their target, not the civilians. They were an added bonus, a fun slaughter to have while on duty. Quickly though, Monoma understood he would have trouble devising a strategy based on that information, as more and more of the civilians were getting up in arms, ready to revolt against their former protector. Monoma dodged the strike by a hairbreadth, as he was more used to overpowering his enemies with his stockpiled quirk and then be done. Use the correct quirk for the correct situation. That was the smart way to fight and deal with his enemies. He suddenly had a brief flashback of Izuku telling him something during their fight at the sports festival. Yes, you are the kind of person who can only use the correct tool for the correct situation, but can't improvise. Why was that dumbass, who took his aesthetic as a gentleman magician, right? An idea, quick. Because dodging everything was becoming harder and harder, as now most of the adults were trying to catch him, while some in the background were forced to stay down. Still, Monoma was happy to see a few people not being HOLEs. However, the knife flying next to him was again too close for his taste, as it was planted into the wall nearby him. What if it had killed him? Monoma quickly took the knife and put it against his throat. He had a crazy, stupid idea, and if Vlad-sensei knew about it, he would get grounded for the end of his scholarship. Stop. If anyone gets closer, I am slashing my carotid. Taking himself as a hostage. He fell low, didn't he? However, he truly hoped that he was right. And the sound of the cockroach punching the Scorpio into the concrete stopped everyone, as terraformers talked. I hate when my minions talk too much. Everyone, stand down, or I will rip your head off. Considering his friend was either unconscious or dead, most people actually stopped and slowly backed away from Monoma, who was a bit ridiculous and obviously stressed by the situation. He prayed his nerves wouldn't press the knife into his skin any farther than he meant to. Terraformer's slow clapping was definitely unnerving enough for his taste. Even before he began to speak, I admire your guts, though. So, how about you put down the knife, kid? I don't want to kill you, but no qualms about harming me, I guess. Who is the fastest? Me panicking and cutting my carotid, or you? So you and your cronies get the F out and I won't kill myself. Monoma was running in fear and panic, hence his current language. Also, if he had to die, he wanted to curse. Terraformers stared at him, blankly, and for a second, everyone feared he would try something. To be fair, his blank face was barely human and he seemed so detached from most emotions, he felt alien. Before laughing, openly, his body bent from how powerful the laughter was. When it finally ended, he once again wore that blank smile. I could actually take the knife from you, but this is more fun. Here is my deal. You follow me quietly, and I don't kill everyone in front of you while my friends hold you down. If I feel especially irritated, I would even use your hand to snap that kid's neck. HIII. The scared kid screamed, as outside, the fight between Katsuki, Yui and Moonfish intensified. The restaurant was barely safe for them. As long as the ISP's squad fed off, Monoma still had his grip on his knife and he swallowed his saliva, trying to keep his calm. First we exit the restaurant, and then I remove the knife. I don't trust you to not kill them instantly. You still want to protect them when they are ready to sell you out for their safety. Impressive. The cockroach thought about it for a second before taking out his switch and sending the signal. In front of him, Kirigiri opened a portal. After all, this wasn't a mission for the ISP. It was a mission for all for one, and Kirigiri wasn't on Tamura's side. He was on Sensei's. My crew will walk first, then we will be together. Don't push my patience though. Monoma then saw Terraformer's still conscious companion taking the other on his shoulder, before obeying and walking through the dark hole. Monoma had tears in his eyes as he felt his body moving, walking with the killer by his side. Then the world went dark as he passed through the portal. He didn't know what was on the other side, but he was scared. Target Alpha priority secured, sir. Perfect. Tell Terraformers he won a few Naumas and funding for 2 months. Your will shall be done. All for One smiled, as his plan B was slowly coming together. Soon, one of his weaknesses would be eliminated. Now, the true question was, once he was done with this blonde boy, what should he do with him? Release him with a time bomb quirk. Now move him. Keep him for a moment to have some conversations with someone that wasn't his family or an undead or a pawn. Hard choice. If I can ask something, sir. Was it really necessary to attack Island to kidnap that kid? Especially after making him win a false prize. I could have easily kidnapped him when he went back home. Kurogiri. Who do you think am I? Some kind of villain? Well, yes. Good lord, Kurogiri. I am the super villain. I have to do big things to maintain my prestige. I am not some dumbass who has to lie low for hundreds of years to succeed in their plans. I have to make everyone shake in their boots as they are too weak to stop my attack. In Deka, Re-Destro felt insulted and didn't know why. To be fair, he was currently studying a plan to greet more homeless people who suffered from various mutation quirks or villainous quirks. More people for the MLA. But more importantly, more people he could help. You can't be stressed about things you didn't care for. Re-Destro cared for all of them. Katsuki was trying to rest for a few seconds behind a car. He was running back and forth, flying around Moonfish, but that goddamn bastard was too solid to be hurt. I have nothing to kill that beach. Not that he wanted to kill someone, but right here and now, Katsuki was in primal mode. Every one of his cells told him the same thing. Either Moonfish died or he died. The blonde explosive teen preferred to stay alive, thank you. He threw a quick look and saw Yui, who was thinking about what weapons she would use next. She was exhausting her options, bullet by bullet. Katsuki was wondering if she could technically be tried for all the live firearms she was using, but honestly, considering their situation, he doubted that. If the monster didn't eat the corpse a bit earlier, he could have finished him. Kids, get out of there. I will let you live in exchange for your arms and legs, promise. Yui, God bless her heart, answered with a grenade, blinding Moonfish long enough for her to join Katsuki, who was slowly getting back his breath. Of course, Moonfish did another raging attack, but considering they were hiding, he missed them. Katsuki, wanting to make a plan, asked Yui about his arsenal. Do you have anything left? Barely. 1 or 2 flashbangs, a spear, 2 guns with a few bullets each, and my ultra bands. Katsuki inhaled while dragging a hand across his face, the sweat dripping from all over his body. He had one last idea, but it was insane. He looked at Yui, who was bruised and bleeding. Even with him dodging from afar, Yui got targeted a few times. He was a very annoying mosquito against Moonfish, but a mosquito nonetheless. Still, she was as loving as usual in this messy state, and the blonde boy gave a tired smile. Okay, we can work with that. I have an idea, but I'll need some cover. Yui glared at her boyfriend. He was crazy and she knew it. When he seemed calm, he was at his most dangerous. Katsuki, hey, if this one doesn't work, nothing will. If we don't stop him here, he will. Katsuki stopped, hit in the head by Yui. Her body betrayed a small wave of anger in her determination, making him happy and giving him back some bravery. Did you imply I wanted to run? No, you would castrate me if I did something like that. This made her smile, in Katsuki's eyes. Call him whipped, but he knew how he liked his women, strong, insane, and proud. So, what's your plan? Katsuki explained it and Yui groaned. She didn't like it and thought it was far too risky. Then, the car serving them as cover got lifted up by the teeth. Found you. Both teens nodded to each other, and Katsuki exhaled a long breath before running. Moonfish was surprised when he saw the kid actually rushing him. The only time he actually hit him in close range, hurting his eyes. The blonde student pulling this kind of move meant the fight's tide shifted. Fight, Moonfish corrected himself. It would have been a fight if he didn't manage to heal his injuries with the corpse early. This is just a slaughter that was taking time. However, Moonfish shared something with Muscular. Both of them disliked being taken down, and they were good at holding grudges. Both arms of the monster opened in a manner that made some cineasts remember the old horror movie from the dawn of Quirk, The Thing. The ugly mouths suddenly released huge teeth, the size of cannonballs. Each of them whizzed in the air, and Katsuki could only thank Moonfish's lack of training for this quirk. Some shots barely scratched him. One cut deep in his left arm, drawing blood. Still, he couldn't stop now. He needed to get as close to the monster as possible for his plan. Then, Katsuki did something hard to do. He trusted, fully, someone with his back, and closed his eyes. Moonfish, not believing his luck, opened his real mouth. The revealed shark jaw was still bloodied by the human parts he consumed earlier. 20 teeth would be more than enough to dismember the teen and eat him alive, maybe in front of the girl. He couldn't wait to taste his muscular meat and feel his life. The horror as his heart would be eaten in front of him. Then, Yui used Moonfish's main weakness, lack of awareness. Also, she had to credit Katsuki as the best bait she ever knew. As part of her combo with Ryuko and Shota, Yui trained heavily in her throwing skill. Sure, Ryuko allowed for a chirurgical strike, but Yui needed to throw her attacks well. Moonfish wondered for a second what the cylinder was in front of his eyes as he opened his jaw and tried to identify it. The flashbang exploded, burning his eyes once more. Note to self, ask for an anti-blinding quirk. Seriously, son of a beach. Katsuki, his eyes shut tight, was spared by the flash. Hearing Moonfish made him smile, since it meant the monster had to stop his attack for a second, if only to speak. The blonde teen slid on his knee and appeared before Moonfish. He could actually smell the blood and human flesh on him. Repulsive monster. He had to be stopped. Katsuki knew it would hurt like a beach, but he trusted Yui. The bloodied blonde raised his injured arms wide and copied the very basics of his quirk, his father making sparks by slamming his hands together. The biggest bang in his reserve. German Nova. During the sports festival, Katsuki rested between each fight, often for a good time. As a result, he had been sweating, but not that much, hence why the explosion didn't kill anyone, especially Izuku. This time, Katsuki had been running around for a good time, and he was constantly using his quirk. Even with the support gear bought earlier, his arms were hurting the way they do when sparring with Maruko. He was sweating so much that he could be mistaken for a small fountain. The spark ignited all of his nitroglycerin-like sweat, and he closed his eyes, knowing what was coming. The burning on his body, and the impact that would break his bones. Yes, he had resistance to explosions, but not immunity. Boom. The explosion was twice as big as Yui's from earlier, and she actually flew a few meters away because of the shockwave. Nonetheless, she was aware of the situation and knew Moonfish was most likely alive. As Vlad-sensei said, if you don't see the body, he is alive. She took her guns, ready to amplify the bullets to end the monster point-blank range. Yui raced toward the dust cloud. She had to not think about Katsuki for a second. He was probably more broken than an ancient Roman mosaic that time was unkind to. She ran as fast as possible, and each step was hard since she couldn't truly see what she was stepping on. Yui could only pray the explosion was enough to knock out Moonfish, and then she could take Katsuki to a hospital or something. Then she could hear two breaths near her, one on the ground and another higher as if someone was standing. In a split second, Yui decided to shoot the second sound, raising her arm and aiming at the rather big silhouette, bigger than Katsuki. Run, found, mate. Due to the pain from his missing arms, having sacrificed them to protect his main body, Moonfish went back to his feral state. In fact, he was even more barbaric than before, thanks to the eat meat, free heal quirk he got. So the monster, after the explosion, had created a teeth shield around his head to protect it from a headshot. Yui's shooting gave away her position, and once he located her, and the fact her weapons were empty, ricocheting against his teeth, she was defenseless and desperate. Well, he jumped on Yui, mouth open. He was a white shark, and she was a baby seal. At long last, Moonfish was tasting some flesh. It was a bit burnt, though. Did the girl get hurt from the explosion? Or, wait, he was pretty sure he felt some finger on his tongue. It was an arm, not a head. Katsuki, in a desperate move, managed to muster enough strength to push Yui away from the attack. Instead of her, only his arm got eaten, cut clean by the razor-like teeth. Katsuki, Yui screamed for once, and grabbed him before bolting as fast as she could. He was bleeding and burned as she was on her last leg. Katsuki knew that there was no way she could run with him in safety. Lee, shut up. She wasn't running away. She wasn't geared enough to finish the monster, that was all. She wasn't crying either. Yui Kodai wanted to be a hero for a very simple reason. She loved tokusatsu movies, old Ultraman, Kamen Rider. All of them. She was a fan of the explosions, and how heroes were always strong enough, determined enough to fight against the odds and the monsters. She wanted to be like them, always fighting the monster on equal ground. She hoped, as a result, to get a quirk like her cousin, a certain hero named Mount Lady. But instead, her quirk only allowed her to enlarge objects. Not an issue. She worked around that, worked her fighting skill and developed an arsenal. She wanted to fight the monsters, especially the ones wearing human skin. Right now, though, she was running, scared and terrified of the monster on her heels, Katsuki's remaining arm slung across her shoulder. Yui felt her heartbeat quicken before she gritted her teeth. There are people in the buildings next to them. People near a homicidal and hungry Moonfish. Could she run away when such a being was on the loose? She dropped Katsuki, who screamed in pain, and Yui angrily stood her ground. Rage, determination, more importantly, pride. Wait, the monster in front of her wasn't human, and she did the only thing she could think of in the heat of the moment. She punched the monster as all of her body was hurting. Moonfish felt every bone of his skull resonate under the punch, mainly because he wasn't punched by a frail girl. He was punched by a giant fist, which projected him into the building on the other side of the avenue. Meet, Yui, from the depths of her giant lungs, yelled an old quotation from a mostly forgotten time, "We still have glittering hope." Yui, now towering at 25 meters, was staring at her opponent with the will to finish him. Moonfish opened his mouth and released all of his 3,000 great white shark teeth on pure instinct. All of them, a deadly spear on their own, plunged toward a giant Yui, whose arms crossed in front of her. She truly had to trust Mei. Would she have enough time to fire the shot, as the teeth speed through their course toward her? Once again, Moonfish's main weakness was used against him. To be fair, though, both Yui and he missed a certain something. A certain hero coming from an angle of the avenue no one could see. If Yui was a bit higher, above the building, she would have seen a glistening blue scale illuminating. A powerful blue breath struck Moonfish on the side. The monster began to screech incoherently, and attempted to shield his body from the threat with his teeth. But they were too far away to arrive in time, which luckily gave Yui enough time to launch her attack. ULTRABAM. From the crossed arms a laser emanated. And the last vision Moonfish had was Godzilla and Ultraman coming ever closer, using their signature attack against him. The death of a monster. A fitting death, one might say. The beam connected and utterly annihilated the body of the modified villain, who exploded, and Yui sighed in relief when the dust revealed nothing except empty air. The threat was finally gone. She kneeled breathlessly, out of strength. Her quirk return stopped her to her normal size from embiggening. She fell beside Katsuki, face to face. The charmed teen smiled at her. That was the sexiest thing you've ever done. You know it. That still counts as a single for only one. Both teens hacked out a laugh before falling unconscious as Godzilla grabbed them. They were definitely good kids, and he expected a lot from them, even if the fight wasn't without any loss. As an example, when he was dispatched here, he was under the impression there was also an ISP squad. Where were they? For now, though, he had to go fast. The kid had lost too much blood with his arm getting eaten and he needed some urgent medical help. Melissa, where now? Meanwhile, in a certain tower, two girls were running from their enemy as fast as their legs could carry them. Slice was on their trail, using her hair to continuously lash out at them. But it didn't mean the teens were defenseless. Melissa, though panting, pointed in a direction. If only they could reactivate the defense, it would be an instant win for them. As a result, they were going up. Toru was behind them, doing her best to catch them up. Way behind her was Izuku, who summoned an Arcanine to ride. It was faster and allowed him to rest a bit. Above them, Wolfram was with David's assistant, waiting quietly for the crown to be released. David didn't have any idea that it was only him on the right side. None of them knew that this story would end with devastating consequences for the world. Slice was angry. She was worried for her friend. Chimera was a big dummy and she feared something would happen to him. However, they had a mission, and their time limit was getting closer and closer. She didn't have a good feeling, and honestly, she was worried about the situation. The girls were smart, and if she didn't have a search quirk, she would have lost them 10 times already, since they knew the structure of the building better than her. Thankfully, as long as they stayed in her range, she could see them. However, despite running faster than the two nerds, she had trouble catching them up, because they closed every effing door on their way. She was wondering if she should have asked for more firepower, but to be fair, she wasn't supposed to be a frontline fighter. She was the sniper on the team. Her role was to take out the enemy or harass them. She wasn't meant to fight though. Well, of course, she could, but she wasn't as good at it as Nine, Mummy, or Chimera. To be fair, Chimera was in a class of his own once he was serious and against an opponent he wouldn't hold back against. Pit him against the CRC or the ISP. He would call it Christmas. Then, Slice would call several cleanup crews. Still, she was tired because the girls kept avoiding giving her a clear shot. It was kind of annoying, and if she wasn't a professional, she would be screaming at them with empty threats. That and of course the effing stares. Note to self, never say again to Chimera that leg day was useless. She was never going to skip it again. Meanwhile, Mei and Melissa ran for their life, literally. To be fair, having a professional killer behind them didn't help. Why is there a killer behind us? Melissa, despite being All Might unofficial niece, wasn't used to that kind of situation. Island was hard to attack usually. And the only way someone managed to F up the system like this is to attack from the inside. It was her first crisis situation. On the other side of the spectrum, Mei was actually quite calm. My guess is either they want you as a hostage, or they are pissed at my grandpa. Melissa, still running and panting, stared at her new friend, while remembering the kind old man from the fair. Why someone would be angry at your grandpa to that extent? He is the architect. This almost made Melissa stop for a second. I swear to God, if it is his fault, I am going to dedicate my life to finding a way to catch him and put him in jail. This made Mei chuckles. This was always fun to have people angry at her grandpa. He relished the challenge. I will help you if necessary. How long until we reach the top, though? Not long. It's as if someone actually opened everything on the way up. Melissa actually had her own doubts about who was responsible for the security. Samuel, because she highly doubted her dad would compromise the entire security and she didn't do it either. The only one with high enough credentials was Samuel. Meanwhile, in the basement of Island, the architect was plugged to the server, stealing the NFT collection, but more importantly, fighting the virus in the machine. However, all he could do was prevent the zero-pointer equivalent of the Island from coming out to have fun with the heroes. Honestly, all the destruction was kind of scary and terrifying. The number of people who wanted such destruction and who were able to plan that wasn't high. He was going to warn Nedzu, if only because his granddaughter lived in Japan and apparently, the Demon King was alive and on the move. On a side note, thank God David gave him some credentials back in the day. It was always useful to play civilization against the situation. Yes, her father was very responsible, and it meant clearly it was Samuel responsible. But why? What was above in the safe zone that necessitated such an attack? Now, she was scared, and honestly considering the timing of the attack, she didn't think the architect was the cause, mainly because he avoided killing. Except that one time a hero executed live one of his henchmen and the architect ended up destroying a part of the looms in revenge before executing the hero. Yes, he was an international SS rank for a reason. He was silly but not harmless. Melissa wasn't impatient though, to see why Samuel betrayed them. Because, right now, she had the feeling they were going to be between an anvil and a hammer. Do you think the other two are fine? Sako and Hagakure. Of course. Yes, Mei used Sako, since Izuku wasn't a Midoriya since Atsuhiro became his stepdad. Considering how Izuku liked his new name, it was the least she could do. They are probably right behind us, trying to catch up with us. This actually reassured Melissa. She didn't know how strong both of them were, but if Mei trusted them, she had no other choice but to do the same. How long are we going to wait, Sam? Wolfram was playing on his phone, while Samuel was unlocking the safe to the crown. All for one's future crown. Wolfram didn't have any illusion. He knew he wasn't the most important plan of the day, but still, All for One didn't want that crown to be in anyone's hand except his. So, Wolfram would oblige. He wasn't his number 2 for no reason. Hell, honestly. He was hoping to have some fun himself. Most of his men were hidden in the island, commanding discreetly the Naumas to occupy whatever heroes weren't down by the security bots. That way, Nine and Terraformers would have more opportunities to succeed in the plot. Meanwhile, he was to escape with the crown, pure and simple. If the intel on the crown was right, and they had Garaki check on the science, Wolfram with the crown could easily do that. Only a few more minutes, sir, Wolfram sighed, before watching the door open on Melissa and Mei, who promptly locked the door behind them. Before they saw Wolfram and Samuel actually busy on the computer, Wolfram said, with a tired smile, "Hello there, General Kenobi." Everyone stared at Mei, who knew an old meme thanks to her grandpa, and Wolfram pulled up a slate, with various rules made by All for One. The old man had a list of rules and they had to comply to them. Okay, I am to actually forced to spare people knowing that kind of sit, per order of my boss. So, young girl, can you stay aside? I can guarantee your safety. How about I use the computer to save everyone else? Mei said with a smile, before the door exploded behind them, revealing Slice, who was panting. Seriously, what did they feed to their nerds on that island? Wolfram sighed before staring at the mercenary. Girl, your team had 2 missions. Don't count on my help for your part. Mine is done and I honestly don't care if you fail in yours. Slice had the strength to flip off the bird to Wolfram, while Samuel stopped for a second, while Melissa and he had eye contact. Samuel, you effing traitor, Melissa yelled, from the top of her lungs and heart, as the betrayal proved to be true. Then, she had to duck before some of Slice's attacks reached her, which, of course, would have been dangerous for her, as Mei was already reaching for another tool in her bag to defend herself. This time, she pulled a ball that quickly increased in size, creating a dome to protect the 2 girls. I love your grandpa, Mei. Melissa truly meant it, as she sat down, rushing to enter her own admin code to try and reset the system. Can you stop running? I don't want to kill her, I want to disable her. Slice yelled as she was telling the truth. Killing teens was bad for the business. She was, however, going to beat the shit out of the 2 teens who made her run a whole tower. Want a hand? I mean, Samuel, how long? I said a few minutes. The opening takes sometimes and she can't stop me. However, it will be an issue if she turns against us the whole security system. Wolfram sighed, before making his hands crack. It was time to work a bit apparently. Not that he was lazy, but he appreciated it when a plan went without any issues. So, he actually had to step into the battlefield. Wolfram concentrated his will, beginning to use his mastery over metal to rip off some metal beam, and turn it into a circular saw before trying to cut the dome. After all, Slice's attack didn't have the power needed to destroy the dome. Meanwhile, Mei and Melissa were working crazy fast on the computer, conscious their best hope to stay unharmed was the security system, as apparently even Wolfram feared it might stop them. Well, they didn't know who Wolfram was, but they guessed pretty easily he was one of Slice's higher-ups. Wolfram was already forming another buzzsaw to cut down the dome, to quicken the process. He wanted it to be done, and go back home. Well, maybe check on Hasashi's kid. He transmitted AFO's order to not harm the kid permanently with pleasure. Sure, he was there when the boss killed Hasashi, but once upon a time, he was friends with the man. He was the best wingman he ever had. He got cut from his trip on the nostalgia lane when he got punched in the jaw by something invisible. The shock, the impact made him stop his attacks before he got punched in the stomach. Decent strength, and the hitter made no sound. The technique was perfect and the size of the fist showed it was most likely a young girl. Wolfram answered the attack by summoning the cable underground to create a mandala-like figure around him. He was an experienced soldier after all, and he already had to deal with weird quirks before. Toru immediately did the smart thing and froze between two motifs of the figures on the ground. Midnight told her about techniques like that. Against heroes who depended on some form of stealth, villains could create patterns on the ground that allowed them to detect their enemies if they tripped on it, like a spider's web. You could establish how strong a villain was on how wide he could actually manipulate such a web. If he could manipulate to force the web to touch the hidden enemy, Toru was supposed to run as fast as possible, as he was very likely to be above her weight class. She quickly went for the ground when Wolfram began to make the mandala levitate and turned quickly around him to find the invisible girl, who stayed silent. The sound of the electrical cable whipping in the air ready to hit her. It was enough to make her sweat her fear. Unlike the other two, this one had clearly no qualms about fighting seriously children or not yet pro-heroes. Also, he clearly had a high mastery of his own quirk, considering he was fighting and pushing her backward with one hand, the other making the buzzsaw pierce the nerd's bubble shield. More importantly, his face. No emotion, no pleasure. In fact, a form of boredom betrayed it was just another day of work for him. What kind of criminal considers hurting people not even as a form of pleasure, dominance, or lashing out, but just as work? Well, she had the answer right now. She barely managed to get outside the area of effect before Wolfram stopped his attack. Not bad, girl. Not bad. Then Wolfram turned his mandala into a spear and used it to crack the bubble shield. Toru gritted her teeth. She had people to protect and she was alone. The situation could hardly get worse. Target locked. Toru turned backward to see Slice, who stopped shooting the bubble, letting Wolfram do the heavy work. She was better at taking out people after all. The sniper smiled before unleashing a barrage of attacks from her hair. Yes, she couldn't actually see or lock Toru. However, she was smart enough to guess her position considering the place where Wolfram got hit and where he didn't manage. Also, she used a good all-American technique, shoot a lot at the invisible enemy. With enough bullets, you will touch him. Yes, people always said in Predator, it didn't work. That was factually wrong. They actually hit the Predator, just not lethally. It was the same for Toru, who was, once again, thankful for her body armor that stopped the hair from penetrating her body. Too much, because, yes, it actually penetrated her body and Slice then did the smart thing. She locked her quirk on her own hair. Once again, at one point, when you were a veteran, you created your own technique to deal with the unexpected. Toru saw Slice getting ready to unleash another barrage to deal with the pesky invisible enemy, when suddenly, they heard a foghorn from behind the wall. Everyone turned toward the sound, to see the wall, not the door this time, explode. A blue and red truck just smashed the wall, and Izuku was inside it. Seriously. He then got out, while Optimus Prime switched out again in his mecha form. Everyone looked puzzled at the towering Transformer, who stared angrily at everyone else. The Arcanine behind was equally pissed and growled, flame coming from his mouth. I am here, with reinforcement. Wolfram blinked once or twice, before dropping the spear and raising one hand to stop Optimus' fist against him. Did the robot actually try to smash him? Wolfram then smiled a bit, looking at the familiar hair, though not in the color he was familiar with. Ah, Izuku. It has been such a long time. Wolfram let that out of nostalgia. The kid wouldn't remember, but he actually met Izuku once, when he served as Seikayo Midoriya's driver, and he even held the kid in his arms. Seeing the kid now all grown up and ready to fight, it was quite the sight. This actually made everyone stare at Wolfram for a second. Well, except Samuel, who yelled, "Got it!" Wolfram, still barely holding Optimus' fist which grew closer and closer to his face, took a gamble. He dropped the magnetism on the drill and locked him on the safes on the other side of the room. Yes, he took a page from the old X-Men comics for his power, and many people mistook his magnetism for ferromancy. However, he was a master of magnetism. As a result, his own suit had a few magnet bars, and he then turned the safes into a magnet of the opposite polarity. That instantly made him attracted to the safe, dodging the giant iron fist that made a hole in the ground. Arcanine, seeing the action, jumped with grace and power and ran on the wall at more than 300 kilometers per hour. The fire dog, giant and powerful, opened his jaw to stop the villain in his action, to smash him on the ground as strongly as possible. However, mid-jump, the beast felt lighter, half as heavy to be more exact. Then the Pokemon died, bisected by the buzzsaw that Wolfram called back from his other hand. Samuel, crown in hand, got the ashes in his face, while Wolfram activated part 2 of the plan. Used the crown, he put it on his head, the iron touching his hair, and instantly he felt as if thunder coursed through his veins and body. He knew why All For One wanted him to have the crown. You want me to have the crown? Wolfram wanted to be sure, as sometimes, ever since All For One got his brain bashed, he made mistakes with his sentences. All For One nodded, as he drank some of his glass and threw it away. Kurogiri. I said no whiskey, it is a bad alcohol and at best a replacement. I said red wine. I think it was my glass, then, boss. All For One had chronic pain since that fight too, and alcohol was one of the few things that numbed the pain enough for him to work. Having a quirk that allows you to metabolize alcohol was also a bonus to avoid the dangerous side effect of drinking too much. Though, well, I am sorry. So, yes, Wolfram, I want you to have the crown. I don't think using it on myself would be wise. Imagine, it amplifies all the quirks I have, all at once. Wolfram chuckled darkly. Yes, it would be quite disastrous. He was pretty much certain it would be on par with a nuke. So, you prefer for me to have it? You are the only man that I trust absolutely, Wolfram. Wolfram felt honored, but he also knew why All For One trusted him that much. Wolfram actually accepted the effect of a loyalty quirk. Should he betray his master, his head would explode. Pure and simple. However, it had a lot of advantages. All For One's trust, an excellent salary, various advantages on the job, and more importantly, the knowledge he wasn't disposable. If he got captured, he would get rescued. Not immediately, but he would. Kurogiri then asked, with a fake curiosity, what about me, sir? Kurogiri, you are the best abomination that I know, but considering you are closer to Frankenstein's monster than a man, no, I don't count you as a man. So, why give me the crown, sir? You mean aside from having a superpowered minion on par with Makia, but with a working brain? Consider it as your bonus for your 30 years of working for me, Wolfram. All For One chuckled a bit, as Wolfram was apparently taken aback by his comment. He took Wolfram under his wing after the kid tried to kill him when he was barely 10. Under the order of some Yakuza who gave him 10,000 yen for the deed. He appreciated the kid's gut and his quirk, so he took him in. All For One planned to reign forever, but Wolfram was the closest he had to an heir, aside from Seijin or Raki, if they ever found him. Or Raki's daughter. Then, you will have your next order to check something for me, Wolfram. I trust you on that one. It will be my pleasure, boss. The two men raised a glass and gave each other a toast. Everyone in the room actually felt it when Wolfram wore the crown, as suddenly sparks coursed his body. Optimus Prime, feeling an incredible danger in his sensor, decided to attack with all of his might. This one time, the leader of the Autobot attacked with as much strength as he would use against a being like Megatron. Wolfram stared at him and snapped his finger. The echo resonated in the room, which exploded properly at the same time as Optimus' arms, leaving everyone at the top of a tower in the middle of a tempest. Okay, so, I have to admit, wow, it's like Trigger but without the side effect and stronger. Wolfram laughed, before facing everyone, and Slice was happy to be on the same side as him. Theoretically. And done. System REBOOTED. May was probably the only one who didn't give a single F about the situation, inside her bubble. Izuku blessed her from under his breath, her and her hyperfixation. Wolfram stared them down and happily clapped his hand. Good. Now, I think I know what I am going to do. I think I will take all of the kids here. Does that mean I get paid? Slice asked, to know if she could go, and honestly, she had the feeling a fight was going to break out and she didn't want to be caught in the crossfire, especially as Wolfram clearly didn't give a single F about her, and she knew he wouldn't care if she got killed by mistake. Are you still here? Get the F out. I will take the lead from there. Slice looked at the kid before running the F out. Soon after that, Wolfram actually broke the entrance, trapping the kids with him. So, hello kids, we can do this the hard way, and the easy way. I am letting you have the possibility of the easy way only because of Izuku, Wolfram said, before Optimus tried to shoot him. Sadly for him, the giant robot was obviously in the center of Wolfram's attention, and got his remaining arms destroyed. Evil shall not prevail. How about you shut the F up? Wolfram said with disdain, and decapitating with a flick of his hand Optimus. Good lord, his quirk felt so much stronger now. Wolfram smiled at the kids, because, right now, as the robot fell to the ground, they must have understood the difference in raw power between them. What do you mean, about doing us this favor? I mean, I don't know you. Wolfram sighed, and he began to use his power to prepare a construct to travel back to the mainland. I was a good friend of your father. He would have hated it if I hurt you, even for work. Izuku noticed something. For the first time in as long as he could remember, this was the nicest thing someone said about his dad. This made him both curious and angry. Yes, that's why he left us when he learned I was quirkless. This comeback made Wolfram sneer, nostalgic. Yes, sure, let's go with that as the reason he left you in Inko. Wolfram stopped his speech mid-sentence as he saw Izuku's hand behind his back. The master of magnetism sighed. Before raising his arm with authority, and a wall of metal stopped Izuku's summon, a giant dinosaur with a skull on his head. Greymon, oh, you almost made me monologue. Smart kid. But since apparently you and your friends don't want the easy way, forgive me if I break a few bones, or kill by mistake the invisible one. The kids, as the rain poured on them, stared at the supervillain who was flying behind them, using his power. Samuel, though, wasn't reassured. I thought we were supposed to evacuate immediately. That was our deal. You weren't supposed to hurt the Shield family. I am altering the deal. Pray I do not alter it any further. Good lord. Wolfram almost cringed at himself. Apparently, All for One's old movies were impacting him. Samuel raged at him, pointing his finger at the supervillain. I was supposed to be evacuated with enough money for the rest of my life, and not fear justice. Wolfram sighed, before pulling a coin. There, this will be enough money for the rest of your life. Samuel was going to ask what Wolfram meant, before the master of magnetism overcharged the coin, and sent it at full power through Samuel's body. The scientist looked puzzled at the hole inside his chest. Before falling on his back, Wolfram added quietly, and being dead should protect you from justice. A few plasma balls called back his attention to the kids, as a strange green creature with 3 tongues was eating his previous steel wall. Okay, that one was a new one, the king of magnetism had to admit, especially as it allowed this dinosaur to actually spit more fire to try and hurt him. Oh well, Wolfram made a lateral movement with his hand, ripping blocks from the tower to act as a barrier. Okay, so he could imbue with magnetic properties more things now. Good to know. Seriously, the power coursing through his veins. Was the crown amplifying his quirk, or simply made available to him potential yet untapped? Considering his mastery wasn't affected, Wolfram thought it was more the second option, which was nicer. Still, he was now annoyed by Izuku, who was clearly burning cards at a high speed, preparing for a bigger summon. I won't let you have the time, boy. Izuku smiled, before he took a tarot card. His first big card. One who never failed to help him, though in a different form compared to before. Parry this. The tower reversed. Wolfram wondered if that meant he was going to fail, before looking up in the sky, as the rain seemed blocked by something, and the light too. Oh, this was going to need both hands, as the shadow around them got darker. Izuku was done holding back, and clearly understood the man in front of him was most likely going to kill all of his friends, except maybe Mei, who would be a bargaining chip. However, Melissa and Toru, considering the killers from before said they had the choice between killing Melissa or disabling her, Izuku wasn't going to bet about her survival odds. As for Toru, she was a nobody to them. Yes, Izuku was done. Now, he was going to fight seriously, as if it was the last fight he ever should have. In retrospect, this fight was often considered Joker's first fight, for a good reason. Also, it made people remember that quirks were bullshit. Above them, a giant tower, once again looking like a Babylonian tower, was feeling at high speed toward them. Wolfram used his newfound abilities to summon and mask the most secure bots of the island, to hold with a giant iron hand. And under the pressure, even with the crown, he was sweating. This kid was actually as insane as his grandpa when it came to battle. What did he think would happen if he wasn't able to hold back the tower? It was at this moment that Wolfram realized what Izuku actually did, when he saw the team grinning at him. He remembered Izuku could actually unsummon his creation. If Wolfram had been unable to hold back the tower, Izuku would have unsummoned it before impact. Meanwhile, by grabbing it, with actual effort from him, Wolfram just confirmed his reaction time and his limits with his newfound power to Izuku. However, considering the kid sweating bullets, he was probably close to his limit in what he could summon or not. Clever boy. Wolfram slammed his feet against the ground, and as Greymon was ready to smash him, taking advantage of the use of his hands against the tower, the Digimon got impaled by 7 spear, all coming from the ground. This was actually going near his limits right now. Wolfram took 1 second to change how he was using his power for the tower. Rather than holding each bot individually, he would squash them against the tower, giving it an iron plating. Good. Now, he only needed 1 hand to hold it. From the other, he would deal with Izuku. Not bad, kid. I actually have to be serious to catch you alive. Thank you for your kind words. The kid was still smiling, while having the full attention of an SS villain. Damn, that was bossy. Wolfram used his remaining hand to summon Optimus arms, and launched them against the summoner, who dodged it gracefully. However, this was expected, and Wolfram clenched his fist, calling the arms back. The 2 giant fists cut through the air, ready to hit Izuku with their might. Wolfram was quite knowledgeable about the velocity needed to kill someone, or the one needed to simply make him wish he wasn't born. He opted for the second option, knowing they could heal the boy at home. Nonetheless, the boy seemed to smile before raising a finger. Now, suddenly, an energy beam vaporized the two arms, coming from seemingly nowhere. Wait, not nowhere. From behind his first steel wall was something hidden there. The king of magnetism couldn't let something like that unravel, and he used another move to smash whatever was hidden behind that wall. A blinding light emanated from it, and the wall was once again pulverized, as Izuku was happily fanning himself with a handful of cards he didn't burn, before explaining, "Damn, that one is a pain to pull, but she seemed perfect for an emergency deck." From under the dust, a feminine silhouette appeared, white-haired and clad in blue. Without a word, the summon stared at Wolfram, and pointed her staff in his direction. Wolfram, in answer to the oncoming attack, slammed the hand holding back the reverse tower, aiming at the silent magician. Izuku actually yelped and made the magician redirect her attack against the tower. Without a word, the summon obeyed her master and aimed her staff and subsequent powerful beam at the falling tower. But to her surprise, the beam didn't seem to be able to disintegrate the tower that kept falling toward her. Was this because Izuku actually burned a lot of cards to be sure he could summon it and strengthen the tower? Very likely. Izuku's smile turned bad for a second before he smiled once again full and unsummoned the tower. Suddenly, Wolfram's attack lost a lot of weight, and Silent Magician managed to pierce through the plating. Right now, Island Tower seemed to have doubled in size, as a reverse cone was at the top. The villain stared at Izuku, who was preparing from his left hand new summons. To be fair, Wolfram had both hands free now. "This won't be enough to beat me, kid. I have already won, old man." Wolfram raised an eyebrow when Izuku used the Sun Arcana, dissipating the storm above their head, and replacing it with a scorching sun, making everyone in the arena wince from both the light and the heat. "I am Joker, the wildest card. I can be and will be everything, overcoming the odds and reaching victory, and making everyone smile." Wolfram inhaled air and summoned thousands of thorns from the plating, putting them all around Izuku. "Don't worry, I am an expert. But you are strong, kiddo. You can be proud to have made me go to such lengths to catch you." Izuku wasn't stupid. He was smart and knew his luck. For some reason, Wolfram's friendship with his father made him want to take him alive. Wolfram didn't want to kill him, as otherwise he would have smashed the tower against him and not the magician. Being complimented by a villain who was at the top of his power was actually a feat, and he was proud of it. "Thanks, but you are forgetting something." Izuku prayed he was right in his calculations, as Wolfram sighed and prepared his attack. "You will tell me later. The Joker works better in combination with other cards." The villain felt two hands pulling off the crown from his head, while he was manipulating 1,000 steel needles, which was, in terms of precision and power, quite above his normal quirk limit. Wolfram turned to see behind him nothing, except a floating crown. The invisible girl, bleeding from his nose. As his control over the metal faded, Wolfram fell against the ground. He had forgotten the girl. The two nerds were still behind their dome, but he was so focused on Izuku and his show that he forgot to pay attention to the girl. "Clever, kids." His body, almost dead, slammed against the ground as the kids rejoiced. Wolfram was down. Izuku almost fell as he released his control over the Silent Magician and upchuck. Seriously, this was a lot, but hey, no bleeding from his nose. He was fine, only tired from the adrenaline. However, he was caught in Toru's arms, lightly muscled now thanks to her training. Hell, the girl was a hell of fast when she wanted now. However, for their plan to work, Toru had to make sure Wolfram forgot about her, and she then needed good timing to take off the crown and make himself overload his own quirk and body. A dangerous plan, but Izuku was unsure to have enough cards to burn for his final option. Toru was smiling, as he could guess before kissing her tenderly, his hand passing through her hair. Melissa, feeling relieved the threat was gone, felt her legs disappear under her, and she relaxed, May catching her too. "I don't want to be in the front line. My lab is fine, thank you," May giggled, before nodding. "I prefer to have a effing robot to fight against the enemy than going commando like that. Well, at least, nothing worse can happen now." This actually froze the three heroic students when Melissa said the cursed sentence. There's a big difference between mostly dead and all dead. Mostly dead is slightly alive. Wolfram was only mostly dead. And like animals, villains are the most dangerous when injured, or on the verge of death. "F, all of you," Wolfram yelled, blood pouring from his nose, before he attempted something incredibly dumb and crazy. The crown showed him power, strength yet untapped. He had it only for a few minutes, but his body, it still remembered the power. Wolfram, from the top of his lung, summoned all the iron toward him. The kids yelped, as the villain was now assuming an iron giant form, towering above them. "I will apologize later, but now, you are coming with broken limbs." The villain was clearly in bad shape, and the blood was hitting his head at full speed. However, the adrenaline and the electric shock of his awakening allowed him to stay conscious. He only needed to knock out Izuku and he would call Kirigiri for an emergency extraction. Now, the gloves were off against the kids. Under the sea, a massive form was making its way to Island. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.